shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Certainly it's got a lot thicker than it was. Scott's going to have a little break, and we're going to get Rita alongside for the second half hour. Ian Holland is in, bowls outside off stump to Luke Wells, who leans forward, lets it go through outside off stump. And then Holland comes back, scrapes quite a lot of dust away from the crease. Keaton Jennings settles down for a chat with umpire Hassan Adnan. Wells retreats to square leg just to refasten his gloves. It sounds like we are now actually on stream. I think there was a little bit of an issue with YouTube. In goes Holland and bowls. Back goes Wells and defends out into the offside. And again, there is no run. But I think we are now on all streams. So in terms of our voices, so whether that's a good thing, only you can describe. Morning, Reed. Holland is in and bowls too wide, and although it seems a little bit, certainly far too wide to persuade Wells to play.
Morning, Richard. Good morning, everyone.
Welcome back to Grace's. Or Gracie, as Rehan Ahmed called it last night in his interview with me. Gracie, which is quite nice.
Oh, lovely. Lovely to be here. I'm sorry I haven't brought the sunshine.
It was nice for a while. Hopefully it'll be back out. There's still a little bit of blue around as Holland goes in and bowls outside off stump again. And again it's too wide, and again Wells can and does leave. 7 off 31 deliveries for Luke Wells now.
A very patient innings so far for both of them, isn't it? Wells and Jennings, they know they need to get off to a good start here. A couple of LBW shouts, but nothing much to be too concerned about.
Holland, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls outside off stump, punched away nicely by Wells. Ahmed is in hot pursuit, seizes on the ball, having slid, picks up and throws and keeps the two tall left-handers to a single. Wells on 2-8-21 without loss. As we say, they put together a very solid opening stand in the first innings as well. So if they can do something similar, Lancashire's middle order will be hoping to capitalise this time in a way they couldn't manage in the first innings. In goes Holland and bowls, nicely turned off his legs by Jennings. Josh Hull has to run around from long leg to deep backward square. Gets there, gets his throwaway. But Jennings takes a couple. He moves on to 13-23 without loss after 9. And as you say, no real alarms this morning. Encouraging for the Lancashire openers.
Indeed, and by the way, just as I say that, the sun has come out, so I'll take all credit for that. But yeah, it's the most important news is those rain showers from overnight and into this morning seem to have dispersed for the moment. Yeah, it's that first innings for Lancashire, that foundation of 74 runs, and these openers, that's what Lancashire want, and and a bit as well. Wells on strike for the next over and punched into the offside off the back foot. They go through for a single and then a second as well. And Rehan Ahmed, which feels like the busiest man on the field for Leicestershire, throws it back in. 23 without loss. Just be quite a watchful innings, isn't it? I think it's exactly what Lancashire need to do. You don't want to get too freaked out, so to speak, of that deficit, which overnight was 251. So a lot of players could really feel that pressure, but certainly Wells needs to put in innings here as well as Jennings. Next one is tucked into the onside and no run.
We were talking about Tom Bailey's 400th first-class wicket. His first first-class wicket was Zafar Ansari, and Ansari, we were talking about him yesterday, and we've already had a couple of emails, and other emails arrived about Zafar. Robert Coe had the pleasure of watching Ansari play for Cambridge University as they defeated Surrey by 10 wickets at Fenners, and Ansari shared 101 for the first wicket partnership.
Van Beek in, and this one's in the air. taken on the boundary edge. Wow.
Lewis Hill.
Lewis Hill, take a bow. Had a lot to think about, Lewis Hill. He was inches away from the boundary rope. It was a lofted delivery, a full delivery, and just tucked into the air by Luke Wells. Tried to almost sort of guide it past the fielder in the deep and probably hit it too well and straight to the fielder in the deep. But credit where it's due, the fielder did very well to watch the flight of the ball, watch the boundary rope. It did feel like the ball was in the air for what felt like centuries. But the first wicket goes down for Lancashire in this second innings, 25 for 1.
Well, Wells will probably get a little bit of stick for the shot, but that was you're absolutely right. That was a brilliant catch by Lewis Hill. He's dropped a couple on the boundary early on this season, but he took a good one last time out, I think at Lord's, and he, as you say, had so many things to think about. It seemed to be in the air forever. And it was picked up by the wind as well, and it would have been 6. I think it would have landed over the ropes, but Hill watching the ropes, watching the ball swirling around, but he sort of steadied himself and went down on one knee just inside the ropes and held the ball really cleanly and two-handed. That was a super piece of work by Lewis Hill, who looked at every inch that the wicketkeeper that he used to be there, really watched the ball very carefully indeed. And a little bit unlucky for Luke Wells, as I say, he might get a little bit of stick for that because he hadn't been in any sort of trouble at all, and he kind of wasn't there. And people say, well, you should perhaps have left that one, but, well, that's not the way they play these days, is it? Sometimes that's a real bonus for Leicestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. And first wicket goes down, and the partnership of 25 was looking really good, as you say, Richard. It looked controlled, very, very patient, and that one was almost like a bouncer delivery and then tucked into the air. And it's fair to say, Richard, there's almost like half of Leicestershire for Lewis Hill to cover in the deep, and Luke Wells just basically picked him out brilliantly or awfully from his perspective. But the first wicket goes down, and to the right-handed Bohannon on strike to Van Beek, who's in. Oh, and beaten first up, first delivery, and then past the bat. Oh, it's all going on suddenly since I sat down. What's going on? I feel like this is so. Ladies and gentlemen, I was with alongside Richard this time last week at Lord's in the Test Smash special booth at Lord's, watching Leicestershire completely turn the match around against Middlesex. Here's Van Beek in, full delivery, and edged and taken! 2 wickets in, 1 over, and Van Beek has been absolutely on the money here. Lovely, lovely, lovely catch in the slips. No worries there whatsoever for the slip field, and Bohannon. First delivery was beaten. Second delivery caught at slip by the skipper, Peter Hanscom. Now it's 25 for 2.
Yeah, and this is something that Leicester have done so well this season. When they have taken a wicket, they've exploited it. They've usually taken 2 or 3 fairly quickly once the door was open. Bohannon's been in really good form, as has Wells, and suddenly both are back in the pavilion. Well, now it's absolutely the key partnership, because it's Keaton Jennings going well and Marcus Harris, who's been the best batsman, certainly the highest scoring batsman by a long way, over 800 runs, 805 runs for Marcus in the second division this season. And well, theoretically, if he goes on and scores big in this game, he could get 1,000 in May, which hasn't been done for, or before the end of May, which hasn't been done for some little time. I'm not sure who the last batter to achieve that feat might have been, but he'll need to score 195 runs to do that, so I wouldn't put it past him. I've seen him score some big ones.
Lancashire fans, I'm sure you would want that right now. That's for sure. But the experience, there's really experience now at the crease, isn't there? There was probably before with Bohannon as well, but with Marcus Harris and Keaton Jennings there as well, both international pedigree. And what an environment to come into for Marcus Harris. I'm sure he's seen it all before, but he knows what he needs to do. The skipper, and with the former skipper as well, so plenty of leadership experience out there as well. And he just takes his time here, Marcus Harris, waiting for his first delivery. He's set and ready, and Van Beek comes in again. Full delivery, left well alone by Marcus Harrison. Didn't want to have anything to do with that. What an over, 2 wickets in the over from Logan Van Beek. And the end of the over, 25 for 2, Richard. I apologise to Scott, who took over from his position, and it seems to have slightly turned away from Lancashire in the space of the time that I've been here, Richard.
I think as opening overs go, that was as good as it gets from a commentator's point of view. Well played indeed. Well bowled, I should say, from a Leicestershire point of view, that is. Marcus Harris, of course, formerly of Leicestershire. Friends and good friends with most of these Leicestershire players. Watches on now as Holland is in to Jennings, who is cautiously forward on off stump, playing the ball back to the Leicestershire all-rounder. And if they can break this partnership early, the Foxes will feel that they have got a decent chance of winning this game, perhaps today. Not for the first time. Morning or evening, I should say, to Hamish, who's watching now, and he's finally got us, or can hear us as well as see the pictures as well. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump. Jennings crunches it away off the back foot, sat up nicely. There was width, and Jennings, well, he isn't flustered by what has happened at the other end in the previous over. A poor ball is a poor ball, and he put it away in some style, dismissed it out to the cover boundary. Moves on to 17 of 24 balls, 29 for 2. I think what they will be keen to do, these two, is not let Leicestershire just sort of bowl at them. That over the run rate is 2.8, so it's still well below threes as it was in the first innings. Holland is in, bowls. Jennings defends on the off stump on the back foot this time, out to Scriven at mid-off. But if they'll feel if they can sort of get the run rate sort of 3.5s instead of under 3s, Leicestershire's seamers will be under a little bit of pressure that they weren't under in the first innings. Plenty of time left in the game, of course. Holland, wind gets up, bowls to Jennings, turned off middle and leg, this time off the back foot, out towards mid-wicket, where Budinger has shed his sun hat and put the Leicestershire cap back on. I think the wind dictates as much.
Yes, it's very breezy out there. Went from my usual walk laps before commentary, and yeah, breezy, definitely breezy, but nothing to worry about too much in terms of the bales flying off.
Holland is in. Jennings is walking down the pitch, turning the ball off the straight out towards mid-wicket. Budinger picks up. You heard his immediate call of no, and then he twists the hand like a sort of ceremonial, the bat in the hand like a ceremonial sort of sword. Very wristy.
You know those fire acrobats? Reminds me of that a little bit, without the fire, of course. You have to use your imagination there a bit, ladies and gentlemen.
A future career for Keaton there, perhaps. In goes Holland and bowls to him. He's turning to mid-wicket again and immediately calling no. And then turns to Peter Hanscom and says, need a new bat, need a new grip. Grip, he's calling. He wants a new grip bringing out from the 12th man. End of the 11th over. Well, Lancashire going nicely, 25 without loss. Suddenly are 29 for 2. Jennings 17. Harris just faced the 1 ball. Ben Green's looking as though he's starting to warm up.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, he's doing some sort of very extravagant warming up at third slip, and quite right that there's slips in play here. Plenty of runs to play with Leicestershire. Start of a fresh new over, and Van Beek continues. Oh, and beaten!
Oh, I thought I heard a sound then.
Oh, got excitement in the commentary box to the right of me. I'm the neutral today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rita Green, by the way, from BBC Sport. But yeah, that could have been a little feather, potentially, but not this time. And Marcus Harris, whew, he's had 2 deliveries so far. One that came up on him a little bit, but left alone nicely in the previous over. Actually, no, 2 overs before, rather. And that one, just by a whisker, through to the keeper, Van Beek. Past the umpire in. And it's driven this time by Marcus Harris. And no run, straight to Rahan Ahmed, who it's like he covers about three fielders in that area, in that cover region for the left-hander. But as you say, Marcus Harris is, he's got the potential to really pile on the runs. But I'm sure right now he's just wanting to consolidate the situation. There's plenty of time in the game, to say the least. They trail by 222. Van Beek in. This one's defended, and there's no run. Are you still kind of pinching yourself, Richard, a little bit?
A little bit, yes. I have to say, it's it's not something we're particularly accustomed to in the last sort of decade or so. That's true, but it's fun, and long may it last. Obviously, this is the last of the sort of opening burst of county championship games, but we're halfway through the season already.
Van Beek in, full delivery, driven but straight to mid-off.
And if Leicestershire are able to force victory, they'll have won 5 of the first 7, and as was pointed out to me yesterday by several similarly slightly disbelieving Leicester supporters, Yorkshire, who finished second and went up last season, won 5 championship matches all season. So, they had the rest of the games were pretty much drawn. Got some good returns from those.
Van Beek. Oh, and beaten once again by Van Beek, and Harris lives to fight another ball. And Richard, it's getting mighty close, isn't it? Lots of movement going on right now.
I mean, we're not in a perfect position behind the sort of bowlers or batter in this case. We're sort of behind about second, third slips, but looks like real deviation, real seam movement.
And the wind is coming probably from, we'll talk about that in a second. Van Beek in. Tucked into the onside nicely by Harris, just lent into that one. They take a single to give Keaton Jennings the strike. Yes, there is a swift breeze, which is also helping, but definitely some movement for Van Beek, who's bowled beautifully. And that previous one that Harris didn't leave alone, but managed to somehow not nick, put it that way. He was just feeling for it as well. You can tell batters, they just want to have that. Certain batters really want to feel that ball to bat. Others don't mind so much, actually. I've played with plenty of batters that don't really care. If it's coming onto me, great, or if I want to play it, great. But others just want to feel that. And you're not missing any play, ladies and gentlemen. We have a change of grip. As we heard earlier on, Keaton Jennings was keen on that. That normally takes me ages to do, and so the fact they're doing it between overs, well done you. I'm sure he's got lots of practice, probably more than me, but anyway, we start the new over.
Yeah, he's done it already. Keaton Jennings. Marcus Harris takes guard from umpire Adnan, and he takes middle, and then he takes a leg stump as guard as well, so he's got them both, so to speak. And he checks it again with umpire Adnan. And 3 times umpire Adnan nods back to him, so he's got it right each time. Green is going to go around the wicket to the Australian Test International. Bowls, and Harris jumps a little bit on that one, stays sort of on the back foot, works it bristily out towards mid-on, no run. We had a brilliant email yesterday, excuse me, from Steve Sims, who wrote a long review of Lords compared to the Uptonsteel County Ground here at Grace Road, with the various items at Lords compared, in his view, unfavourably to the Uptonsteel. In goes Green and bowls. Harris defends again on the back foot, this time out towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I've had a skeet from James 2020 London. Really enjoyed the review of Lords from Steve Sims yesterday. Then I realised that Steve Sims might be his old French teacher from Hitchin Boys School. Could it be so? So Steve, if you're listening, did you teach French at Hitchin's Boys School? In goes Green and bowls and goes past the outside edge. You could see the the way he brought his fingers across the seam and it bounced and left Harris, and well, at the moment the Leicestershire seamers getting an awful lot more out of the pitch than the Lancashire seamers managed yesterday. 30 for 2, and Harris has played and missed 3 times now in his first 10 deliveries. Green, last game before returning to Somerset at the moment, is in and bowls short, and Harris looks to bang it away through the offside off the back foot, doesn't time it at all, and it trickles out towards Buninger. Harris rehearses the crash away through the offside off the back foot. Square drive off the back foot that he mistimed on that occasion.
Are there whispers that Green could be extended?
Well, more than you know, it
Hopefulness?
sometimes feel as though it's nothing else is talked about. Desperate to get him back. In he goes and bowls again on off stump, and again he looking to seam it away. It doesn't quite seam away as much, and Harris slightly uncertainly forward, pushing out into the offside. James was also, he says, at Lord's, but didn't recognise Steve. He says he's probably changed a bit in 35 years. He says he certainly has. So Steve, if you're listening, good morning, and did you teach French at Hitchins Boys School? Let me know, and I'll let James know accordingly. In goes Green and bowls on off stump, and Harris is forward. Great opening over from Ben Green, as it has been throughout much of his time at Leicestershire. Yes, they'd love to get him back. Certainly, and you know, he's not going to play championship cricket for red ball cricket, most unlikely to play red ball cricket for Somerset, and thoroughly enjoying playing red ball cricket here for Leicestershire. So he wants to come back. Equally, Somerset unlikely to let him go during the white ball season when there are 2 red ball games. So it may be that he comes back for the sort of last 5 championship fixtures, but talks continue between the clubs, we understand. 30 for 2 after 13.
And Steve and James, I mean, this is so much more than cricket commentary, isn't it? When we're potentially bringing together people that know each other from the past. That's incredible. That's a lovely story. Hey, look, Lords and the Uptonsteel. Yeah, they're all great. All great, wonderful places to watch this wonderful game.
It was a sort of tongue-in-cheek email, one has to say, but it was very, very funny.
Right, we have a change of bowler, and Logan van Beek, who's been absolutely marvellous so far today, is going to have a little breather. And from the Bennett end is Josh Hull, who's in. Defended by Keaton Jennings, solidly behind. He's always quite solid, isn't he, behind his forward defensive. Always look forward to watching these sides. Josh Hull, I mean, 20 years old, 6'7". That one solitary test against Sri Lanka. I saw a really nice little video on Fox's TV. I'm plugging Fox's TV. I think we're on it as well, aren't we? Thanks to the team there. Lovely interview with him about a bit more about him and his past. Here he comes with the second delivery of the over. In. Down the leg side and taken by the keeper. Ben Cox, nicely taken. There's no run. But yeah, I was interested to hear that it's not as though he grew up with cricket from a very, very early age and his family were, you know, pushing him down that road. Apparently his grandmother, though, did play for Worcestershire. And that's sort of, my ears prick up at that, being a former county cricketer nowadays. I have to call myself that. It's been a while, so I think it's former now. But certainly those trailblazers of the past in the women's game. Here's Josh Hull in. Defended by Keaton Jennings, no run. But lovely guy, and very humble in nature, I felt. And he's got a great love of rugby as well, I hear.
Yes, very much so. He's from the Oundle area, went to Oundle Cricket Club to start with, as Andrew Rad, our colleague from Northampton, will remind you frequently. It's a Northamptonshire Cricket Club, obviously, but he went to Stamford School, which is actually Lincolnshire, but it's a sort of more of the Leicester sort of catchment area, so to speak.
Left-hander comes in. Hull is in. Full delivery. Punched into the onside for an easy single, probably 2 actually. And Ben Green's in the deep. Just leaned into that one. Keaton Jennings is always very, very orthodox and lovely to watch. Young cricketers out there, you can learn a thing or two from Keaton Jennings. Yeah, but back to, I can see why there was a interest playing rugby. Well, goodness me, he's having a good old go at the footmarks as well, Josh Hull. He's not quite happy maybe with the way that his foot's feeling in the footholds.
His brother Ollie, who's also incidentally a very good cricketer, is also actually a better rugby player than cricketer, or has decided to go down that route, and he is on the books, more than on the books really. He's sort of getting close to sort of the top teams at Northampton Saints.
They played last night, of course. Hull into the onside again, almost a copy and paste of the previous delivery. They go through for a single, and this time it's a bit deeper and towards the boundary edge for Ben Green, but they still get 2 runs. 2 more to the total, 32 for 2. Lancashire trail by, wait for it, 217 runs and 2 quick wickets in 1 over from Logan Van Beek. Both Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon back in the hutch, as they say. But yeah, if I had anywhere near that height, and as you know, Richard, I'm certainly not a tall person. I'm quite envious, really, of anyone that gets close to 6 foot, let alone 6'7". You could be pretty good at both sports. Hull in this time, defended by Keaton Jennings, and no run. End of the over, 34 for 2. Certainly a lot more quieter over from the Bennett end this time. And Harris on 1 from 13 deliveries, and Keaton Jennings 21 from 34.
Huge wicket, the next one. Foxy Phil remarks, and he's right. This is you feel the sort of key stand if Lancashire are really going to make a fist of this, their second innings, then these two have got to put on runs, and plenty of them. If Leicestershire get Harris early, they'll be really confident. Green will continue bowling to the Australian. Round the wicket he comes and bowls on off stump, a little short of a length. Climbs a little bit on Harris, he plays it nicely there. Gets on top of the bounce and drops it out into the offside.
Yeah, big partnership here, isn't it, for Lancashire? Could almost dictate the game.
Green bowls, again a little bit short. Harris looking to stay back, jumps in the air slightly, turns it out to mid-wicket. Looks like Sam Wood out there, one of Leicestershire's various 12th men during this game. I saw Roman Walker out there. We've had Liam Travaskis as well. I think he's the official 12th man, but I think, as I say, it's a rolling feast for the Foxes as Green is ready to go. Harris, excuse me, isn't quite ready to receive, but is now. Waits, bat raised as Green goes in and bowls on off stump, hits the inner part of the bat, and a sort of scream of frustration from the slips, particularly Rishi Patel, who felt it was close to sneaking through between bat and pad.
Yeah, Harris hasn't settled yet, has he? Just that single, just of 16 deliveries.
But his reserves of patience, as I recall from watching him for Leicestershire, are infinite, so he won't be worried about that. In goes Green, bowls to him, rolls his fingers across the seam, but a little bit too wide, so nice bounce, gets plenty of action on the ball, but from too wide, and Harris lets it go through and wanders forward and prods suspiciously at the pitch. Excellent Greenie, says somebody. He has just the 2 slips now rather than the 3. Quite early for Hanscom, who really hates conceding runs. In goes Green, bowls a little bit short. Did that stay a touch low? Harris was on the back foot and came down on it a little bit late, managed to keep it out as it came back in towards him. But when it has kept low, it's tended to be from this pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Aylestone, A-Y-L-E Stone in Leicester, about mile and a half from the city centre, south of the city centre. Green is in and bowls. Harris defends again off stump out into the offside. Again, Green has bowled a maiden. So his first 2 overs, both maidens and both good ones. Harris has battled his way through them. Beaten in the first innings, not in the first over, not in the second. But being kept very honest. 34 for 2 after 15. Lancashire in their second innings still trail by 217.
Yeah, really good quality over there from Ben Green. I feel like we haven't been away, really, to be honest, watching Leicestershire from this time last week. Ben Green pretty much was permanently at the nursery ground end at Lord's last weekend. And here comes Hull for the fresh new over. This was left alone by Jennings, no run. And Hull picked up 3 wickets, didn't he, in the first innings, 3 for 43. Van Beek as well, 3 for 38. Really solid performance from the Leicestershire bowlers. Has been pretty much all season, isn't it? And Leicestershire fans, are you dreaming yet? Probably not, as Richard said, plenty of cricket to come. But it's been a cracking start to the season. And Lancashire will be looking for, well, for parity. Let's start with that. 217 runs behind. Hull in. Defended by Jennings solidly. Not much to worry about, so to speak. Hopefully that's not commentator's curse for Keaton Jennings. He's looked very solid in defence, where it's out wide and a bit of width. He's thrown his hand through it as well, and always enjoy the preciseness, it feels, of Keaton Jennings. I batter myself, so try and take some tips from him. But Josh Hull, on this video I was watching on Fox's TV, I'm sure this won't surprise you. I might ask you in a moment, who does he model himself on or admire? Here's Josh Hull in. Full delivery. Straight back to the bowler, past the bowler into the fielder, no run. Can you guess? Lefty, fast bowler, tall. It could be anyone really, couldn't it?
No, well,
apart from a
it's
left-hander.
It is a fairly limited field, but given
Aussie.
given his age, you know, it won't be Bruce Reid, will it? Who was my first sort of. Well, actually, I go back to sort of the likes of, well, even back behind Bruce Reid, who was a very fine left-arm pace bowler for Australia.
Hull. Jennings on his toes and punched to point. And there's no run. Yeah, well, what, do you want another guess? It's not an Aussie.
Oh, no, I assume, yeah, it's of a rather more recent vintage.
Yeah, indeed, but a little bit coming towards the back end of his career. Well, probably won't appreciate me saying that, but Mitchell Starc. And I think now he mentions it, I go, oh, okay. And apparently he's you know, watches old videos of Mitchell Starc and the way that he approaches the crease and releases. And I think it's just so creditable, isn't it? To take the time to analyse others, especially a lefty quickie like Josh Hull, who's in now. Driven, but straight to mid-on. And there's no run. It didn't middle that at all, Jennings. So patiently going through this over.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's been walking down to the right arm seamers, Ian Holland and obviously Ben Green, but not walking down to Hull, who's got that extra sort of half yard. And the wind should help Hull's outswinger, but at the moment not really getting it to swing away from the left-handers too much, or from the left-handed Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, the wind reasonably strong from the meet to the manual scoreboard. Hull in again. Oh, this one jagged back into Jennings. It looked like the in-swinger or a bit of movement and surprised Jennings, Keaton Jennings. And the end of the over, I think that is a maiden over as well from memory. And Josh Hull just tiding over, and the runs have really dried up here. 34 for 2 Lancashire. Jennings on 21 from 40 deliveries. Harris on that single from 19. Very patient innings so far, and Richard's going to take a little break. Be joined by Scott in a few moments' time, but very much a partnership building here after 2 quick wickets. In fact, 2 in 1 over, and feel like as though I have to apologise to Scott immediately, actually. Here's Ben Green in from the pavilion and left alone by Harris. To say he's being patient and watchful is an understatement. Scott, hello.
Well, it was all going well when I left. So it was fine. And then what's happened? Yes. Patience is the key for Harris, but he's not short of that. I mean, this is obviously, now to state the obvious, the key moment, isn't it? This Harris is the top run scorer in the country, and Harris and Jennings have somehow...
Green in, and defended, but it squirts to mid-wicket, no run.
We've got to try and find a way of settling things down. Those two quick wickets, back-to-back wickets, that would have sent a few shockwaves in the Lancashire dressing room. It's tough going, isn't it? But they've got two very experienced players here, and Harris has been outstanding this season. He's had a superb year. I mean, he could finish with 1,000 runs by the end of May, which
wow,
would be some going.
That's incredible, the left-hander on strike. Oh, this one jags into big appeal and then checked. Felt good to start with, but then actually after a little bit of thought, Ben Green was like, nah, I don't think so. But goes back past the umpire, probably has a little chat as to what the decision was there, and Marcus Harris says the proper thing as a batter, go down and prod around where the ball may have pitched. Just surprised him a bit there, didn't it?
He did, yeah. I thought I heard two noises, but looking back on the replay, I'm not sure.
Ben Green in. The loney and defended by Harris, no run. And he's really done a brilliant job here, Ben Green. I saw him pretty much the whole entire day, or most of the day at Lord's from one end, just holding it up. He's just a complete warrior and Trojan, you know, whatever the term may be, of holding up one end with just pressure. And you can't buy a run at the moment, but patience is the key. And the batters will know that conditions will change a little bit. Here's the ball, next ball. And jags in again. Oh. And I think Harris is wondering, can I just have a gimme, please? Score 34 for 2. We've all been there. Been at the crease. Can you just give me one short and wide? Come on. The deficit 270. I thought that I made that comment quite boldly, Scott, saying that I think the conditions are going to get better in terms, well, the lacquer will come off the ball and there'll be change of bowler. But I'm clutching at straws a little bit here, Scott. I'm trying to keep it positive for Lancashire.
I appreciate it.
Ben Green in. And through to the keeper. He's going to go round the wicket, Ben Green. So in terms of LBs and stuff like that, makes it all the more difficult. But anyway, end of the over, and I think it's yet another maiden. Let's have a look at Ben Green's figures in a few moments' time. It'll probably be the most, well, boring in some respects. But actually, let's not do that because I'm sitting next to Scott. End of the over, 34 for 2.
Yeah, he's not considered a run yet, has he? Is that 3 on the spin he's bowled?
That's what I was just double checking. I'm pretty sure I think you're spot on. In fact, yeah, 3 overs on the trot, 3 maidens. Apart from getting a wicket, you can't get much better than that.
No. Here's Josh Hull into to Keaton Jennings. Jennings taps it away into the offside for a single. I think the big LBW shout in that over probably done a little bit too much. He's come back in. He's bowling from around the wicket. I wonder whether that may have just been a little bit high as well. He's going to hit him around about thigh pad. So maybe there's enough doubt in there. And the umpire straight away was shaking his head and said not out. So maybe with the angle, maybe with the height, it hit him. But yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no getting away in terms of the pressure that gets built from both ends here. It was a real standout of the first innings was actually everyone contributed for Leicestershire with the ball. This Hull comes into Harris this time. That's allowed to go through. I mean, there were 3 wickets for Van Beek in the first innings of the match, and there was 3 for Hull as well. But it was a case of pressure being applied from both ends. Holland, Van Beek, Hull, Green, Scriven, everyone kind of contributed, which probably reflects the fact that the team's top. You're not relying on 1 or 2 players to either get runs or get wickets. It's a pretty full all-round team performance again by Leicestershire. And this is a pretty awkward spell, this, isn't it, for Lancashire? 35 for 2. Here's Hull to Harris. That's a little short and wide. That gives Harris something to free his arms into. And pushed out through the offside for 1. Doubles his score, 36 for 2.
And a run. That's
Yes.
that's what Marcus Harris was looking for there in terms of throwing his hands through it. But as you say, I think that's a brilliant point, because I hear from, you know, I've the privilege of sitting next to you guys around the country, and the feeling I get from Div 1 to Div 2, the comparison is that second change, sorry, that first change and even second change bowlers having that depth of attack is the difference between Div 1 and Div 2. That's what I hear, and I think Leicestershire have demonstrated that they can bowl.
And it's Hall to Jennings. That's pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, they're doing rather well. But the hope is, like last weekend, I keep banging on about last weekend, but...
So this was Middlesex game, wasn't it?
Indeed, yeah. And coming into the game, it was pretty much even Stevens. But what was the point I was going to make? It's just falling out of my head. I was going to give you some hope there. Oh, yeah, that's right. So, I mean, there was a pretty decent partnership from the Middlesex players, and actually Van Beek was, I think, a bit rattled actually in his first spell.
Right.
Got taken off pretty quickly by Hanscom. So, you know, if these two can put on a bit of a partnership, could give Peter Hanscom something to think about.
Hall to Jennings is defended, and there's no run. You know, they are desperately trying to find one. The first innings, the best partnership in the innings for Lancashire was the opening partnership, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. They added 74 for Lancashire. It was actually a really nice, solid base for them to begin the game. 74 on the board, but then, well, they lost 6 for 94 in the final session after tea, and it all was wrapped up pretty quickly. So yes, can they find something to, at the minute, just dampen the enthusiasm that Leicestershire are understandably generating here? Hull into Jennings off the back foot, pushed up towards wide mid-off, calling Harris through for a single. Jennings moves on to 23 not out, 37 for 2 at the end of the over. 18 gone of Lancashire's second innings, just a couple of runs coming off it, but it's a couple more than what they've managed off Ben Green, who was sent down 3 maidens to begin with from this pavilion end. A super start by Green.
So miserly, and doing the business, certainly Ben Green, so far from the pavilion end, and he'll continue for quite a while, I expect, from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicester. Breezy, but dare I whisper this, no rain. You're listening to BBC Manchester, BBC Lancashire, BBC Leicester, and also on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Rita Green alongside Scott Reed, and privileged to be here today. I was at the other end of the country yesterday, actually, down in Kent, and it was pretty much exactly the same weather. Ben Green in, driven, but right at the bottom of the bat. I never feels right as a batter, and dribbles to mid-on, no run.
Were you watching some cricket yesterday?
Yeah, I watched. Yes, indeed, I watched the Kent women against the Blaze.
Okay.
So
Is this the County Cup?
yes, exactly, the T20, the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup. And bearing in mind that Kent's a Tier 2 and the Blaze are Tier 1, here's Green to Jennings. Defended, and a bit of half a peel, in fact a big appeal from the slips and the keeper. Ben Green was like, nah, I don't think so. I'll go back to my mark. I think there might have been 2 noises there, maybe. And not out, just to reiterate. Lancashire trail by 214. Yeah, it was. I thought Kent did a decent job of restricting the Blaze. Some quality players there, Georgia Elwes and certainly a couple of other internationals in there as well. Green in, round the wicket, and left alone by Jennings, who's been there a little while. 40 odd deliveries, 47, 48 deliveries. And unfortunately, though, from a Kent perspective, it was a mammoth loss of 106 runs.
Ooh, right, okay.
Yeah, that hurt. But congratulations, while I'm here, thanks, Scott, I want to say congratulations to the Lancashire Thunders who won the other day as well against Leicestershire Foxes. Sorry, Leicestershire fans. And they won by 109 runs, actually. So, again, a big win. Jennings just tips down and skips down the wicket. He's really trying to make things happen here against Ben Green, who I don't think has conceded a run yet. I don't think so at all. And Green's thinking, "God, this game's easy, isn't it?" But no, he'll be looking for a wicket, I'm sure. But anyway, so back to the indeed. So Lancashire against Leicestershire were all the other part of the draw for the T20 Women's County Cup. So they're through to finals day, Lancashire women. Congratulations to them. Jennings, a big old step down the wicket. For me, that would be about 5 steps. But Jennings is really trying to make things happen. I mean, and you know, Scott, from looking at me, that is really quite a way down for me. But he's trying to make things happen, and I really appreciate this, because there's plenty of time in the game. He could just stand there and just let the game go by. But he knows he needs to take it to Green as well. But anyway, sorry, I'm floating around in terms of discussion points. But here's Green in. Jennings leaves this one alone. And just to conclude, on Monday is finals day down in Taunton. And the Blaze, who beat Kent yesterday, and I watched that game, they are through, as well as Lancashire Thunder and Surrey and the Bears as well. So that should be a cracking day down in Somerset. Ground I quite like myself. Played there a couple of times. You know,
You got good memories?
yeah,
You played well there?
yeah.
Okay.
Plenty of grounds where definitely not, definitely not. You know, everyone's got them as a spectator or a player. But anyway, good luck to Lancashire. I'll say it because it's Lancashire against Leicestershire here. Good luck to Lancashire on Monday.
Indeed, I think they're the second semi-final, aren't they, Lancashire, as Hull is in and bowls to Harris. That seemed to keep a little low. He brings the bat down, squirts it down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 38 for 2. Yeah, I think Lancashire Thunder are the second semi, if I read that right this morning. And the final later on at night. So yeah, it should be a great day at Taunton. And a good season, the Lancashire women's side. I think they're referred to as Thunder in T20 cricket, and just Lancashire women when it's the 50 over.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll call them the Thunder then in the shorter form of the game.
They've had a good summer so far. Jennings waits as Hull is in and bowls. And that's worked off his hip down towards fine leg for another single. Ben Green again called into action. Jennings moves on to 24 not out. Lancashire now 39 for 2.
Yeah, great sign actually. The Thunder, Emma Lamb, and you got 41 off 29 balls the other day. Quite a knock, and of course, certain Sophie Eccleston, decent bowler. I think world's best. I'm not sure if she's still the world's best, but she's pretty much up there. Wisden cricketer.
I was looking at that team that Lancashire picked on Friday to face Leicestershire, and I think Leicestershire are tier 2, aren't they? But that's quite a big gulf between what Lancashire were. This Hull's in to Harris, has driven down the ground. His runs, it might be 4 of them. It's going to race along the grass. Yeah, he's timed that really nicely, Marcus Harris. It's a little bit of a kind of a check drive. He's not going to full-blooded drive down the ground. Just beautiful timing, really. Takes his score onto 7, pushes Lancashire now onto 43 for 2. But yeah, it did look a pretty strong looking side, didn't it? Kate Cross, you mentioned Sophie Eccleston, as well as the others in that Lancashire Thunder side. So tough ask for Leicestershire on Friday. Here comes Hull, left arm over, and Harris allows that to go past.
It's a competition I can only dream of in my day, and this is, anyone that has ever heard me probably thinks, gosh, she's going to mention the skirt again. Yes, I used to play in a skirt when we weren't allowed to play in trousers. A skirt with your socks rolled up to just below your knee. Can you imagine fielding and batting and actually any form of that is? It seems absolutely archaic now, doesn't it?
It's absurd.
And it really wasn't that long ago. Although I did bin my skirt in disgust.
Burn it.
Yeah.
43 for 2. Here's Hull into Harris. Full ball, just tucked off his toes for a single out towards square leg.
Yeah, nice little partnership building here. I hope I'm not cursing anything, Scott, for Lancashire, but
it's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
it's something to try and build on. These two crumbs of hope, which is what Lancashire are Lancashire supporters are probably dealing with, hope rather than expectation. But yeah, as you say, it's something just building slowly. 19 so far they've added together. Keaton Jennings is back on strike. 2 slips waiting. Josh Holt in to complete the over. And Jennings off the back foot carves that away through the offside. And through he goes for a single. It's a good throw in towards the keeper because he's throwing into a very, very strong wind. And now Saul Budinger, who's on that boundary, is running into that headwind, blowing across the ground as we look from the pavilion and right to left. He's absolutely battering the trees and the flags away to our left-hand side. Not ideal conditions, the wind, but it's dry. 45 for 2 at the end of the over. 40 minutes until lunch. Can Harris and Jennings get Lancashire to lunch without any further damage done? We shall see.
I think that will be a moral victory, so to speak. Yeah, indeed.
Definitely take that.
And the miserly Ben Green continues, probably in a nice way from a Leicestershire perspective, don't get me wrong, but he hasn't conceded a run yet from his 3 overs. Here he comes from the pavilion end, round the wicket and in. And Jennings takes a single, skips down the wicket a little bit, takes the game to Ben Green, and would you believe it, he's conceded a run. Went pretty much straight to mid-off, but timed it really nicely there. And I've got to say, Jennings on 26 from 53 has looked pretty solid so far. 46 for 2 Lancashire. Harris 8 from 31, who's now on strike, who's chucking away a leaf or something that was on the wicket. And it's one of those days, isn't there? There's going to be all sorts of stuff on the pitch that's been blown in from the boundary's edge. Green in, really throws himself into those deliveries. Arches his back. That one goes through to the keeper. No run. And Harris, 32 years old now, from Perth, nice part of the world. 14 tests for Australia, so plenty of experience, and now the skipper for Lancashire. And with Jennings, you feel like this partnership is of utmost importance in this match. Green in, defended for the back foot by Harris, no run. Look, it's fair to say that Lancashire probably not had the ideal season so far.
That's a polite way of describing it, and I like that. It's nice to be polite on a early Sunday afternoon.
Well, we're spending the day together, so...
Not to the ideal start. He's definitely in the category of not the ideal start, yeah.
But a little break to come.
Yes, can't wait for that. Bring on the blast.
Yeah, the blast is round the corner. Green round the wicket with 6 on his back. Oh, and he aborts this one. Oh, very late actually. Marcus Harris, I don't know if there was a gust of wind. I don't think it was movement behind the bowler's arm. I think it was a big gust of wind. It is really strong. You can hear it on the effects mic. It's coming from the meet. Is it the meet? Yes, the meet. Yep. Yeah. Over to the manual scoreboard. So right across the pitch. And actually, as a bowler, you've got to control the ball really well as well with this gusty wind. Green in, left alone. No run. Oh gosh, did you see that puff of dust from the crease? It wasn't because Harris had, prodded on it or anything. It was just the wind.
Yeah, not particularly pleasant conditions. Certainly, well, for anybody really, is it? The wind is he's pretty strong. I guess you had to contend with similar conditions in the field yesterday, and there was also a kind of bit of rain around as well yesterday.
Green in, Harris defends, and no run. I've said that a few times. Ben Green on loan from Somerset, so as Richard was saying, a bit of a question mark whether he'll stick around or come back or whatever you call it. But certainly a very versatile cricketer in so many ways, and knows Leicestershire very well.
He has had a good year, hasn't he? He's got runs, a couple of 100 runs, and I think 20 odd wickets as well. So, yeah, very good contribution so far.
Harris on strike, tucked into the onside, but straight to the fielder, and no run. And you've got to say, as a lone player, whether in any sport really, but we'll stick with cricket, shall we? That's what we're watching. But in order, you want to prove a bit of a point. By the way, end of the over, 46 for 2. The deficit now 205 runs. But yeah, you want to prove a point, don't you, to your home county, the one that you're officially signed up to. I'm sure there's a point to prove, but also you want to do a good job at your lone county as well. I know I'm stating almost the obvious here, but you almost have almost more to play for, so to speak, because if you're not banging on the door at your home club, then the game just flutters away from you. So I think Ben Green, if I was Somerset, I'd be obviously keeping a very close eye and be delighted with how he's getting on at Leicestershire, but Leicestershire probably want him to hang around.
I think he certainly has got more prevalent in the game, hasn't it? Loan moves and short-term loan moves between counties. I mean, Lancashire signed John Turner from Hampshire, for example, at the start of the season. I think he signed for 2 games, and then they added on an extra game at the end as well, so he didn't play 3 matches. He's gone back to Hampshire. I know he's got wickets this week, hasn't he, for Hampshire? So these kind of short-term loan deals are certainly more common now than maybe they were a few years ago, as players try and get out and get some cricket. Bowling change from the Bennett end. It's defended by Jennings to Ahmed. It's Tom Scriven who's replaced Josh Hull. So 46 for 2. But I don't mind that. Players want to go out and play, don't they?
Yeah, indeed. Have you seen many others? Because I mean, we know about that in football and rugby, etc. But in cricket, it's less prevalent. You're right. The short term one. I think Kent signed up a couple of fast bowlers to medium fast bowlers just for 1 or 2 games. Really, you can't get much shorter than that. Really.
No. Scriven to Jennings. Just drops it into the offside and calls Harris through for 1. I mean, Jack Blatherwick went on a 2-game loan to Durham a few weeks ago, and Jake Ball did something similar. He joined Durham. So there's quite a bit of it around, but maybe between divisions as well. Maybe less so if you're in the division, loaning someone to a team that's in the same division. Maybe it's a little bit more prevalent between the 2 divisions. But there just appear to be quite a bit of it. And then you get to the end of the season, and clubs are signing players in particular for a certain type of pitch, aren't they? And left by Harris through to the keeper. Trying to find a spinner for the last couple of games or something like that when the pitches are a bit tired and teams are trying to stay up or trying to win titles.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Strategically getting some loans in as well.
Lancashire did it a few years ago. They signed Maharaj from South African spinner for a few games towards the end of the season. Went to Taunton, actually. Yeah, I think he got wickets in a game at Taunton for Lancashire, which wouldn't be a huge surprise. Scriven to Harris on the front foot, getting forward, but the toe ends it up towards Budinger, who's at mid-off. No run. Harris on 8, Jennings on 27. 47 for 2.
Are you looking forward to that little break then in the blast? Do you think the team will do with a little break before they regroup?
Yes. Well, I mean, who knows what might happen today and tomorrow in this particular fixture? But yes, I think maybe a bit of T20 cricket might be some welcome relief. As Scriven's in to Harris, that pops a little on Harris, and you won't want to be seeing that too many more times. Even unpredictable bounds. We have seen a couple that have taken off and a couple that have kept low. Both batters come down with a rather quizzical look at the pitch. 47 for 2. Harris on 8. Jennings on 27. They'll get a couple of new faces coming into their squad for the Blast as well. They've got Chris Green, who was outstanding for Lancashire last year. He returns. Ashton Turner as well. Another Aussie coming in. Flashed away by Harris. Out towards deep backward square leg for 1. Moves to 9. And at the end of the over, it is, 48 for 2 at the end of the over. Half an hour for lunch. Rita Green will be back with us after the lunch break. I think Rita's responsible for the chocolates in the box, a couple of rooms to our left-hand side where the kettle is and the brew making facilities are. And I've got to say, I've already been tucking in. I'm like a Labrador. You put it in front of me, I'll just eat it. And I've already been tucking in. 48 for 2, half an hour to go before lunch. Rich is going to come back and join us.
The pattern continues. If After not taking wickets, Leicestershire keeping it very tight.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Just as they did in the first innings.
Green, 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 1. Continues from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump, and Harris's patience runs out. He flicks at a ball that rises and leaves him, and could easily have edged that through to Cox. Got away with it. Now, I heard from Steve Sims again. He did teach French at Hitchin Boys' School many moons ago. As Green is in, bowls again. 2. Harris does find a thick outside edge. It squirts away through gully, and 1 is taken. Harris into double figures for his 42 balls faced. So James, yes, it is your former French teacher, Steve Sims. You were both at Lord's last week, so yes, you may have changed. I'm sure Steve hasn't. In goes Green and bowls, advancing down the pitch again is Jennings, working it off his legs out towards mid-wicket, and practically walking 1. Although there's sort of heavy cloud over the ground at the moment, we've got a really nice big patch of blue that's about to arrive. Yay. So hopefully we're going to get a little bit warmer.
Yeah, the forecast is good, isn't it? The forecast is for some sunshine this afternoon, so that'll help take the edge off, because this wind is quite quite chilly when it whips around.
It is.
Gone for the jumper already. I was going to hold off until later on today, but no, jumper's on.
Green in, bowls, Harris edges again. It was a sort of controlled edge, thicker, and thick enough at least to go through 4th slip, and it runs down towards fine third man. He takes the first one quickly just in case, but third man got across to make the stop and got his throw away, so just the single. Harris on to 11. Umpire Adnan bends incredibly slowly there, real slow motion, and just puts something away. Likes his feet in exactly the right position behind the stumps.
He does, doesn't he? He's very careful.
He was. He really settled into his guard. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump to Jennings, who is also sort of scoring at less than 2 runs for 1 run for every 2 balls faced. 28 off 57. Harris 11 off 43.
I suppose, at the minute that it's not really a concern.
No,
is it?
it's not.
For
I guess not. But
the point's still valid, isn't it? That the Leicestershire are bowling nice and tightly, but it's wickets the problem.
Green is in, bowls outside off stump. Jennings leaves. It's these two as former internationals, I think. Probably have to say Harris has, I'm sure, still probably got ambitions, but Jennings has probably accepted that his England time with England may be in the past now, but you never quite know. But as former internationals, then they do know how to play long innings, and
yeah, they're proper players, aren't they?
The patience shouldn't run out. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. No, these are 2 seriously good players, played at the very, very highest level. You're not playing 14 matches for Australia in Test cricket unless you're a seriously good player. And on Harris, actually, he was asked about his ambitions maybe a month ago, and he said, "I think that ship has sailed for me now, but I'm quite happy, I'm quite relaxed about that." I think was kind of his response. There is Scriven from around the wicket to Harris. Flashes that one away to the offside, bouncing out towards point. There's no run.
Stephen has also picked up on this 3-day Ray business, which he's quietly confident the pattern will continue. He says, but get back to me at 6 when Lancs are 400 for 2.
Oh.
Well, they're 51 for 2 at the moment. So it could happen.
Absolutely, yeah. Just been discussing talking about 2 quality players batting here together. He's just dropped a little bit short there, Scriven, and Harris trying to slap it away with the covers, takes a thickish bottom edge, it bounces back down the pitch. This will be, I presume, Marcus Harris' last innings for Lancashire for a little bit, last bit of batting, because he's not scheduled to play any T20 cricket. And I mentioned this the other day, I think Dale Benkinson said in pre-season that he's due to return back to Australia, so whether he's back in time for the following county championship matches. Scriven's in to Harris, that's run down to third man for a single, moves to 12, 52 for 2, but I kind of got the distinct impression that he wouldn't be around for those championship matches, that when the championship comes back in a month's time, so this might be his last knock for a little while for Lancashire. Yeah. Interim captain, I suppose we call him. 52 for 2 brings Jennings, the former captain, back on strike. Scriven to Jennings, driven to mid-off. Oh, it's got underneath Sol Budinger at mid-off, and that will be for Jennings. He'll try and catch up with it to try and make up for the fact that he probably should have stopped it, but it does race up towards the rope for 4 runs for Jennings, and he moves on to 32. Have they added that? They have 32, and he's 56 for 2.
That was un-Budinger-like.
He kind of almost jumped over it, didn't he?
He did.
Certainly wasn't short of his ground. He was there. Kind of just went over the top of the ball. Blemish on what has been a pretty impressive 3 days. There's an appeal for LBW, but I felt like he's hit it. He's got forward as well. He might well have been enough forward and across to get outside the line, but my initial thought was that there was a bit of inside edge on that.
Sounded woody, didn't it?
It did. They're wondering whether it was pad first. So close together, the bat and pad. Almost impossible for the umpire to determine one way or the other for sure.
I don't think it was bat, but he was outside the line. It sort of swung back in and hit him quite low, but it looked to me like it hit him outside the line.
Again, probably a benefit of him batting probably just a fraction out of his crease and trying to advance further forward again. Defends this time, but that nipped back in towards him and doesn't really have the bounce that maybe Jennings was expecting. But he's safely enough in behind it, albeit rather late, which got Scriven and Leicestershire interested. End of the over, but those last 2 deliveries just nipped back into Jennings, and one that didn't get perhaps the bounce he was expecting. It's a good way for Scriven to end his second over. 5 runs coming off it, 56 for 2, with 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Lancashire still trailing by 195 runs.
And here comes the sun, as George Harrison once wrote and subsequently sang. That wasn't an invitation.
Sorry. I mean, I could have actually given it the full throttle, full singing, then, but just give it a little background.
Is it your karaoke song of choice? Is it?
Love a bit of karaoke, but no, that wouldn't particularly be up there on the. But Beatles is always a good safe one. They're quite short as well, like 2.5 minutes, so you're over and done with pretty quickly.
Holland is back. Bowls to Marcus Harris, a little bit short of a length, rises up on Harris, who turns it out towards mid-wicket. Lewis Hill, having taken that excellent catch, fields and then walks back towards umpire Milnes to resume an ongoing conversation.
A twist and shout, that's a good one to do on karaoke. 3 minutes tops. It's pretty straightforward to sing. Happy days.
Sort of song you sing walking back from the pub, isn't it? As a group, in goes Holland and bowls past the outside edge of Harris. That just held its own off the seam, bounced left Harris, and he played at fresh air. Is in bowl, a little bit short, and that is work towards mid-wicket, but Hill fields brilliantly, actually picks up and Well, he picks up and threw from a sort of recumbent position, and he couldn't get any velocity on the throw because had he been able to do so, Keaton Jennings could have been in trouble. It was a great piece of fielding by Hill, who excelled in taking a catch earlier today off Luke Wells and excelled in stopping that, but he just couldn't quite get his throw away properly, so in the end the run was reasonably safe. But
I think he may have been out with a hit.
you reckon?
He's struggling there.
It's yeah, it was a close one.
It was, yeah. I like this. I think this is almost inevitable. At some point, Ben Cox is going to come and stand up to drag Jennings back into his crease. Hanscom,
solitary slip. A little bit surprising, but Jennings is he's established now. He's on 32 as Holland is in, bowls 2 and bounces. Well, it was sort of calmly taken by Cox as it rose towards his chest at a decent lick. I'm just thinking of some of the club wicket keepers sort of getting a delivery like that, standing up wouldn't have seen it. It would have thumped into the chest or shoulder, or they'd have taken evasive action. Cox took it clean as a whistle, very calmly. 57 for 2 off 24.4 overs as Holland is in and bowls. Jennings is forward. Huge bellow. I'm not quite sure what that was all about from somebody out there. Rishi Patel, who's been in the slips, has gone out into the covers. He's got red reflective sunglasses, those colours of the rainbow. Sunglasses these days, as sported by professional athletes.
quite like yours, Richard.
Very old, as you can tell from the glue. In goes Holland and bowls, and leaning forward, Keaton Jennings steers it backward a point down to third man for 1. Yes, they are very, very old.
They've had some good wear, them, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah. They've served you well. I mean, what that bit is at the end, I'm not quite sure. That kind of whitey, sticky bit at the end.
That's glue.
That's the glue bit, is it?
That's
right.
glue, yes.
You could probably, maybe just, splash the cash and get some replacement.
I possibly could, yes.
He's like an old friend.
They are, but they're also prescription sunglasses.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I would have to get them. Yeah, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, that crack in the lens on the right, that looks like it. Probably something that needs replacing.
Yeah. Exposing all my secrets here.
Sorry. It's Scriven in to start a fresh over. Jennings on the walk again, nudging the ball into the offside. And there's no run. The last two delivery from Scriven to Jennings in the final over. One nip back in, wrapped him on the pad, maybe an inside edge, but looked like he was outside the line anyway. And the second delivery again just came back in and kept a little bit low. So that final two balls of his previous over to Jennings, which are still reasonably fresh in the mind of the batter. Scriven. Bright sunshine now, in balls to Jennings. Looking to turn the ball out towards the leg side. Just bouncing back down the pitch. And there is no run.
It's hard work for Jennings out there, isn't it?
Yep.
Leicestershire bowlers continue to get something out of the pitch and through the air. Look at the over rate. +4. Impressive.
It is. I was really impressed in the first innings how, without much fuss, they just kind of got on with it.
Leg slip.
Yes. One slip and a leg slip. Scriven to Jennings. Turned off his hip in front of square. Out towards the leg side boundary for a single. Jennings to 34 not out, and it is 59 for 2. 15 minutes away from lunch. Harris on 13. Back on strike. There's been a victory today, hasn't there? Sussex have beaten Hampshire today.
Indeed. They've done very well, haven't they?
Yeah. It's flashed out through the leg side by Harris. There's a little bit of hesitation as to whether to come back for 2, and Jennings was running towards the danger end, and he was pretty clear in his mind that he wanted a second. Harris moves on to 15, 61 for 2. Yeah, the victory for Sussex by 9 wickets. It's an impressive performance at the Utility Bowl. First result. Harris waiting. Leg slip's gone. He's gone back to second slip. He's left alone by Marcus Harris. Elsewhere, just looking at some of the games in Division 2, lots and lots of runs scored for Derbyshire in their first innings. 5, 8, 7 for 5 declared, and Kent in reply 274 for 4. But I seem to recall that they were in a little bit of bother early on with it. Oh no, they were fine. No, nothing untoward. Ben Compton's 145 not out for Kent. Scriven from the Bennett end to Harris. Turned away in the air, safe enough, towards the leg side for a run. Harris to 16. It's the end of the over, 62 for 2. Elsewhere, Middlesex 113 for 3. They're in Cardiff this week. They trailed Glamorgan by 115 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Gloucestershire 245 for 6 in their first innings, replying to Northamptonshire's 469. All out.
Is that in Northampton?
It is.
Sounds a bit slow, doesn't it, the pitch there? A delay while Harris awaits something. What? I wonder.
Run through some of these Division 1 scores, and I think maybe change of gloves potentially. He's got his gloves off anyway. We'll see soon enough. Division 1, Warwickshire 137 for 4. They lead Worcestershire at New Road by 183 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Essex at 266 for 3, leading Surrey by 207 runs with 7 wickets remaining. So in a strong position, Essex at the Oval. And Durham against Somerset is the other Division 1 game where there is a run chase on, and it looks like being a very good finish on the third day, where Somerset have lost 3 wickets but are within 103 runs of victory. So 103 runs required to win for Somerset, with 7 wickets remaining in the game at Chesterley Street.
Well, Harris has a new bat, as it turns out.
Okay.
The Lancashire 12th has brought out 3 bats, as well as drinks.
Yeah, he's done well to carry on them, hasn't he? 2 drinks, 3 bats.
He's carrying them like a bloke carries things, isn't he? Totally disorganised, everything sort of tucked under elbows and God knows what. Holland is in and bowls 2. Harrison beats him on the outside as a sort of appeal. Hanscom was the most vocal at second slip. Cox, hearing the appeal, sort of raised and shouted, and Holland turned and made a very polite enquiry. And umpire Adnan said no to everything.
It's type of appeal where, boy, what would they do to get Harris before lunch type of appeal.
Yeah, they'd love to break this partnership before lunch. In goes Holland and bowls and goes past the outside edge for the second consecutive delivery. Harris has played and missed in this innings, I think more times than I've ever seen him do so. You know, even in his thinking back, obviously I can't remember all the innings he played for Leicestershire, but the impression is that most of them were big ones. So there's 3 centuries in the first 5 games, I remember. As Holland is in, bowls 2 in, he takes his bottom hand off the bat as he tucks that one off his body down towards Hill at mid-wicket. No run, beautiful bright sunshine now. It looks absolutely glorious out there.
It does, yeah.
It isn't because of the cold sort of breeze, but it's pretty nice if you're out of the wind.
It's quite picturesque, isn't it? Yeah, looks lovely with the blue sky.
And the outfield having significantly greened up over the last 2 days because of the overnight rain. Holland is in, bowls Harris. Certainly will leave that one. It was very wide from Ian Holland.
Yes, a bit rainy in Market Harbour last night. A little bit of a shower as I was went out of one pub and into another. It was a quick. Thankfully they were next door to each other, so I didn't get too wet. But yeah, it was a bit rainy.
One imagines they're all sort of not of a kind, but there's a certain amount of history among the pubs of MH. Holland is in and bowls straight, and Harris staying on the back foot works it out towards mid-wicket. Hill runs in front of green to field. Throws the ball to Scriven to do the polishing at mid-off. Scoreboard's disagreeing at the moment. I think the manual may be suffering in the wind. In goes Holland and bowls. Ooh, Harris forward, drawn into the defensive push, thick inside part of the bat. Shovels the ball out to mid on. Just sometimes the wind gets sort of under the numbers and flicks them back. But 61 or 62, it is 62 for 2. So if the manual scoreboard are listening, they might want to give that one some attention.
There's a wonderful old schoolhouse in Market Harbour, right in the centre of the village.
Town.
It's not a very big town, is it?
Market Town. No, it's not. No, but would you be surprised actually
Okay.
if you have
Fair
a
enough.
walk around? Yeah.
In the middle of the town, there's a nice old schoolhouse. It's almost some kind of wooden stilts. It's a peculiar-looking building. You can walk underneath it. It's not very big. I presume it was the kind of the original school when dating back years and years. Beek returns. Jennings plays and misses through to the keeper. I didn't get to the wharf last night, so that could be one for tonight. The Union Wharf. I saw the sign for it. It's only around the corner from where I'm staying, but I had a little wander around the town centre. It's busy. Pubs are packed. There's a big wedding going on in the hotel where I'm staying at. Well, I said pub I'm staying in. We had a big wedding last night, so I think pubs were busy from that. Short and wide and carved away by Jennings. There's a lot of grass to make up for Hull. He's done well. Those long legs of his from deep point to deep extra cover. 40 yards or so to get round the boundary to get there, but he's done so successfully. Jennings runs 3, he moves to 37, 65 for 2.
Should you be so inclined, you could hire a narrowboat at Union Wharf.
Can I? All right. Well, that sounds terrific.
You could take your time getting back home to Manchester, probably.
How long would it
I would
take?
imagine the ship, the canals will at some stage
All link in together,
I would imagine.
How long would it take from a narrowboat from
Market Harbour
to Manchester? Harris waits. Van Beek in. And Harris looking to try and nudge the ball away to the leg side.
If you're listening on a narrowboat, tell us, please. Please.
There's some
I'd love to know.
nice looking locks not too far away from Market Harbour. Is it Foxton?
Yes, there's a whole series of
Right.
them, aren't
Okay. I saw that signposted as a thing to do in Market Harbour. All look quite complicated, these locks. I'm not quite sure how you work all those things.
I suspect once you've done one, you'd get the idea. But
He's doing the one that's the problem.
Yes.
65 for 2. Van Beek in. Ball short wide. Cut for 4 by Harris. Sat up beautifully for him outside the off stump. Juicy half volley, and he lashed that away for 4. Moves on to 20. 69 for 2. Yeah, that sounds like a slow but pleasant journey on the narrow boat along the canals from Market Harbour to Manchester. Because I'm not in a rush, I think that'll be okay. There's like a maximum speed you can go at, isn't there? Maybe 4 or 5 miles an hour, something like that on the canals. Van Beek to Harris, left. taken by Cox.
Well, there is the river and the canal very close to the Uptonsteel County ground, and there have been times in the past I've sort of vaguely fantasised about having a sort of narrow boat on it, and,
like that idea.
and sort of going down to Bristol or
that's
wherever,
lovely.
and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Just doing, as long as you have enough time between
Yeah.
the games,
That's a pleasant way to do it.
could it be done theoretically?
Van Beek to complete the over into Harris. Has he edged? He has! Harris goes. Van Beek knew it straight away. Peeling away in celebration. It is the prized wicket that Leicestershire so desperately wanted before lunch. Marcus Harris caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Logan Van Beek, and captain Peter Hanscom, as he did in the first innings, goes back to Holland and Van Beek to finish the morning session. And if one doesn't get you, the other one will. 69-4-3, and a huge blow for Lancashire on the stroke of lunch as they trailed still by 182 runs.
It does feel that way, and I think Van Beek, in fact I'm certain Van Beek would be the first to acknowledge to a certain extent the work done in getting him that wicket by the likes of Scriven and Green, who bowled so tightly at Harris and beaten him, as I say, pretty frequently throughout the course of his innings, despite him being in the form he's in. And he's now on 825 runs for the first half of the championship season, which is a pretty sensational return. But they kept him so honest out there. He had to face so many deliveries. He was drawn into driving at the wide one, got the edge, and he looked very disappointed when the finger was raised. But the celebrations were very immediate, shall we say, and they were sort of, it wasn't so much an appeal as celebrations. Everybody went up, and I think it was may have been a little inside edge. I'm not quite sure. As I say, was reaching for it a little bit. He won't be happy with the shot, that's for sure. 69 for 3 big wickets. Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, and now Marcus Harris.
Yes, and that the latter being the absolute key one.
All three to Van Beek.
Aye, yes. I like your point, though. I mean, it's a reflection of the work done by the others too. The build up, the whole thing. It's been a really good team performance.
Holland is in. Jennings is walking down the wicket to him and then defending, and the two look at each other. And Holland grins and makes a sort of little gesture, and Budinger, who was at square leg, is being moved across to point. So a lot of room on the leg side because Hill is out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Holland is in, bowls Fuller this time, and Jennings is careful, stretching forward and blocking it back up the pitch. Holland ignores the ball, which trickles past the stumps. And Green, he of the splendid tash, moves across. You don't see many really still, not single tashes. You get the beard, the sort of beard and tash, but there's something still slightly sort of 70s about it.
There is, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
In goes Holland and bowls and bounces, almost a bouncer. Keaton Jennings got on top of it and sort of paddle pulled it around the corner down towards Josh Hull at long leg and takes one. Despite the sun, the wind has got up again a little bit, and I don't know whether you can hear the tiles above our heads, obviously above our heads, going up and down in the wind. Hopefully you're not too distracting if you can hear them. I suppose I could take them all down, but then all you sort of see is the sort of corrugated tin roof, really, and it's not very noisy though, isn't it? Holland is in, bowls, and Hurst turns him through mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot. First ball, fullish. It did swing in a bit, and was in the air for a few feet. Didn't quite topple over himself, Hurst. He got plenty of it, and gets off the mark with a boundary off his first delivery. Not like that palatial media suite at OT. TV studios, special studios for Scott, the Scott Reed studio.
I'm not sure about that.
I'll get a tin shack named after me. Yeah, studio. In goes Holland, and bowls very full. Hurst digs it out as it tails in a little bit towards him, pushes it out to mid-on. No run.
I've got my list of updates to do for the afternoon.
We start at 14:05 as Holland is in and bowls. Hurst is walking down. Oh, that bounces and he leaves nicely as it goes through round about chest high. And that, is it? Looking at the clock, is lunch. It is indeed 74 for 3. I hesitated because nobody seemed entirely certain, but 74 for 3 is lunch. I think Leicestershire would have taken 3 big wickets before lunch for sure, and they've got them. Keaton Jennings is standing firm though, the former Lancashire skipper. 38 not out off 72 balls. Matty Hurst is with him at the moment. He's on 4 not out. The 3 men out, Luke Wells, caught really well by Lewis Hill at third man off the bowling of Logan van Beek for 10. Josh Bohannon nicely caught. Second ball, Peter Hanscom again off Van Beek. Nice catch at second slip, 25 for 2. And just before lunch, Marcus Harris driving at a delivery from Logan van Beek, caught behind by Ben Cox for 20. So, position of the game as a whole, Lancashire trail still by 177 runs with 7 now second innings wickets in hand. Scott and Rita and I will be back in around 5 minutes time to lunch, and look forward to talking to you on screen.
Brilliant shot from Bowles.
Oh, what a catch! Very much is the Foxes, they are fighting hard. Foxes acting hard.
Brilliant shot, Goldie.
foxes, they are fighting off.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Once again, match umpires Jennings and Hassan Adnan.
Sorry for giving you some stick with that.
No, mate, it's good. Fine with that. They are. I don't know. Well, hey, so am I. Hello, everybody. We're back. Afternoon session on this, the third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Lancashire. Lancashire about to resume in their second innings on 74 for 3, still trailing Leicestershire by 177 runs. Lancashire having scored 206 in their first innings. Leicestershire were playing with 457. Scott Reed of BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Lancashire, Rita Green of BBC Sport, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentary team today. And 3 big wickets, Scott, for Leicestershire this morning.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just before lunch as well, the Harris dismissal, edge behind Cox off Van Beek, who has taken all 3 of the wickets to fall this morning, but Wells, Bohannon and then Harris on the stroke of lunch was the... well, it's just capped off another very good session for Leicestershire, but they've had, I think, every session that Leicestershire have had against Lancashire this season, they've won, whether it's been here or whether it's been at Old Trafford.
Last session at Old Trafford, didn't take a wicket. There you go.
The rain was the winner in that,
well,
on that day, but yeah, fair enough. Yeah, maybe that one.
Harris and Bohannon, wasn't it? That saved the game, comfortably really saved the game. Well, Keaton Jennings is the man who may be going to save the game for Lancashire. If anybody is going to, he is 38 not out off 72 balls. And he's facing the 3-wicket man, Logan Van Beek. Van Beek almost had got to the crease there, but what has Jennings... He stopped him almost as he pretty much got there. And walks down the pitch, holds up a hand.
I don't know, something caught his eye, didn't it? But I couldn't see any movement behind the arm, but maybe there's just something on the pitch that he spotted.
Van Beek, who's a very amiable young man, didn't take offence, just turns, marches back to the top of his mark, runs in, bowls to Jennings, who turns him nicely out through mid-wicket. It's a chase around the boundary. In fact, it's not. It's a chase back from mid-on. I thought Buddinger was going to get up the ropes there, but it was in fact Hull going back from mid-on, who got there towards deep-ish mid-wicket to field, and Jennings picks up a couple, moves on to 40, 76 for 3. Matty Hurst is the other not-out batsman. He faced just 3 deliveries before lunch. First one he hit away for 4. One rose on him horribly as Van Beek is in, bowls to Jennings, line and length, and Jennings treats the delivery with respect, plays it back up the pitch to the New Zealander.
Well, crumbs of hope and comfort for Lancashire is that obviously Jennings we've mentioned at length, and he speaks for himself. But with Hurst, he's in good form. He comes into this match, and he got 30 odd in the first innings, but he comes into this match with plenty of half centuries under his belt, and he's been one of the success stories of a difficult season for Lancashire.
Van Beek bowls. Jennings drops the ball out towards extra cover, sees there isn't an extra cover, just a mid-off, and calls Hurst through for, well, not even a quick single, really, a pretty comfortable single. Yeah, he was good in the first dig. Both these batsmen were really. 31, and then he just flicked a Scriven delivery to Hanscom. That slip. Matty Hurst, I think, looked in very good shape indeed.
450s this season for Hurst, top score of 78. And touching on towards 400 runs in Championship cricket this season.
Well, that's a very decent return indeed, and Leicestershire know they have plenty of work still to do here. Van Beek obviously goes over the wicket to the right-handed Hurst. Bowls on off stump, dropped out into the offside. Both batsmen are sort of momentarily interested in the possibility of a quick single, then both there's a sort of mutual agreement that no chance really. Rahan Ahmed having closed quickly on the ball from backward to point. Talking about crumbs, it's not too far to cake time, 2:30.
I had a little cake at lunch, though.
You did,
I know,
yes.
I should have done that.
somebody's birthday cup. And then they brought. Do they call them cupcakes? Sort of. Van Beek is in, bowls straight, and Hurst sort of back foot really turns it out towards mid-on.
But it was not a patch on the Friends of Grace Road cakes that are produced in the meet.
We're both hoping there might be some of that pumpkin job left, but if there, we'll find out. There being three of us today, we'll be able to, one way or another, pay a visit, which had to be hurried a bit yesterday. Van Beek is in, bowls to Hurst, chips in the air, just short of mid-on. It thought that was going to go straight to Tom Scriven. Scriven wasn't deep at mid-on. He was quite close in, really, but he couldn't quite get there and took it almost on the half volley. Just bounced in front of him as he flung himself forward. But just for half a second, I'm sure Hurst's heart was in his mouth. Just sort of bottom part of the bat didn't really stop on him. He just scooped it up slightly. Got away with it.
Yeah, he did. Wasn't dissimilar to the way that Saul Buddinger got out for Leicestershire in the first innings. When Bailey took the catch, and Bailey just managed to get there. Scriven couldn't quite make up the ground. It's going to be Tom Scriven from the pavilion end to get us going after a lunch break. Jennings on 41. 77 for 3. Still 174 runs behind. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, did Tom Scriven, including Matty Hurst. It's pushed away by Jennings. A loud, clear cry of no, as that's eased away off the front foot into cover. And there is no addition to the score. And a good game at Old Trafford did Tom Scriven, picking up 5 wickets in the game in Manchester. 5 for 46 in Lancashire's total of 263 all out. Scriven from around the wicket this time, and defended again by Jennings. And it's gathered by Riyad Ahmed. As ever, lurking around at point. We've got 2 fielders on the boundary on the offside. Third man and deep point, and then 2 on the leg side. It's a very familiar looking field that Peter Hanscom sets for Leicestershire. Third man, fine leg, deep point, deep square, as well as green at mid-on. There's mid-off, cover and point. Driven firmly, and a good tumbling stop by Ian Holland, who's at mid-off. Awkward bounce, maybe 2 or 3 yards just in front of Holland, but he went low down to his left-hand side to get a body in behind that. So it's one straight drive for 4 by Jennings already today. Holland preventing a second one. Scriven turns by a flattened pile of sawdust and sets off past umpire Adnan. Forward is Jennings in all possible ways, onto the front foot and walking forward.
We had Roland Butcher with us on commentary at Lord's last week, and we were talking about this business of sort of walking forward. And I said, "Is it something you ever sort of tried to do?" Why would I want to get anywhere closer to Sylvester Clarke? Yeah, fair enough.
Scriven to Jennings, that beats him through to Cox, and there's no run. That is magnificent from Butcher, that, isn't it?
It was, yeah. I did laugh. Like
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you? Yeah.
Why would you want to get closer to Sylvester Clarke? No. Yeah. They weren't all Sylvester Clarks, but yeah, he'd faced some frightening bowling in the 80s without too much sort of padding or helmets and what have you.
Jennings on 41, Scriven in, hammered away through the offside. Be worth a couple for Jennings. Buddinger sweeping round on the cover boundary. Jennings to 43. And Lancashire now 79 for 3. In fact, that's the end of Tom Scriven's first over of the afternoon. Trail still by 172 runs. Yeah, I've not had Rowland's company this season. Had it a couple of times last year and a few times this season before. He came up to Southport actually for a game. Lancashire playing up at Southport. He had 4 days at Trafalgar Road in Southport, and he absolutely loved it. He was great company at night. Told some fantastic stories. Good to have Roland Butcher and the third voice roster again this year.
He's written a book anyway. He's written a book about his time in cricket. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and it rises up on Hurst towards the sort of rib cage. He manages to push it away, taking his bottom hand off the bat as he does so, out to square leg, jogs the single, moves on to 5, 80 for 3. Breaking barriers, I think he's called it. Rowland's book. In fact, there was some suggestion he'd be around in this game, just coming up to sign copies of the book, but haven't seen him. He hasn't been in touch to say anything. Van Beek's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings. In he comes and bowls. Jennings gets on top of the bounds, gets forward, not to the pitch of the ball, so he has to sort of be a little bit careful. Punches it out. Not a sort of punch that's going to lay you out. It was more of a jab than a punch. And it ran out towards Scriven at mid-off. Still plenty of cloud around, but absolutely no suggestion of rain. It's as nice as it's been, as in goes Van Beek, driven in the air just wide of Rehan Ahmed. He was at backward point. Had he been at point, that would have been a catch for sure. And Ahmed he slightly lost his footing as he tried to move quickly to his left, so he wasn't able to get across to his left and maybe dive. And there was cover out there on the point boundary, so it was just a single, but Jennings driving slightly loosely there. Oh,
yes.
what's going on?
Lancashire physio Sam Burns coming out. The problem with Matty Hurst.
He got hit on the fingers, didn't he, when he tried to push that Van Beek? Well, he did push the delivery from Van Beek, a 2 square leg, but he took his bottom hand off the bat as he did so. Let us hope. Will he be part of the T20?
Absolutely will. Yeah. I mean, he could even potentially open the batting in T20 for Lancashire. He opened the batting for the Manchester Originals in the 100 last year. But yeah, he'll definitely be in the T20 team.
Jennings takes advantage of the hiatus to shed a sweater and have a drink.
It's on his left hand, isn't it? On the fingers on his left hand.
I was out in front of in the restaurant having a chat to gentleman you know well, of course, Andy Gibbs, and
yes.
James Anderson sort of emerged from the restaurant, and his progress to the dressing room door, which is maybe 10 yards. Poor bloke. He just must have had about 5-6 selfies, autographs. You know, it must be hard. You know, I mean, he did it all perfectly.
Yeah.
Not with a resigned air. He managed to do it all without any sort of complaint. But goodness me, if that happens all the time, and that's just at the Uptonsteel County Ground on a quiet Sunday, relatively, you know. Life must be quite tricky for these guys, very much in the public eye.
There was a game last year, actually Rita was at the game, it was in Canterbury against Kent, and he came down with the Lancashire squad. He wasn't named in the squad, but he came with them and was doing some bowling at lunch. And as word started to get around the ground that was Jimmy out there bowling, and supporters could walk out onto the outfield at lunch. And in the end, pretty much every single supporter that was in the stand was out there with kind of forming like a U shape around where he was bowling. It must have been comfortably 300 or 400 people, and all watching him bowl at lunch. And then as he made his way off, and some obviously eased away, but there was a decent number that wanted autographs and pictures and stuff, and he obliged, signed them all, and in the end the PA announcer had to say, can you please leave the playing field, we're about to start after lunch, and he was still signing autographs and taking selfies and stuff.
Well, Roland Walker, Leicestershire 12th man, came out with the drinks, but there's a lot of Leicestershire players sort of looking up to the balcony. They ask, are they calling for a helmet perhaps? With Hurst has been treated and he's had his finger strapped slightly, but this is very much a hard sport, isn't it? And immediately Sam Wood, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, comes out with a helmet and padding because Budinger will go in at short leg, and Hurst can expect to receive a few more into the ribs as a consequence.
He can, yeah, I think he can.
Again, forgive me for well, I know I've told this story before, but perhaps not Lancashire listeners, but always reminded me watching Anderson and the way he dealt with the very interested parties as Van Beek comes in and bowls to Hurst. It is short and he pulls very nicely indeed, but a really good sliding stop out there on the boundary by, well, I was going to say Roman Walker. It's a Roman Walker sweater, and it is Roman Walker. So he came out and brought out drinks, but he's got rid of the drinks and now he's doing duties on the square leg boundary. I don't know how he got there so quickly, but good effort. And well, I know how he got there so quickly, because how he got to the ball quickly. He ran, presumably, and he keeps Hurst to a single, but Hurst took that short ball on and hit it very crisply indeed. Van Beek round the wicket to Keaton. Jennings is in, bowls Jennings solidly forward. No, he says, he sees it going slightly wide of hole at mid-off. Yeah, I covered a game between Northamptonshire and Hampshire, obviously, at Milton Keynes of all places, a one-day game many moons ago. But Shane Warne was in the Hampshire side, captaining the Hampshire side as ever, and besieged basically throughout. And then the pavilion was besieged. And I thought, well, at least he'll get a little bit of a break in there. As in goes Van Beek and bowls, tucks Jennings up, but he plays it solidly off the back foot out towards mid-on. But at tea, he came out of the pavilion carrying a table, and he put the table down, and he put he made all the kids go in a queue, and he signed he just sat there for the 20 minutes signing autographs, posing for, and I was so impressed, really. I thought, well, fair play. He made a real effort, and he'd be getting lots of abuse, of course, from the Northamptonshire sort of faithful, or some of them anyway. It being a Sunday afternoon, sort of a few drinks had been taken, but yeah, I think sometimes you have to acknowledge what these guys have to put up with, and that they do so with a will, really.
82 for 2. Here's Scriven with Hurst on strike. 2 slips waiting. That's a nice ball that just nips away past Matthew Hurst. Taken by Ben Cox. Hurst instantly comes down the pitch for a little wander. Jennings sees something at a non-striker's end, which he flicks away. Scriven, strong-looking lad, is wandering back towards his bowling mark, which is this flattened pile of sawdust at the top of it. Now he finds his mark and then gets into his approach. It's back of a length. The Hurst worked into the onside. It's fielded by Riyad Ahmed, and there is no run. 189 behind Lancashire, heading into the afternoon, day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship fixture here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Lancashire battling been behind in the game pretty much since about the first hour. Forward as Hurst defends. And Wells and Jennings were putting together 70 for the first wicket. It all seemed okay, but Jennings' departure before lunch, and then wickets tumbling in the afternoon on day one. And since that, really, since the Wells dismissal, first ball after lunch, Leicestershire have been all over Lancashire. And are on the hunt for more wickets here. Scriven sets off again. It's Hurst who's on strike. Scriven over the wicket, bowls to force that ball away. Hurst, thickish bottom edge, it bounces away to the offside. Hanscom comes up from slip to field. And, there's no addition to the score. Gets Sol Budinger, who's at cover point, beat him to it there. Turns again, Scriven. Brushes him past the umpire. Fuller delivery. Allows that to go through. Wanders away to square leg. Jennings again comes down the pitch and kicks something away. Both batters are about to meet here. Jennings has come all the way down into Hurst's half. Little gentle punch of gloves between the two Lancashire batsmen. Rishi Patel at first slip. Hanscom at second. Hands on knees as they're crouched over watching Scriven. Bustling in, bowling again. Beats Hurst. It drags him forward. The ball again just enough angle away from Hurst. Past his outside edge through to Cox. He's got that very nice natural shape, hasn't he, Tom Scriven?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't
Get
it?
the ball to move away from the right-hander. End of the over. 82 for 3. Hurst on 6. And Jennings on 44. Oh,
They're open.
they're up. Open for business. It's not quite like New Road when the cakes
The
are
ladies' pavilion.
the ladies' pavilion. There's a mad scramble up the stairs. It's not quite like that, but
Well, I've seen the queue sort of snaking all the way along the front of the meet at times, but yes, you're right. Van Beek round the wicket, bowls to Keaton Jennings, who clips him nicely off his legs down towards deep mid wicket. Rahan Ahmed with that little hop and a skip before the throw is out there, and one is taken.
oh, there's a queue. There's a queue forming.
Absolutely, straight away. They've heard us praising that pump. We should have kept quiet about
We
it.
should have done, yeah.
No, don't touch the pumpkins. It's terrible. And there'll be plenty when we go there.
Oh, I got the short leg back in place for Hurst.
Two slips as well behind the young man from Billinge. Bowls, Van Beek and falls, as he sometimes does in his follow-through. It's a fullish delivery, which Hurst drives, but doesn't get it wide of Scriven. Doesn't really put a lot of weight into the shot. Scots off update number 1. 9, a mere 9 today, as opposed to the 15 plus yesterday. And a mere 6 for yours truly, as Van Beek is in, bowls 2, Hurst drags his length back a bit. Hurst on the back foot tries to work it out into the offside. He does, but doesn't have any real velocity or momentum, and Scriven can quickly close on the ball. So they got through the first sort of 20 minutes after lunch, these two, not without a certain amount of damage, including to Matty Hurst's finger. Hence the presence at short leg of Sol Budinger. Van Beek is in, bowls, and squares up Hurst, who stayed on the back foot to a fullish delivery. Ball squirted away off the outside edge down to third man, and he picks up a slightly inadvertent single. 84 now for 3. Hurst on to 7. Jennings, having hit a couple in the air, sort of has settled back settled back down now. Looks around him. No short leg for Jennings, but Budinger is at that sort of slightly backward point position as Van Beek is in, bowls. Jennings is forward on off stump, dropping it out towards Budinger, at least towards Silly Point. Budinger runs into field. Rita's back alongside him. Scott having gone to do first of his updates. And you will hear me potentially in a moment burst into news mode. We've lost the electronic scoreboard, so we turn our attention to the ever-reliable... Oh, and it's back. I was going to say the ever-reliable manual scoreboard. Van Beek is in, bowls, hurries Jennings a touch, but solid, equal to it. Plays it, the straight ball back up the pitch on the onside. End of Van Beek's over. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 24, his impressive figures. He, the only wicket taker so far, however, for the Foxes in Lancashire's second innings. 84 for 3. They trail by 167.
Good afternoon, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, the rebuild job starts again after that wicket just before lunch. Felt like a bit of a body blow actually for Lancashire. So what can Hurst and Jennings do? And here's Scriven from the pavilion end. This one's a full delivery and squirted out to the gully area. The point fielder athletically throws himself onto the ball. And the big shout of no. I was always told not to say no, actually. It was always wait, because no sounds like go. Thanks to my coaches for that one. So so wait it is whenever I'm playing anyway. But Lancashire trail by 167 runs. Jennings has looked solid so far. Here's Hurst on strike. Scriven in. Oh, and a thick edge down to fine leg. And that was all along the ground, wasn't it, Richard? And controlled. Right, over to you.
It was. Here comes the update. Just started again after lunch, and Leicestershire continue to really have Lancashire under the thumb. 85 for 3, the visitors in their second innings. They still trail on first innings by 166. They need those runs simply to make Leicestershire bat again. Really important wicket just before lunch, that of the former Leicestershire player Marcus Harris, who's the top run scorer in the second division this season, but he was caught behind driving at Logan Van Beek, who's picked up all 3 wickets for the Foxes so far in this innings. They're continuing to operate the same way, i.e. they're bowling very tightly. It's worked for them so far this season, continuing to do so here. Lancashire 85 for 3 in their second innings. It's just one delivery from Scriven because Jennings is asking him to wait. Here we go again.
Jennings on strike, the left-hander. Scriven, he walks down the wicket again. A real regular occurrence, but goes through to the keeper and no run there. He's really using this ploy, isn't he, of taking a few steps down, trying to take it to the bowler, push it into the gaps. There's plenty of gaps. There's a huge amount of gaps on the onside for Jennings. A couple of players in the deep, but some easy runs there. And you feel that the partnership has to build here. 85 for 3, Lancashire. Scriven in. Nice full delivery. Defended nicely there as well by Jennings. 45 from 91 deliveries. And every time he's sort of really thrown his hands through it, he's been quite intentional. It feels as though he's been quite confident so far. Again, I hope for Lancashire fans, haven't put the mockers on that one. But yes, rebuild, and it's about at least getting to parity and then seeing what you can do from there. Scriven past the umpire. Oh, I'm beaten. Oh, haven't been too many of those today where Keaton Jennings has been beaten and indeed ended the over. Lancashire trail by 166 runs. Jennings on 45 and Hurst on 8.
Scriven bowling really nicely and just straightening one. Drew Jennings into the uncertain poke outside off stump. Very fluent action, Tom Scriven. 6 overs, none for 14 though for him at the moment. picked up his maiden fifer against Lancashire at Old Trafford earlier this season. So, like Ahmed, who scored 100 at Old Trafford and now 100 against the same team here, he will take confidence from that. Van Beek continues into Hurst, who is turning him nicely off his legs. Takes the first one quickly, should make two comfortably. He does, as Roman Walker, the current acting 12th man. The ball more or less bisecting he at deep backward square and Ben Green at wide long leg, and Walker got there first but had a lot of ground to make up to the ball. So Hurst takes two, moves on to 10. As Scott has been saying, Hurst in good nick this season, and well, they've decided to take out the short leg, having hit him on the finger just to see if he was going to be a bit tentative, but he's played nicely off his legs since, so they've gone back to normal, if you like, Leicestershire. Excuse me, before getting through it today. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Outside off stump, he flashes and misses. That wasn't a great shot from Matty Hurst. Not much foot movement. Bounced over. He was lucky, really. He bounced just over the flailing bat. That wasn't a great shot.
Yeah, the ball was far too close to him for a cut shot there. He'll be pleased that he didn't nick it at all. He would have been absolutely furious with himself if he had nicked it. But Van Beek, with all the wickets so far, it's looking impressive.
Comes in, bowls again to Hurst, very straight. Hurst drives it back past him. Van Beek put his left hand down and slowed the ball. Holt chases it down from mid-on, but Hurst can pick up a couple as it runs up towards the Turner Indoor Centre at the Bennett end of the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Well, it's lovely out there, Richard. It really is, in the sunshine,
Yeah, if you
away
get out
from the wind.
Exactly, exactly. It's gorgeous. Down below, in front of the pavilion. Perfect. In goes Van Beek, bowls, tucks Hurst up a bit, but he plays it solidly on the back foot, back past the bowler again. This time Scriven picks up at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, outside the away from the wind, it's absolutely glorious. But there's still this breeze. It's not. It seems to have died down a little bit from this morning.
It's dropped a bit, hasn't it? The
Yeah.
darker clouds have gone, and it all looks very sort of pleasant out there. But it is just taking the edge off the temperatures. Van Beek in. Hurst tries to turn him off his legs. Does. Takes it off the straight if you go by Van Beek's reaction. And actually, umpire Milne's also got his chin in his hands, so he might just have taken that one off the stumps. Might have been a big shout for leg before. Had he missed it, he didn't. Flicked it down to long leg and takes a single. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, he did a bit, but he played it with a lot of certainty. It was a nice shot. Good eyes, these young boys. Strong wrists, and they're not afraid play shots that might have been eschewed in earlier days. Van Beek is into Jennings, and that's a comfortable one for him, just to tuck away off his legs out towards mid-wicket and jog the single. Is he going to become the first Lancashire player to pass 50 in the game, Keaton Jennings? He's moved on to 46, 91 for 3 off 36, so run rate still just 2.5, as it was in their first innings. Leicestershire's run rate sort of 4.5s, and although they may not be taking wickets, they just keep control of the scoreboard, and it makes a real difference, so that when they do, the score hasn't really gone anywhere.
Yeah, it's that awkward situation. You need runs and you need to protect the wickets column as well. Very tricky for Lancashire at the moment, who really are in a battle here. Right, start of a new over. Scriven in from the pavilion end, and a swish from Keaton Jennings, who's on 46. And a miss. He was looking for 4 there. I think he was looking for that to be driven through the covers. And thankfully for Lancashire fans, missed that one. Just a bit of movement. Just looking at the replay, a bit of movement away was enough to fool Keaton Jennings. Hugely experienced batter at the top of the order. Has 1 on his back. Opens the batting as well. And here comes Scriven in. Walks down the wicket, does Jennings, goes for a single and thinks about the second. Indeed, an easy second. And the man in the deep tucks it. I think that's his strategy, isn't it, Jennings? Is that just move the ball around, take the singles where you can. He's in no hurry to get up there, apart from the delivery. Before he looked like he was in a hurry. But now 48 not out. 93 for 3 Lancashire. In the state of the game, they trail by 158 runs, coming up to 2:15 here in Leicester. Scriven in, defended by Keaton Jennings, no run. It was the big no from. I don't think there was any chance of a single there, actually. But just to make sure there was absolutely no doubt, one of the batters made that very, very clear.
It's a bit hill-like, that no shout.
And like you say, there hasn't been a half centurion in the Lancashire side so far in the innings. Scriven in from the pavilion end. Jennings once again down, walks down, but straight back to the bowler. Did really well there, actually. Picked up the ball right at his bootlaces. Picked it up. Tom Scriven is an athletic kind of guy. But, you know, looking at the first innings as well, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 batters that got into double figures. And quite a few of them got in, not just double figures, but got in. You know, you think Luke Wells on 36 and Matty Hurst in the 30s as well, and even Tom Hartley as well, and Keane Jennings got to 27. You think... didn't go on to that big score, half century and indeed century, and Leicestershire certainly did. Jennings on strike, defends into the offside, no run. A really nice tight over here from Tom Scriven. Just 2 from the over so far. The sun is well and truly out. If you like The Simpsons, I don't know, Richard, if you like The Simpsons, but you know the opening credits of The Simpsons, we've got those type of clouds in front of us. I'm sure it's got a proper name. But
no, I think it's become accepted terminology for white, fluffy, floaty jobs going across the horizon.
We're all obsessed about, aren't we, as cricketers, with the weather. Scriven in. Jennings just walks down a little bit, and a bit of a false defensive shot there, but dribbles down the wicket and no run. End of the over, 93 for 3 Lancashire. Jennings on 48, approaching his half century. 48 from 99 deliveries, and Matty Hurst on 13 from 24.
Conversation between the two batsmen, just bat. Every ball on its merits. See where it takes us if these two can... Well, talking to Rehan Ahmed after his record-breaking stand with Lewis Hill, he said in the first hour yesterday, when conditions really were in favour of the seam bowlers, it was gloomy and cloudy and the ball was swinging around. They just worked in sort of 10 run blocks. Just see if we can get the score up another 10, another 10, another 10. And I would think that roughly similar to the strategy being adopted by Messrs Jennings and Hurst. Josh Holl's coming back on. He's Goober. It definitely is Goober. He's taking over from Van Beek, who's got 3 for 30 from 11. Hull will be looking to swing it back in occasionally to the right-hander, but also to hurry in with his pace. In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls to Hurst. He gets out delivery outside off stump that he wristily chops out to the sweeper Ahmed out there in front of the Stench and Benno stand, aka the Uptonsteel stand alongside the meat. We had a very funny email yesterday from Steve Sims, and we were comparing Lords and the Uptonsteel county ground, wondering where the meat might fit in at Lords. Yeah, possibly no. I'm not sure it could be squeezed in somewhere and look appropriate. In goes Hull and bowls. Jennings whips him down to fine leg for 4, and that is his half century. Well played, Keaton Jennings. It was full, but it was on leg stump, just outside leg stump, and he holds his bat up to the Lancashire balcony. Crowd join in politely. His 52 has come off exactly 100 balls.
And boy, oh boy, did Lancashire need him to go on to well, go on and on actually, forever, forever and ever. 52 from 100, and he's had to really battle out there. Great innings so far, but Lancashire definitely need him to just keep on going. Yes, the meat comparison to Lord, that's a good one. Maybe that sort of posh hospitality box to the left of the pavilion, if you're sitting in the pavilion, that is, which is quite rare for me.
Oh, in past umpire Milnes, bowls to Jennings, who lobs it up into the air rather towards mid-wicket. It's safe enough there being no mid-wicket. Mid-on, Van Beek has to run around to field, but one or two have been sort of popped up slightly of late. Gets away with it, safe enough. Moves on to 53, 99 for 3. Partnership for the 4th wicket now, creeping up. Woods has reached 30. Useful, but they want an awful lot more from it yet. Hull is in. Bowls to Hurst, short, pulled around the corner and pulled very effectively by Hurst for 4. Really nice shot. Didn't try and overhit it, and there are 2 men out. Walker at deep backward square and Green at long leg, but hit it so crisply and cleanly, and the outfield, which had just been slowed up a tad by the rain, is now hard and dry, very dry again, and fast.
Yeah, dissected the 2 fielders out there beautifully. You couldn't have placed it any better. Dissected, if that's the right term. Or bisect. Oh goodness me, Rita.
You dissect frogs in the in goes Hull and bowls full and onto off stump, jammed out by Hurst. That would be a bit OT had he dissected the fielders.
Gruesome here in Leicester. Yeah, more bite in the deep. Josh Harlow looks like, from his stature, throws it back in and they go through for 2. Yes, just nicely taken off the legs there, and I think both the bowls actually after lunch haven't quite got their line right. Maybe the length might have been okay, but just get back on it as they were just before lunch, where they put severe pressure on Marcus Harris. That really was a blow to Lancashire just before lunch, but the rebuilders here, full delivery, defended by Jennings, and no run. Good luck to Leicester this afternoon. Their final, as in football, we're talking here. Last game of the season against Bournemouth.
I think a few of my BBC Radio Leicester sports colleagues have taken the opportunity to enjoy the weekend down on the south coast, and why not? They won't be going back there for a while.
Yes, hasn't been the season that they'd hoped for.
Well, that said, there'll be championship clubs down there, won't there? Southampton will be down there next year.
Here's Green, in. Hit on the pads, but going down leg side and no even sense of an appeal, and 4 runs, and there's going to be leg byes there, so definitely no nick from Jennings. 4 more to the total, which Lancashire definitely want and need. Lancashire trail by 142. Yeah, the championship, goodness me, it doesn't get any easier though in the championship. Severe competition there. They'll be against Wrexham as well next season. They've gone up.
Delights Roman Walker, Leicestershire's 12th man. Born in Wrexham and a huge Wrexham fan.
Nice. Next one defended, and there's no run. Watch any of the documentary, Richard, on Wrexham?
I've caught a couple of them, but they're on a streaming service which I don't have, so I'm not too bothered. But I've sort of seen a few highlights here and there. But good luck to them.
Yeah, what a progression from the National League. They're playing my local club, Maidenhead United. In does Green and push to the point region. No run. Yeah, it's quite a path towards the championship. Anyway, good luck to Leicester this afternoon. Leicester Football Club, last game in the Premier League for this season, and good luck in the championship next season. I could go through all the fixtures, but you probably don't want that to happen. The full fixture list is on the BBC Sport website. There you go. It's that lovely time of year, rugby, football and cricket. This one's driven, but straight to mid-off. Nice drive there. No run. And actually, the keeper now was up to the stumps, actually. Ben Cox. Good play there with Keaton Jennings just walking down. I can't help thinking that could have been employed a little bit earlier. Oh, some whistling going on out there.
He's been doing it on and off this morning as well. Cox,
okay.
Standing up to Jennings.
Good idea. End of the over, 109 for 3. Is that suntan lotion for yourself? Is it optimistic?
No, it's just around because as the afternoon progresses, by about 3 it's pouring in to the side, and sometimes you need it. Up here, atop the pavilion, Hull's going to have a go around the wicket to Hurst, it would appear, and they might bang a few more in. Hurst having shown a readiness to take on the short ball. When he has done so, he's done so very effectively. He's got on top of the bounce, but it might be worth Hull banging a few more in, see if he top edges 1 or 2, if it's high enough. Hanscom making the sign to Walker to a deep backward square, good 75 yards from the bat as in goes Hull and bowls. Flick down to fine leg for 4. Nice shot from Hurst again. And really, Leicestershire for the first time, not losing control of the scoreboard, but runners are coming that little bit more quickly, and the run rate has crept up from 2.5, where it's been throughout the innings really, up to 2.9. Just the last 3 or 4 overs have seen a few runs come. James Holland on B-Sky has been in touch. I hope Hanscom makes good use of Rehan Ahmed today. Is there any reason why he hasn't much this season? Hull is in and bowls to Hurst, squared up slightly, and stays on the back foot and rather nurdles it back down the pitch. Like a lot of Aussies, he doesn't really believe in spin bowling, I don't think, Peter Hanscom. But I think he now accepts that leg spinners often will get you the sort of lower order out, 10 and 11. But you're right, he hasn't sort of used him as a frontline bowler against the top order. And I think James, as in goes Hull and bowls, and again Hurst defends neatly back down the pitch, bounces up and Hull fields in his follow through. I think it's because he hasn't had to.
And he bowled in the first innings, didn't he?
Just at the
a few
end.
overs. Oh, just at the end. So yeah.
But
why
I think
is that
he hasn't needed to, because the seamers have been taking wickets throughout the season. There's never really been a session where they've run out of ideas, or the seamers haven't been bowling well, or somebody's been injured or something like that. He hasn't needed to. So it may be to do with that, as Hull is in again to Hurst and defends on the back foot, little turn of the wrists, pushing the ball out to mid-on. So I think it's a combination of those things, James. He's not totally convinced about spin bowling, but also the fact is that Leicestershire's 5-seam bowling attack, which has changed slightly from the beginning of the season, Ben Mike and Chris Wright having played in the first game, have been very effective all the time. In goes Hull, bowls. Hurst is forward on off stump this time, pushing the ball out to Ahmed Rishi Patel at extra cover, and there's no run. But it'll be interesting to see what happens if these two keep going. The partnership's up to 44 now. He may turn to Ahmed sooner rather than later. In the meantime, it's Goober, judging by, as I say, all the shouts out there. Don't know how I feel about how I'd feel about that as a nickname. If you drop a Goober, you dropped an easy one, haven't you? So, not quite sure. Hull is in and bowls fullish. A little puff of dust from the feet there of Matty Hurst, as he is very much a back foot player. The young man pushes it out to Scriven at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's a discussion all in itself, isn't it? Nicknames in sport. Some of them are quite extraordinary. You're listening to BBC Manchester, BBC Lancashire, BBC Leicester, or on the BBC Sport website and app. The app's rather good as well, so do download it if you haven't got it. I'm Rita Green alongside Richard Ray. Scott Reed will be back shortly as well. And a bit of a partnership here. Rebuild required, and hence the call was out there to make that happen, and it looks like these two are doing a decent job of it. But Ben Green, who's 3 wickets last weekend, nicely taken by the keeper down the leg side, whipped off those bails in a flash, but he was well in his crease. It's almost just saying, hello, yes, I'm here. But Green hasn't got his line right here, and actually I think Josh Hull, his line wasn't quite right in that previous over, and just the odd ball here and there that's tucked away off the legs, and for 2 or even 4, it's just releasing the pressure for Lancashire, but they are still under severe pressure. Ben Green in. This is down leg side, tucked into the onside by Keaton Jennings, and goes through for an easy single. The Lancashire trail by 138 runs. And the last wicket was just before lunch, which feels like a long time ago. By the way, thank you so much for the lunch. Absolutely delicious. And well, it was too delicious.
We both went with the veggie pasta bake, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yeah, good choice. Yeah. Good choice. Well, I don't know actually the other choice, whether it was tasty or not, but it was delicious. So thank you so much. I'm saying to my fellow commentators, anyone that provides me with a meal and also does the washing up, I'm immensely grateful for. Green in, defended by the right-handed batter Hurst. No run. Yeah, I think Leicestershire needs to just maybe do something a little bit different here, or do they continue? What's Peter Hanscom like as a captain in this sense? Is he the tinker man, or actually does he feel like there's a plan, let's stick to it? Yeah, he's a believer in the plan. That's fair enough. I don't blame him. It's worked so far this season. Green in. Hurst into the leg side, just drifting down leg side. Ben Green goes through for a single. 23 now to Matty Hurst from 36 deliveries, and Jennings on 50. Jennings? Yeah, Jennings. God, my lunch was obviously that good. Keaton Jennings on 56. I think it's a question for Scott when I have a chat with him next about his, is he in England contention anymore? Probably not, but here's Green in. Oh, and hits the pads, and a big appeal, a massive appeal.
Oh, outside the line, according to, Hassan Adnan's going to signal leg byes, but my word, that was very, very close. Let's have a look what that was missing.
There was an immediate shake of the head, wasn't there, from the umpire?
Outside the line, outside the line.
By a whisker.
By Hassan Adnan. That was going to hit, but just hit the pad outside the line of off stump. My word, that was a tight one.
And Leicestershire know full well that the Jennings wicket especially is the big one. Green in, cut into the offside, but straight to Rahan Ahmed, and no run. Whoa, that was close, isn't it? Very close. And every single fielder, even those fielders that are basically not even in line, there was lots and lots of shouting going on. They were completely convinced, but outside the line, and probably a good decision from the umpire.
Yeah, it was very close, but for me, fractionally outside the line. Umpire Adnan and Leicestershire skipper Peter Hanscom having a chat about what? I don't think it wasn't a celeb appeal. It was a loud and sort of unanimous appeal from the Leicestershire fielders, but they took it well enough. The decision. Hull is going to go over the wicket to, of course, he is to the left-handed. Jennings comes in. Bowls. Jennings drives expansively hard down into the ground. It bounces out towards deep extra cover. Roman Walker's out there. Jennings, what a throw! What a throw from! He is a strong man, the Welshman, and just sort of casually flicked it from 75 yards against the gale straight into the gloves of Cox, standing right over the stumps.
Yeah, that's very Very admirable. That'd probably take about 2 players in the club game, you know, in a relay to get it back to the wicket keeper.
Not Walker. James Taylor down having a chat to Ben Green at the moment on the boundary as Hull is in again to Jennings down the leg side. That was, I think he'd got a bat on that, and Cox got his glove to it. Indeed, the signal has gone for 4. So that, well, a few hands on heads out there. He flicked it away and Cox got a glove to it, the end of his fingers to it, and he couldn't quite hang on. It kind of goes down as a chance. It would have been a strangle, but it was a chance, and Hanscom leapt into the air next to Cox as his wicketkeeper dived away to his right. Couldn't quite get his full glove to it, but, well, Jennings in the last couple of deliveries has lived dangerously. He's on to 62 now, 122 for 3, and that brings up the 50 partnership. Hull is in again to Jennings straight, and Jennings, no doubt relieved on both counts, just blocks it back down the pitch on the onside.
Yeah, it was a great effort from Cox. Put absolutely everything into that dive, didn't they? And also, the other stick or they don't, those ones really, even at full stretch. But yeah, that would have, as you say, been a strangle. Probably would have been one of those wickets from the bowler's perspective. Like, oh, not the greatest ball, but got the wicket. But Keaton Jennings survives.
Hull in, bowls. Jennings on the off stump, blocks it out into the offside. Patel runs down to field. You just feel in the last over or two that might be a little bit of a sniff here for the Foxes' attack. Jennings just has to settle himself back down. 62 of 114. Half the runs in the innings to the former skipper. Hull comfortably the longest run, but those long legs eat up the ground. A little walk into them, and all of a sudden he's there at the crease and bowls to Jennings short and a little bit wide. Jennings up on his toes, cracks it away through point down to Walker on their sort of cover, but well, he was on the point boundary by the time he picked up the ball, but he's actually sweeping at cover, and Jennings takes a single.
Do we know who?
63.
Sorry. Do we know who he's on for?
Looking around.
Put you on the spot here.
No, it's
sure.
all right. I can't see Lewis out. I can't see Hilly out there at the moment, so it could be Hilly. Looking down, who's down there at long leg? No, that's Ian Holland, I think. Is that Hillett? No, I can't see him out there. In goes Hull and bowls to Hurst, tucks him up slightly, pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. Sol Budinger, the fielder, there. Just going through them all. Ian Holland is coming back on, so it looks as though it could have been Holland, so that maybe that was Hill down there. No, that's Sam Wood, so Hill is off. 2 of them have been off. So Wood and Walker have been on, Hill and Holland have been off. Holland is back and Wood is off, but Walker is still on. There we go.
And also, we cleared up the emails, didn't we, in terms of the correspondence and teacher link. That's now been cleared up, is it, Richard? I think they've...
Yes, they were.
It was correct. That's amazing. Amazing. Is it amazing? I don't know. With the world of technology, but it's nice.
Coincidence, isn't it?
It's certainly lovely. Right then, Ben Green continues from the pavilion end. In. Down leg side. Tucked into the onside, and there's a chase on indeed. Actually, it absolutely flew across the ground. And 4 runs to Jennings. He just hasn't quite got his line right after, what, the first 3 overs of his spell today, all being maidens. Just a few runs creeping in. I mean, nothing to freak out about from a Leicestershire perspective, but didn't that go across the ground quickly?
It is a very, very fast outfield.
It's hard to believe it was serious rain overnight and into this morning. Big puddles around the grounds, but lovely sunny day here now in Leicester. I don't know if Josh Hull saw that a bit late as well, I don't know, but certainly went over the boundary rope without much chance for for Hull to recover it. Jennings on 67. He's been very much the pinnacle of the innings so far for Lancashire. Ben Green in. Oh, and an on drive. Love an on drive. And the chase is on. Probably going to be pulled back from the edge. It certainly is. And they do a little bit of a tag team to the Leicestershire fielders. And through 4-2. Nicely timed there from Keaton Jennings.
It was in the air for a while, though. It was wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. It was a little bit aerial. Safe enough, but aerial nonetheless. And the loney Ben Green, Somerset player, but yeah, very much at Leicestershire, is in. Jennings down hit on the pad, a big appeal. And once again, the decision is not out.
Outside the line again.
I think Ben Green's going to struggle here because he's coming round the wicket, in some respects quite rightly to the left-hander, but that just makes the decision and even the possibility of an LB even more tricky. I see what he's trying to do, and he's had a couple of massive shouts, isn't he?
Well, the first one was a great shout, but he was just outside the line. But that one, you could see all three stumps behind him.
Keaton Jennings on strike, comes down out of his crease once again. That's a common occurrence. I wonder if Cox will think about coming up to the stumps. He's got his helmet behind him. Cox, he's not moving at all, so I don't think so for the moment. And
he has been doing it, hasn't he? But then
it's unusual to be back and then forward, etc. But I'm sure there's some logic there. They've got plenty of runs to play with here, Leicestershire. But they'll be wanting another wicket. The partnership now 60 after the wicket of Harris just before lunch for 20 off Van Beek's bowling, who's had the opportunity to take all 3 wickets so far in this innings. 129 for 3, the scoreline for Lancashire. Green. And a big shout. But actually the better shout would have been if it would have been caught. Because probably bat pad there.
Sounded like it, didn't it? But he signalled leg by. So.
Absolutely, I take that back. Yeah, the signal was straight onto pad. This is frustrating for Green, isn't it? He's really trying to get the angle right in order to bring in the LBW.
They need a window closing in the pavilion somewhere. The sun will be on the pavilion at the moment, and Jennings continues to signal.
Matty Hurst on strike, the right-hander, and aborted run up there from Green. Yeah, you're right. It's that time of the day, isn't it, where you've got reflections onto windows and whatnot. Lovely day here in Leicester. Green in. Just tickle down the leg side. The chase on. It won't be 4, but it will be 2, an easy 2. They're just building a really nice partnership here. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's all they need to do. Just think about the next over, the next few runs. I've got so much time in the game. This is day 3 of 4. And they would love to get to parity and then see what sort of total they can put on. But even parity's looking, it's a little way away. 132 for 3, the scoreline at the end of the over.
Update times for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, Logan Van Beek, who picked up the 3 Lancashire wickets that have fallen, but none have fallen post-lunch. Been close a few times, have been a couple of good leg before shouts, but Keaton Jennings, the former Lancashire captain, former England opener as well, he's going nicely. He's 69 not out of 120 balls. Matty Hurst, the wicketkeeper, the Lancashire wicketkeeper, he's been in good form with the bat this season, and he is keeping Keaton Jennings company. He is 25 not out. They've added 63 for the 4th wicket, but Leicestershire, well, they've been in this position before this season. They're staying patient, they're keeping it tight still, and they'll be hoping for a breakthrough soon. But at the moment, one isn't coming, and they've got a bit to think about, because Lancashire at 132 for 3 in their second innings now trail by 119 runs on first innings. Haven't missed anything, because that update was nicely
great
timed
timing
between overs, and I can see Scott's doing one, and we'll get him on alongside Rita shortly. But it is going to be Tom Scriven taking over from Josh Hull at the Bennett end.
And here he comes. Up to the wicket now and bowls. Full delivery, but straight to mid-off. Nice drive then, Keaton Jennings. He's seen that one really nicely, but straight to the fielder, no run. I'm trying to figure out, has Scriven he's been at both ends, bowling from both ends today, probably over the innings as well, but just trying to mix it up a little bit. Every bowler has a preference, I'm sure of that. I mean, although saying that, when the skipper goes, you want to bowl, you don't really mind which end, but everyone has a preference, surely. Scriven, round the wicket. Full delivery once again and driven into the offside. Really nice drive, that'll be 4 runs. Really leaned into that one. That's very much in the Keaton Jennings stroke play of preference. 4 runs to the total, 136 for 3. And the deficit now, what is it, 115? It's creeping up, isn't it? 67 is the partnership. And Lancashire just keep on going. The sun just dips in just for the moment. And it's maximum batting points, isn't it, so far for Leicestershire, and bowling points for that matter?
Yes, they've taken the total of 8, the maximum 8 from the game. Lancashire just 3 bowling points, of course.
So racking up the points of Leicestershire this season. Scriven in, and guess what? Jennings just goes walking down the wicket, and there's no run. He's really using this ploy a huge amount. It's been quite effective, and it's a bit quite stealth-like, isn't it? You know, he doesn't have a big jump ahead for the bowler to maybe see in the corner of his eye. Just creeps up the wicket. And with the wicket-keeper, indeed, now the wicket-keeper is up to the stumps. So probably something else to think about for Keaton Jennings. Got over 50 overs remaining today. Here is Scriven in, defended, and there is no run. Last wicket just before lunch. I think we keep repeating ourselves there, but seems like a little while ago, actually. Scriven's figures for today. No wickets for 20 runs off his 7.4 overs. He'll be looking for those wickets for sure. And so far, Logan van Beek has taken all the wickets so far in this innings. Tom Scriven in. Just tucked into the onside, the vacant onside area, mid-wicket area. And there is one more to the total. And welcome back, Scott. Hello, Scott.
Good afternoon.
I bring you better news this time.
Yes, this is nice. Let me just enjoy this partnership for a time being, shall we? They've played nicely, haven't they? I keep saying captain. Former captain Keaton Jennings here is batting beautifully, 74. Matty Hurst, a very patient, nicely timed, nicely measured innings. It's been unflustered, it's been calm, it's been everything that Lancashire needed in the afternoon sessions so far.
Wonderful so far, absolutely. And indeed, he's on strike. Hurst on strike. Scriven, full delivery, defended, and there's no run. You're spot on. It's been calm, it's been controlled. No, I haven't seen, personally, many rash shots at all. And just playing the game as it is, you know, where there's a ball down leg side, just tucking it in there, rotating the strike. And that partnership is creeping up.
Yeah, 68. It's something here for Lancashire to build on. I mean, I said it right at the start of play. Well, however today unfolds and tomorrow unfolds, I suppose second time round when they're starting so far behind in the game, 250 runs behind in the game, I guess each individual player tries to make some kind of noticeable contribution, something that either in the end is successful in this match or gives them something to build on going forward. And this is good by Hurst and by Jennings. Jennings' best score for a little while. He had a good start to the season, actually. There's Ben Green comes in and bowls to Jennings. It's forced away through the offside for a single. But a couple of 90s in the opening rounds of the season. Keaton Jennings made half century at Middlesex, then the following game a 96 against Northamptonshire. So he's had some decent scores, but he's not gone on to get 3 figures just yet. But in a very, very fine position at the minute to try and do that here. Oh, again, we've got more movement, haven't we? What's going on?
There's a few waves of the arms of, can you sit down, please, or stop moving?
Hurst on strike, Green in balls. Fault driven on the bounce to Budinger at cover. And there's no run.
It's always awkward, isn't it, if you're the if you're the person that stopped play.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that, Scott?
Well, I was saying to Richard the other day, so quite a few seasons ago, Lancashire were playing Durham at Chester Street, and Shivnarine Chanderpaul was playing for Lancashire. It was Green's in, left by Hurst, and they were playing on the pitch which was right to the edge of the square, and it was directly behind our commentary window, and we're quite low down at Durham in the commentary boxes. So you kind of just perched almost above the side screen, really. Anyway, we had the window open, and Shiv Chanderpaul was complaining about movement behind the bowler's arm, and me and Martin Emerson from Radio Newcastle, he's moving around. There's sort of sit down in front of us. Green's into Hurst, and there's no run. And anyway, it turned out it was us. It was us that was the problem. We were complaining, looking out the window. Who is it? I can't see anybody moving around. But
How could they? Oops.
Yes. So we had to close the windows and remain still for the rest. It was only Chanderpaul that had an issue with it. Everybody else seemed to be fine, but he wasn't happy with it. 138 for 3. Green balls. Hurst drives inner half of the bat. It deflects out towards the leg side for a single. Moves on to 26 not out. 139 for 3.
Sorry,
it's a shocker, isn't it,
still
really?
tickled by that story. What a legend, but being told off by a legend like that.
Yeah. Well, I interviewed him after the game because I think he got like 150 or something in the match.
Right, okay.
So I said, I do apologise for moving around. He's like, oh, did you? I didn't realise it was you. Oh, good. Jennings back on strike. Around the wicket comes Green. Balls turned into the onside by Jennings. And there is no run. End of the over. Just a couple coming off that. So 139 for 3. Partnership is 70 between Jennings and Hurst. There was a couple of LBW shouts, weren't there, when I was off commentary?
Yeah.
One of them in particular was quite a good shout, I think.
Yeah, one of them was very strong with the entire Leicestershire squad. And, well, start with the players on the pitch. They appealed from every corner. I used to, and I still do, field at point a lot. My teammates always have a go at me like, how on earth can you appeal from point? Anyway, but that was all of that go. It was a good shout, although it was an absolute smidgen.
Okay.
A technical term there.
Yep.
Outside the line, and probably a good decision from umpire Adnan, who I think got it spot on. And there was another LBW shout, you're right, and less convincing but still a strong one. But coming at that angle, it's always going to prove to be difficult. Scriven in to the right-handed batter Hurst, and this one's defended, no run. It's just that angle. It would be pretty difficult for an umpire just to rule out everything and go, yep, that's out. But there was a big shout. Would you say that the Jennings wicket is the big one?
Yeah, well, definitely, yeah. I mean, Hurst. I said to Richard before, Hurst is actually quietly. I mean, there's been a lot of interest from Lancashire supporters and obviously a lot of comment about the season. Rightly so, we've had a poor season, but Hurst under all that has had a pretty solid year.
Scriven in. Oh, and a nick, and taken from, and it's taken by the keeper. They're absolutely jubilant. They're all going to give Tom Scriven a cuddle there and congratulate him. And Matty Hurst, who's been so calm and collective, just got a smidgen of a nick and is caught behind. And after a massively brilliant partnership, really under the circumstances for Lancashire, of 70, a partnership there between Hurst and Jennings. Hurst is out for 26 from 46 deliveries. A really, really creditable innings. He would have wanted to go on far. He's absolutely trudging off, Scott, and at a slowest pace ever, bless him, but I'm sure he'll be deeply disappointed, and another wicket goes down for Lancashire.
Yes, well, I mean, I don't really believe in all this commentator's curse, but I just wish I could have kept my gob shut really on that occasion. But yeah, I mean, it's such a shame. He's batted really calmly. It's a really kind of mature knock alongside Jennings. It's a nice delivery. He gets his lovely natural shape, doesn't he, Scriven, away from the right-hander. And it's that kind of angle and that shape that he just gets, which has done for Hurst there, just drawing him forward, little edge through to the keeper. Ends a good partnership, ends a good knock. And my point I was making about Hurst having a good season, I think, you know, it still stands. I think he's had a very, very solid season. I think he's got 450s with the bat this year, and what has been a pretty tough year for Lancashire. He has been one of the shining lights really of the season with the bat. But ends a good partnership. He brings George Bell out to join Keaton Jennings, and he's talking about Jennings being the key. Well, Jennings absolutely, definitely is the key to try and drag Lancashire level and hopefully some way in front. There are 112 runs behind still, however. Now 4 wickets down.
Yeah, Lancashire looking for, well, the best partnership in history, really, in some respects here. But no, maybe I'm overdoing it. But Scriven in. This one's defended by Bell, and there's no run. What I mean is that, you know, with that deficit as well, you know, it's about getting to that parity and then seeing what you can do. But you know, the partnership needs to start again. And Jennings will be just saying, I'm sure, to Bell, just take each ball on its merit. Got plenty of time, but Jennings is absolutely key to Lancashire. And you can hear now a bit of amazing singing going on in the crowd. Scriven in. This one's down leg side, but didn't quite get that onto the bat properly there, Bell. Came onto him a little bit fast and just dribbled into the offside no run. I haven't paused for breath there to check what the singers were actually singing, but yeah, I think they're a bit early if they're singing about, you know, about any victory yet. But certainly desperate times here for Lancashire at the moment, and looking for runs.
I reckon they're singing about being top of the league. That's what they'd be singing about.
Oh, we are top of the probably.
Could be that, yeah.
Or Leicestershire, la la la. I think I heard that. Scriven in, full delivery, and driven really nicely, but straight, really, kind of, to the fielder. What great commentary. Just to the left of Green, who's able to skip round. I think for Bell, it's just a case of, again, just getting, you know, how's he done this season, actually, George Bell? He's a young lad, isn't he? Born in Manchester?
He is, yeah. He got runs in the game last week against Derbyshire, got 57 in the first innings. Previous matches to that, I think the previous two games, he opened the batting, actually. Which he'd not done before, I don't think, in first-class cricket, with Wells batting at 6. Those two have swapped places.
Scriven in. Oh, and squirted down to third man. A big, thick edge. And moral victory there in the last ball of the over. And Ben Green comes across to say, well done, mate, in terms of getting a wicket in the over. And it was a very decent over. It would have been a wicket maiden, actually, if it hadn't been, I think, for that last ball of the over. George Bell takes himself off the mark, 1 from 4, and Keaton Jennings, who's pivotal to this Lancashire rebuild, on 75 from 127 balls, and Lancashire trail by 111 runs, Scott.
Yeah, the reason behind Bell and Wells swapping, I mean, Wells has basically opened the batting through most of his career, 180 odd matches as an opening batter. He was batting at 6 towards the end of last season for Lancashire. They continued with Wells at 6, try and give them a bit more experience in what is a relatively inexperienced middle order. But Wells was struggling for runs, Bell was struggling at the top for runs. As Green comes in and bowls, forward was Bell in defence, no runs. So they switched him back round. Wells last week getting 140 and 50 in the match against Derbyshire as an opening batter, back to his natural position. Hurst getting 50 as well at 6. So you got both those players in positions that are more natural to them. But runs here in this situation for Bell now would be absolutely invaluable runs, serious runs with the team under pressure, with the team behind in the game, as he drives up towards mid-off and there's no run. So the 57 he got last week against Derbyshire was an encouraging return to some form, but in a way, if he gets 40 or 50 here, they're worth even more than what he did, I think, against Derbyshire.
With the pressure.
With the pressure around it, yeah.
There's some players that completely thrive on that type of environment, and those that not so much, right? Opportunity here for Bell.
Here comes Green to Bell. To the front foot. Just pushed away into the offside. There is no run. 140 for 4.
And it's always more chit-chat in the field as well, you know, when
The
wicket goes down, and just to get in the ear of the new batter.
Yeah, well,
that doesn't help.
That partnership was probably starting to frustrate Leicestershire a wee bit. I don't think it's kind of panic stations for them, was it? But it was becoming a bit irritating as Bell calmly pushes away. But as you say, as soon as you get a wicket, everything changes at the feel of the whole thing changes. Get a new batter out there, a young lad who's not a young man. He's not had too much cricket so far this season. A couple of games as an opener, as I mentioned, and back at 6 last week. Rita's going to take a break. It's a good stint, a solid hour from Rita Green in the afternoon session. Here comes Ben Green in balls. Bell drives, and Budinger is at cover to field, and there is no addition to the score. There's 1 ball left of the over, with the 47th of Lancashire's second innings, and they still have this deficit, 111 runs. We're not on the high seas. You know, it feels like we're out at sea with the wind rattling around the commentary box, but we are perched on the roof of the pavilion, and the wind is whistling around. There comes Green, balls, Bell, little edgy down towards third man, scampers through for 1, turns and wants a second, and they, in fact, has it gone for 4? It has, yeah.
Josh Hull, I'm afraid, out there, just a little bit of a fumble.
So 4 for Bell to end the over. He moves to 5, and Lancashire 144 for 4.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester at the top of the hour. Well, we're just past the top of the hour, so just after. Important little breakthrough. That was a good stand.
Yeah.
Between Jennings and Hurst.
70 they put on.
Once again, Scriven taking important wickets, as I'm sure you've already remarked he did at Old Trafford.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? I've enjoyed watching him bowl. He looks a really consistent bowler, someone that will run in a lot, probably didn't get injured too much, that type of thing maybe not. He looks a strong lad and kind of constantly...
It's a lovely sort of fluent action, isn't it?
Yeah.
He does look like an athlete. Around the wicket he comes and bowls to Keaton Jennings, who is walking down the track to him, as he has done on occasion throughout his innings, but decides to let that one go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Now a plane. Oh, it's a helicopter. There it goes. Heading overhead from the heliport, no doubt, about 3 or 4 miles outside of Leicester. As Scriven turns, runs past umpire Milnes, bowls, Jennings drives, doesn't quite get it, and it trickles out to mid-off. No run. Ben Green being the fielder. Yes, I like to put a line through them as well. That's Scott's next update, 3:15. Mine should be now, but haven't heard anything. So perhaps it isn't happening after all. 144 for 4. As Scriven turns, runs in, bowls, Jennings forward, bat and pad nicely close together as he pushes the ball, straight ball back up the pitch. Here comes the update. Three wickets for Logan van Beek, and now 1 for Tom Scriven. Important breakthrough after lunch. Scriven picking up the wicket of Hurst, and he'd put on 70 with Keaton Jennings. Jennings is still there, but Lancashire are now 144 for 4, still 107 runs short of making Leicestershire bat again. They just wanted 20 seconds. That's why I had to keep that one short, folks, as that one is left outside off stump by Keaton Jennings. The sounds of Bournemouth, that was.
It's the final football
It is.
weekend, isn't it?
It is. Scriven is in. Jennings walking down again. Scriven bowls outside the line of off stump, and Jennings lets it go. Yes, once the footy's finished and the rugby's finished, then we talk all day. We are sport. Sport, say no. Steve Sims, no doubt, didn't teach his pupils. Scriven is in, bowls turned or attempted to be turned down the leg side. I think it came off thigh pad or pad, top of the pad as much as anything. No, it did get a little bit of bat on it. Must have been on to the pad, and no signal from umpire Milnes. It trickled very slowly down towards long leg. Keith Jennings takes one, moves on to 76, battling away out there. He's quite an elegant left hand. He's obviously very determined, but like a lot of left-handers, he's quite elegant. And you wouldn't sort of say it's been a sort of battle as such for him, but he's really applied himself impressively, and he's used his feet well, got down the wicket, put the bowlers off their lengths a little bit, negated some of the movement that the Leicestershire bowlers have obtained, and doing a very good job for his side.
Yeah, he talks a lot when he was captain, and probably still does now. He plays forward in defence, and there's no one about players kind of owning their own game and taking their own responsibility and making it work, however that is for them, whatever the approach is to make it work for them, and obviously therefore for the team. And he has been absolute definition of that, hasn't he? That application and that determination to make something work for him today, as he pushes that away into the offside, no run, I think has been on in full display. There's been a lot of conversations amongst Lancashire supporters, I'm sure, about what's behind Lancashire's poor season so far, or what's behind last season, this, that and the other. And it's basically players haven't played well enough. That's what's behind it. As Green is into Jennings, rises a bit on Jennings, and he's edged down towards third man for a single, moves to 77, end of the over, 146 for 4, and it's just players have just not consistently performed well enough. It's as simple as that, really. And Jennings was quite keen to make that point, that it's only the players really that can try and find a way out of it. Tom Bailey was saying the same thing, and when I was chatting to him last night about the good players in the dressing room, and it's up to them to try and find a way to get the season going again. It's defended by Bell, right into the onside, and there's no. I thought it was into the over. Apologies, it's not. 146 for 4. So yeah, I think Jennings has very much taken ownership of the innings, hasn't he? And he's performed very nicely. It's so nervy when you stood behind me. Like
Sorry,
I feel like I'm in school again.
It's so I can see through the open window. I don't like looking through glass.
146 for 4. Here's Green. He balls to Bell. Bell pushes away and takes the single. Moves on to 6 on the score to 147 for 4. One ball left of the over. He's that leaping over the pitch, always where he had Ahmed. He was at point for the right-hander, and he wants to be at point for the left-hander. So Ahmed leaping across the pitch to settle into position at the edge of the square at cover point. Keeper standing up, one slip in place, third man as well, fine leg. And that's pushed away by Jennings beyond the reach of Green. And it's fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 147 for 4. And Lancashire trailing by 104 runs.
And I guess the problem with that sort of conclusion at a club with, a big club like Lancashire with high expectations, is that in the end, if the players don't perform, you get new players. This is, however potentially talented they are, there's only a certain amount of time that they're going to have, and perhaps that's the sort of difference between the clubs. Some smaller clubs will give players slightly longer because they can't afford to bring it necessarily to sort of make changes, but a club like Lancashire, well, expectations are high for a reason. Scriven from the Bennett end in bowls. Hurst blocks it out into the offside, off stump, out towards Saltbuddingshire, and there is no run. Four 7 for 4. 104 needed by Lancashire to make Leicestershire bat again. The ambition has to be if we can get 180 ahead, 150, 180, 200 ahead. You never quite know what might happen on a last day pitch. In goes Scriven, bowls, and nicely worked off the back foot. Steered down to third man by Bell. Takes one, moves on to 7, 148 for 4. Asking why Hanscom didn't use Ahmed more as a bowler, and two reasons. The first being that he hasn't had to really. The seamers have consistently done the job. Round the wicket comes Scriven, bowls to Jennings, who drives pleasantly, but Scriven gets his hands down quickly, slows the ball as it goes past the stumps, and Green completes the fielding.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't required in the first innings, was he? It was the seam ball was.
Yeah, did he bowl 4 or 5?
4 for 11 in the first innings, but I mean, it just wasn't that type of day for it, wasn't it? The conditions weren't really there. The seamers were filling their boots really.
Scriven is in. Jennings walking down again. Then Scriven adjusts his length, and Jennings blocks it out into the offside. Him coming on commentary with us a few years ago might have been a championship game, it could have been a T20 game at Old Trafford, when he had a sort of permed hair. Do you remember?
I do, yep.
In goes Scriven and bowls an outside off stump, and it is signalled wide. He advanced down the pitch, and a little bit unlucky there, Tom Scriven, because he sort of advanced on a diagonal, and Scriven speared it wider so he couldn't reach it, but in doing so it was signalled wide. And he's a very nice chap, Keaton Jennings, but I was sort of referring to the hair bear bunch and all this.
I think it wasn't.
I don't think he was over impressed.
Is it like, I think it was born out of lockdown. I think it came from that.
What, the perm?
Yeah.
In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump, nicely cut away towards the wide third man boundary. Ian Holland runs around and fields, but Jennings picks up 2 more, moves on to 79, and brings up the Lancashire 150.
Yeah, I remember when they shut all the hairdressers down, didn't they, during the lockdown, and he developed this perm, and he kept it for a while.
So you're telling me it's natural? They were natural curls?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, mate. I'm not sure. Neil Robertson, the Aussie snooker player, did it for a while and looked completely ridiculous. I'm not saying Keaton Jennings looked ridiculous.
I just wish I could grow hair like that, full stop.
Well, yeah. In goes Scriven, and again driving off the front foot, this time crashing it away through the offside, looking increasingly confident is Jennings now, and he got it past the diving Budinger at extra cover. There is cover out there though. The sweeper, Roman Walker, and Jennings takes 2 in the end, moves on to 81. 153 for 4, less than 100 behind now, Lancashire. But he's sporting pretty shorn locks at the moment, isn't he, Keaton Jennings? Keeping it simple. Change your bowling.
That's my plan as well. Keep it simple with the hair.
It's a good plan.
Yeah. Nothing else I can do with it.
Exactly. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, Ben Green's spell's coming to an end. Ian Holland's going to return.
A practical plan. updates time. So we'll do some swaps around as in goes Holland and bowls to Bell, leans forward, squirts it away down through the gully, down to third man. Hull comes into field and one is taken. It was gorgeous standing out there. I only had a few minutes. It felt like only a few minutes, but if you get out of the wind, beautiful. Beautiful watching conditions. And if you're in the vicinity of the Uptonsteel County ground, get yourself down and watch some first-class cricket. The last for a while today and potentially tomorrow. In goes Holland and bowls. Jennings is forward, defending, and there's no run. The last first-class cricket for a while. Obviously, we've got the splendid T20s coming up. But County Championship takes a break for a month after this game concludes at the halfway stage, and we move into white ball cricket for the first time. But after tea, it is free entry at Grace Road. In goes Holland, and Jennings turns him just wide of mid-on. Scriven moves smartly to his left to field, but one is taken. Jennings on to 82, 155 for 4, 96 more needed to make Leicestershire bat again. The lime trees, leaves, the sort of underside of the leaves all showing as the wind gets up again as Holland is in. Bell is forward on off stump, defending out to Scriven at mid-off. There's no run. There's just been periods when the wind has really gusted, and it's doing that at the moment. But we also have bright sunshine, so it's a lovely combination, pleasant combination. The ground looks a picture as Holland wanders in. Bowls, Bell always beaten on the outside edge with a lovely delivery that swings, squares him up, jabs away at it unconvincingly. It didn't really get up that much on him either, and he wanders down and pokes at the pitch, but that was a delivery which beat him in two ways really, both movement and bounce. He remains on 8 out of 155 for 4. Holland turns, comes in to finish his 10th over. Bowls. Bell is solidly forward this one on off stump, playing it out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the 51st over of the Lancashire second innings. 45 remain today to be bowled. They've got the run rate up from the 2.5s to 3, courtesy obviously mainly of Jennings, who's got more than half the runs in the innings so far. Another wicket before tea, and well, certainly if it's Jennings, Leicestershire will still be confident of maybe completing an innings victory if these two can hang around, and who knows, as I say, take it into tomorrow.
Yep.
Could get very interesting.
He could, yeah. That's what I guess you've got to believe here. Scriven's going to continue. Jennings on the walk, clatters that away through the covers, and it's 4 more for Jennings. Advancing towards Tom Scriven, and then hammering it out through the offside for 4. 86 now to Jennings.
George Bell's a real local, isn't he? He's from the Trafford area.
He is, yep.
Went to Manchester Grammar School, which have produced any number of good cricketers, perhaps most noticeably Atherton.
On 5-9 for 4. Scriven to Jennings defends. There's no run.
Best batting of 99 last season.
Yep.
How did he get out? Do you remember?
He was run out.
Ooh, his call?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
His fault, in other words.
Yeah, I think so. I spoke to him. I remember he was at Hampshire. And I spoke to him after the game, and yeah, he was obviously just a little eager to try and get that extra run. Cruel way to get out. Run down to third man by Jennings for 1. Moves on to 87. 160 for 4 now.
Loves his football and was at Manchester City's academy.
All right, okay.
George Bell. So he's a proper sportsman. That said, he says one thing he wants to do before he dies, play football at Old Trafford. So he was at the City Academy, but clearly a United supporter. Urmston Cricket Club at Trafford.
Scriven to Bell. It's driven to mid-on. There's no run.
Another relatively diminutive member of the side. They're not a big side, Lancashire, this year.
No, there's Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, and a bit of Tom Hartley for some height. There's Bell drives again to mid-off, no run.
Bailey's not
and Bailey,
tiny, is he?
yep.
But there's quite a few slightly smaller. Some of the side Northamptonshire are walking giants.
He's having a little fiddle around with his gloves, is George Bell. Taps his bat, he's on 8. 160 for 4, trailed by 91. Here comes Scriven, he's over the wicket and balls to Bell. And off a thickish edge down to third man, it's gone for 4 runs. One slip in place to the right and certainly beyond the reach of Peter Hanscom. 4 for Bell, moves him into double figures, he moves to 12. 164 for 4, Lancashire trailed by 87 runs.
My next update isn't until half time, sort of 10 to 5. We're kicking off at 4, aren't they? For some odd reason. Yours continue presumably at rather close intervals.
1:45, which before kick-off, isn't it? Yep.
Holland, with Cox standing up to Jennings, will bowl around the wicket. Jennings is reaching for the wide one and slapping it away through the covers, out to Rishi Patel, who's out there at deep extra cover. Good throw. Jennings takes 1, moves on to 88. 86 now needed to make Leicestershire bat again. They will stay patient, Leicestershire. That is what's worked for them. Keep nagging away. Holland wanders in, bowls, and down the leg side. There's an appeal for leg before, but it was only really Cox who went up there, flicked the pad, and runs down to the finest of fine legs, 4-4. The runs keep coming. The run rate up to 3.2 now. 169 for 4. Extras up to 13. Partnership already worth 30, so Lancashire are batting much better second time round. Bell waits. It's a neat figure at the crease as Holland is in, bowls to him, fullish on off stump, driven, but no great foot movement. Pushed out past Holland, but only as far as Scriven at mid-off. Siren goes down Saffron Lane, I think.
You'll be pleased to hear that I didn't get lost in the streets in and around the ground this morning.
Good, good.
Didn't need the old sat-nav this time, straight in.
Straight to Curzon Road.
Yeah, no problem. It's just, I was confused by the...
Holland is in and bowls, and that is defended on middle stump.
I mean, 15 years of coming to this ground, but I was confused by coming in from a different direction on the first day. That was the reason. And
we are easily confused.
Well, I definitely am. Driving around some of these streets, I couldn't find my way.
Many times coming to the ground, but a first for Market Harbour, so
yeah,
it's a different
route. That's my excuse.
No,
Anyway. I'll be fine. Well, not here for the T20. Let's say I'll be fine for the T20, but I don't think we play here.
Holland is in. Bowls, slightly loose. It drive from Bell, taking his bottom hand off the bat. Could have gone anywhere, and it sort of flew through about fourth slip. Not sure it would have carried to fourth slip. Fielded by Hull at third man, but that little bit of bounce and movement from Holland, movement away, almost created something. The ice cream van is in the vicinity. It's got some excuse to be, given the weather at the moment. Holland goes back round to Jennings, who bowls wide to him. He again drives it out to Patel on the extra cover boundary and takes one. Almost looks like Leicester kind of giving him one through there at the moment. I don't think they are, but they're looking to bowl wide, but with Cox standing up. End of the over. 171 for 4. 80 needed.
Could be a change here. Tom Scriven has bowled 5 overs from the Bennett end. 5 overs, 1 for 22. Got the wicket of Matthew Hurst and bowled nicely. But might be time for a change by the looks of it. Yep, it's Logan van Beek who's removing his cap and handing that to umpire David Milnes. Peter Hanscom rotating his bowlers. So far in this second innings, Ian Holland with 11 overs for 31. Van Beek 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. Ben Green 12 overs for 24. Josh Hull 7 overs for 36, and Tom Scriven 12 overs, 1 for 38. Van Beek it will be. 2 slips in place. Jennings 89 not out. Van Beek for Leicestershire in and bowls. Jennings pushes into the offside and calmly jogs through for a single. So not a lot from Jennings, just a little drop into the offside and through for 1. Moves into the 90s. First time Keaton Jennings has got into the 90s since the second game of the season. 96 against Derbyshire. Got a 55 in the first match against Middlesex, then a 44. So some good scores this season, Jennings. Pretty solid scores. A couple of low scores, but that goes with the territory, I guess, of being an opening batter. Bell's on 13. Van Beek to Bell. Again, he just nudges the ball away to the leg side, and they comfortably take a single. Moves on to 14. 173 for 4. Partnership is worth 34 actually between Bell and Jennings, and a pretty steady pace. Jennings looking out towards the leg side. He'll see fine leg and deep square leg, and then third man and deep point. Usually have a fine leg. Yep, there is. Tends to be those positions for Leicestershire as Van Beek's in. That's turned off the pads by Jennings. Down to Saul Budinger on the deep backward square leg boundary in front of the Meat Cafe and Bar here at Grace Road. Jennings to 91. Brings Bell back on strike. 14 not out, 77 behind. Start of the day, 251 runs behind Lancashire. I've lost 4 wickets in trying to shave off a considerable first innings deficit. Van Beek to Bell. Bell clips it out towards the leg side. And Josh Hull is at mid-on to field, and there is no run. 7-4 for 4. 10 overs until the tea break. 42 remaining at the end of this over. Bell just bends his knees a touch, waits for Van Beek, who's in, and brings the bat down calmly in defence. Van Beek does well, low to his right off his own bowling to field the ball. Hands it back to Tom Scriven, who's at mid-off. Polishing work underway. Strong frame of Van Beek, turns and sets off again. Short sleeves, arms pumping back and forth. He's over the wicket to Bell. Bell defends, but ricochets away into the offside as Bell leans into it. And there's no addition to the score. That's the end of the first over back for Van Beek. And this spell at the back end of the afternoon. 174 for 4. Lancashire trailing by 77 runs.
Might well be worth giving Ahmed an over or two. The discussions that are going on, however, are between Hanscom, Van Beek, Green and Scriven and Holland, so it's a seam discussion with Ahmed crouched, squatting sort of hopefully at backward point. Nobody catching his eye. Holland will continue from the pavilion end round the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Bounces on him a bit but plays it well. The back foot out into the offside to Ahmed. Cox's gloves were about shoulder high then. Standing up to Holland. He's rarely been wicketless this season, but he is at the moment. In he goes. Bowls Jennings forward solidly. Plays it out into the offside where Budinger, long-sleeved shirt, comes running into field.
Yeah, got one in the first innings, didn't he, in Holland? Dismissed George Bell, actually. And nicked off to slip, where Hanscom took the catch. Van Beek and Hull, with 6 wickets between them in that first innings, 3 each.
On bowls, wow, that jumps. Wow, that was some take by Cox. Given that sort of seamed and climbed. Ooh, extra update. Ooh. There we go. Well, they're having to work rather harder this time round to dismiss a determined Lancashire side for a second time. They have picked up 1 wicket since lunch, that of George Hurst, who was nicely caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Tom Scriven. But he'd put on 70 with Keaton Jennings, and Jennings is still there. The former England opener is 91 not out. Very much the main man in the way of the Foxes' charge towards a 5th championship victory this season. Lancashire have moved on to 174 for 4. They still trail on first innings by 77, but they're looking as though they could well extend this game into tomorrow, and who knows, even save it. Lancashire 174 for 4. Played off the back foot by Jennings out towards third man as well. I was here. I shall insert that one.
Reminded me of a story from quite a few years ago, and Lancashire were playing away from home, and I'm not going to mention on there who it was, but there was a particular radio station came to for an update, and the regular reporter wasn't on commentary, so I just picked up and did the update and did my best impression of that.
Holland in, bowls down the leg side. Bell flicks it. Did anybody say anything? Was it noticed?
Well, whoever was the presenter did pick up on the back of it, so that's clearly not so and so and so, but thank you anyway for the update. An unexpected update, but it's all right, I was there to do it. I don't think they were surprised by the slightly Lancastrian update for this southern-based radio station.
Ahmed is beginning to sort of roll his arms a little bit now, so it may be that he's going to get a bowl shortly, but our dear departed, and I mean dear departed colleague Bob Hunt once was here for me when I was elsewhere, and they came to me unexpectedly. Is it me?
No, Van Beek into Jennings, 92. Jennings drives through the offside, out towards deep extra cover, and turns and comes back for 2, moves to 94, 177 for 4 now.
And he dutifully supplied with a bulletin, but having explained who he carefully was first while chortling at the same time, and found the whole thing very funny with a big West Country accent going out across the East Midlands airways.
74 behind Lancashire. Here's Van Beek into Jennings. Oh, he's banged that in short, and it's beyond the reach of the keeper, and it's down towards the boundary. It's been called a wide, 4 of them. So a few of those in the game that have gone short and then ballooned up high, either above Cox or on this occasion, above Hurst or on this occasion Cox. It takes a total to 182 for 4. 69 runs behind. Have too much of a chance with that, in truth, Ben Cox, but neither did Matty Hurst on quite a few occasions in Leicestershire first innings.
I think they were pretty much all from Anderson Phillip, weren't they?
Yeah,
so really banged them in. Cox did get his glove to it, but just couldn't stop it.
Van Beek to Jennings. Dropped into the offside again. Covers open, so he guides that away through the vacant cover region. Jogs through for a single. 95 now to Keaton Jennings. 183 for 4.
He does look in control now, doesn't he, Jennings? He looks pretty comfortable out there.
Bell's on 14. Field changes for Bell. Right-hander, of course. 2 slips still there. Van Beek over the wicket. Bell edging. Oh, he's been put down.
Did it carry?
Hanscom to his right.
I wasn't sure it carried.
Or maybe the yelp of frustration from Van Beek was because it didn't carry rather than it being put down. Look at the replay. Richard will tell us.
No, it was a good couple of feet short.
It was a frustrated yelp off Van Beek as he found the edge but didn't carry to Hanscom. Worked into the onside by Bell this time. And there's no run. Not been many chances since the lunch break. Hurst, the dismissal. There's been a couple of LBW shouts to Jennings, but nothing that was too troubling really for the umpire to give. That edge off Bell's bat bouncing short, but not much. And they're patiently probing away into Bell, driven this time to mid-off. Van Beek looking for his 3rd of the day. 183 for 4. Trail by 68. Van Beek looking for his 4th of the day. 3 for 41. 1 ball left of the over. Turns and in again to complete it. Pulled away by Bell. Cracked that one away for 4. He likes that straight away, George Bell. Pulled in front of square on the leg side. Didn't need to run. He knew he'd timed that well enough for 4 to end the over. 18 for George Bell, 187 for 4, trail by 64.
Well, Ahmed was swinging his arms, but perhaps it was a hint rather than because he'd been told something, because he's still not going to bowl. Holland will continue. And Ahmed has stopped swinging his arms, bless him. Very much a containing field, with the exception of Hanscom himself at slippers. Holland wanders in and bowls to Jennings, who cuts him out towards backward third, so wide-ish third man position. Van Beek fields, but Jennings moves on to 96, so within 1 boundary now of it's stupid to use a word like vindication, isn't it? Because he, as you say, he's had some good scores already this season, but it'll be a meaningful century for him, I would suggest, in the circumstances.
Could not agree anymore, especially on the back of what happened leading up to the last game.
Holland in 2, Bell, outside off stump and left. Is it a little bit of swing into the gloves of keeper Cox?
It's going to be a patient approach here, isn't it, by Leicestershire? Lancashire are applying themselves well second time round, but I suspect they'll just keep nagging away, keep rotating the bowlers, keep making the changes.
Holland in, bowls on off stump. Bell respectfully and solidly forward on off stump.
Don't think there'll be too many concerns just yet. Still, Lancashire still behind in the game. Just keep probing away. Holland and Van Beek back together. Scriven's had a go. Green's had a go. Hall has been a bit expensive. We've not seen him for a while. And of course, it is still on there as an option as well.
Holland is in, bowls, again line and length, and again Bell solidly forward. I think they would love one before tea though, that's for sure, which is still 7.5 overs away, despite the fact it is now officially tea time. And the over 8, well, they tend to change it during the intervals at +4. I don't think it will have changed it. With the delays have been for various things, not wickets falling. Holland is in, bowls. Oh, that sneaks through very low, and whether Bell just managed to get a little Q end of the bat, I think he did. It sounded a little bit Woody Examines at the bottom of the bat, just to make sure, and snuck through to Ben Cox. And had that one been straight, there wouldn't have been much that Bell could have done about it. That was a, oof, that really did creep. Holland in again, Bell leaves, and that one swings away outside off stump, end of the over. And at the same time, Lancashire will think, well, if we can get 100 ahead, 150 ahead, a few of those tomorrow.
They absolutely will, yeah. I'm not so sure how much they would have thought about being ahead when they resumed this morning. 250 behind, but certainly edging towards tea. 60 behind and 6 wickets remaining. That then becomes a possibility for them, doesn't it? Becomes that idea of maybe on the 4th day, if they can get a decent chunk ahead, then maybe it could be a tricky run chase at some stage later tomorrow for Leicestershire. Got to get themselves in front, got to get themselves level first. Van Beek to Jennings, forward in defence, and there's no run. But if they can get themselves level, if this partnership, for example, can shave off these 60 runs, 6 wickets in hand, it gives them a chance, doesn't it, to try and change the story of the game, which has been a story driven by Leicestershire so far. 96 to Jennings, drives. That picks out Scriven at mid-off, and there's no run. Wanders away to square leg. A very familiar feeling for Keaton Jennings, that it will make getting 4 extra runs any easier, of course, but the fact that he's been in this situation 31 times before, as he drives again to mid-off, and there's no run, surely must help. 31 first-class centuries for Keaton Jennings, just under 12,000 first-class runs.
He's got his England record up there.
17 test matches, scoring 781 runs, averaged 25, 2 centuries. Van Beek to Jennings, defended again, there's no run. Trail by 63. 2 Centurions in this game, both for Leicestershire, Riyad Ahmed and Lewis Hill, in that brutal partnership yesterday, double century partnership. Van Beek in, Bowles pulled away by Jennings out towards the square leg boundary for 4. And a century for Keaton Jennings. And it will mean the world to him as well. His first of the summer, a difficult summer, but a fabulous effort by Jennings. His 32nd first-class century. That will feel sweet in what has been a very, very tough year for Lancashire. But Jennings today certainly standing up, 100 not out from 163 deliveries. Lancashire 192 for 4, trail by 59.
Yeah, well played. Keaton Jennings. Deserved, thoroughly deserved. And a classy, determined knock by the former England opener. A very nice way to go to your century as well. With a very firmly hit 4. Van Beek is in, bowls to him outside off stump, cuts it in the air through point again. Rehan Ahmed is backward of point, so no chance, but hit in the air. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, walking around the boundary clockwise.
Keaton Jennings, 100, came in 163 balls, including 10 fours.
10 fours, as you probably heard. Pete, the PA man, announced there. They need more from him, Lancashire, though. And he has that ability to go really big. Top score of the match, 136 by Rehan Ahmed. Lewis Hill 119, and now Keaton Jennings is 101 not out. On strike to Ian Holland. Wicketless so far. Holland bowls very short. Again, it stays a little bit lowy. Obviously goes back. Keaton Jennings works it away. Comes down on it fairly late. Turns it out towards deep backward square. Hull comes in from long leg to field. Jennings onto a 102. Ice Cream Van creeps closer as Holland is in. Bowls, bounces a little bit on Bell, that one. Blocks it, taking his bottom hand off the bat out towards mid-wicket. Rishi Patel comes into field. So Leicestershire being frustrated at the moment. Just the 1 wicket in the session so far. 5 overs to go after this one. Before tea, that is. Hanscom tells Hull to go touch wider because he's bringing in a gully for Holland, bowling to Bell. The young right-hander runs in and bowls. Doesn't bowl wide, bowls very straight, and Bell presents an appropriately straight bat in response. 194, deficit now less than 60, 57.
We'll mention the cake a bit, haven't we? It's a friend of mine. I think he's so.
I'm afraid so. Yes.
He's listening to the commentary back up in Lancashire.
Yes, Holland is in and bowls. Again, doesn't really get up too much. Bell is correctly forward, head over the ball, playing to mid-off.
Asked me what cake do we go for? So I said, I texted him. I said, we went for the lemon drizzle and then pumpkin and ginger. And he's come back saying lemon drizzle, the dependable choice. Pumpkin and ginger is the rebel's choice.
Felt that way, but my word, it was vindicated.
It was.
Yes. Holland is in and bowls. Bell again is forward, defending the straight delivery. They don't operate on the 4th day of games, the Friends of Grace Road, simply because sometimes there isn't a 4th day really, and they don't want to waste all the cake. So today is the day. If you're coming down, And remember, free entry after tea. Every championship fixture at the Uptonsteel. Holland is in and bowling to Bell. Again, very straight. It's been a really good straight over from Holland, making the batsman play. Old-fashioned virtues, but they are virtues. But Lancashire have done really well this afternoon. It has been their session so far. Just the one wicket has fallen in it. 74 for 3 at lunch. So they've added 120 for the loss of just George Hurst. Matty Hurst. George Hurst? Getting my bells and my Hurst.
Yeah, there's lots of Georges. There's a few Georges in this team.
Matty Hurst, who was caught behind after a very decent 26. Had a drive at Well, bit of a push at Tom Scriven, caught behind.
Yes, they have enjoyed a good session, Lancashire. And, Van Beek's into Jennings. Oh, that beats him. Rising delivery. Jennings just kind of shakes his head and looks back down the pitch. And please, he's just not nicked it behind to the keeper. But a bit of extra in that one from Van Beek. And that lifted on Jennings. 94 for 4.
Oof, it went as well. Great ball. Unexpected in the 60th over.
Turns and in he comes and bowls. Dropped into the offside, there's no run. 55 run partnership. On the back of a 70 run partnership by Jennings and Hurst as well. Lancashire performing so far on this third day in a pretty admirable way. Certainly on the stroke of lunch when Harris was departed, caught behind but off Van Beek. Things looked a little bit shaky. Done well so far this afternoon. Van Beek to Jennings, driving but off the inner half of the bat towards mid-on. There is no run. Well, 94 for 4. Ahmed's still twirling his arms around, but that's just to keep himself loose, or to try and put some subtle hints in the captain's direction, or maybe he's been given the word from Peter Hanscom that he might have a little go before tea. He's dancing around at cover point. Van Beek's in to Jennings, trying to force that away, but thickish toe edge of the bat there by the looks of it, as he tried to carve it out towards the offside. Falls to Ahmed, who takes his opportunity just to bowl the ball up towards Tom Scriven. He's limbering up. He's not far away, Riyad Ahmed, it would appear. It's having a little twirl before the tea break. Not they have long, if he is to come on before tea. Into Jennings, that's defended to mid-on. There's no run. Just got a couple of overs, Riyad Ahmed, at the back end of the afternoon session, but it might just be a couple of overs that prizes out one more wicket. 194 for 4, 57 behind. Van Beek loops round from the top of his mark and sets off again, bustling in, bowling, pushed away for runs by Jennings, just one of them. Through to keep the strike as well, and maybe face for Riyad Ahmed. He's on the brink of having a twirl. He is indeed. 195 for 4.
Yeah, I've had a few WhatsApps and skeets to the effect that isn't it about time we tried our test leg spinner? He's going to have at least 2 overs pre-tea. Hanscom runs across to Van Beek, has a word with him. Will you be okay to bowl the last over before one more over before tea? Might make a change. Holland is being sent back to long on. there is also deep mid-wicket, so with long off as well out and extra cover out, plenty of cover for Ahmed on the boundary in front of the wicket. Ahmed round the wicket, bowls a half tracker that is thumped, but thumped in a way that he remained in control there, Jennings, and made sure he hit it along the ground out towards wideish, long on, and takes one because Ian Holland, as I said, is out there. So a bit of a drag down to start proceedings from Rehan Ahmed. Can he do better against George Bell? Ahmed in, bowls. It's a better length, it's a little bit leg side, but Bell on the back foot just pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Heard the mutual calls of no from both Bell and Jennings. Ahmed bowls again a little bit short. Bell goes back and very wristily whips it out to deep mid-wicket. Fields and throws. Good throw from Budinger, who's out there. Chatting away to the crowd, I'm sure. A little knot of supporters, Leicestershire hardcore supporters in the Stench Benno stand. Ahmed going round to Keaton Jennings. Well, he's got plenty of footholds to bowl into. It's worth a try. In he goes and bowls, gives out some pleasant air, driven by Jennings, but good work at extra cover by Rishi Patel. Means no run. Ahmed bowls, that's better. Might have straightened a bit on him. That might have been the sort of googly from round the wicket. Jennings dealt with it. Pushed it out on the front foot out to Patel. Ahmed bowls, again a little bit short, but Jennings is careful, goes back, but ends up steering it rather carefully, as I say, out into the covers. End of Ahmed's over. If one is generous, one says that is a mixed bag. Just conceded the 2 runs from it, though, and no doubt needs a little bit more time to get his arm loose before one should really pass judgment. But it wasn't a great opening over. 97 for 4. The deficit now just 54.
Van Beek has a chance here. Edging up towards T. He'll feel like he has a chance here. Bell on strike. Van Beek in to Bell. Oh, he's top edged it. Who wants it? The keeper's going to get it. Takes the catch. Van Beek's the man. Gets his 4th of the day. You just sensed that Leicestershire felt there was a chance potentially with Bell being on strike and T not too far away. Big, thick top edge. I think Van Beek fancied it himself to take the catch and then quickly thought, you know what, I'll leave it for Cox with the gloves. And they have prized one more out before T. Bell gone for 19, 197 for 5.
Partnership of 58 between Bell and Jennings, and he used the right verb there, prized. These Lancashire batsmen are having to be prized out this afternoon.
George Bell was bowled by Ben Cox.
4th wicket for Logan Van Beek, 4 for 51 for the New Zealander. And it does mean that George Balderson will have, what, 2 overs and 5 balls before T to deal with.
Sorry, Richard, what did you say the partnership was there?
68. No, sorry.
Sorry, I can't find it. It was on the scoreboard, wasn't it?
58.
Thank you.
I did it old-fashioned, writing it down there. 7 minus 9. Well, you can put that into 17. 17 minus 9, you know, is 8, and you put the extra 1 down at the bottom, and it works. It just takes a lot longer. Should be able to do it in my head, of course I should by now. Cox actually caught that. He was actually past the crease when he caught it. He was at short leg pretty much and had to dive forward.
He did, yeah. I think Van Beek fancied it off his own bowling, and then he could see Cox scampering up pretty quickly and thought, I'll hold back. Cox with the gloves, taking the good catch. Balderson, the new batter, Van Beek, around the wicket. Oh, that carries through nicely. It's amazing what a wicket can do.
Yeah, that? Somebody shouted, where's that come from? Comes from taking a wicket, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, doesn't it? Yeah. Extra bit of energy, finds a little extra something again from the pitch. And taken by Cox above head height. Gloves above head height. Wicket keeper. 97 for 5. Awkward couple of overs for Balderson to deal with. Van Beek in. Full delivery this time. Turned to the leg side by Balderson. Hull will catch up with it, and Balderson wants 3, and Jennings completely agrees. And there is a third to be had there to get George Balderson's innings up and running, and that brings the 200 up actually for Lancashire as well. 200 for 5, still 51 runs behind, and still Jennings going on. 104 not out. Van Beek to Jennings, nudged off his hip, but nudged pretty quickly down towards fine leg. Green swings away to his right hand side to field. Jennings comes back for 2 more. 106 not out, 202 for 5. 49 runs in the rears are Lancashire. Mostling his way back in. Van Beek to Jennings. That is defended to mid-off. And there's no run. So partnerships today for Lancashire. 25 for the first wicket. And then 44 between Jennings and Harris, 70 between Jennings and Hurst, and 58 between Jennings and Bell. Van Beek to Jennings, who drives. And the ball ricocheting back down the pitch and gathered via Van Beek off his own bowling. He seemed to have a conversation with his captain just before that over started about, is it still another one? And there's still very much another one. And it's produced the breakthrough for Leicestershire. You sensed that they fancied that to Bell, keeping Bell on, getting Bell on strike for the Van Beek over. And yeah, it's worked a treat for them. He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? 4 for 56.
He has. He has been a great acquisition, a great signing. That's a better word, really. Logan Van Beek had a wonderful winter in New Zealand. Top wicket taker down there as Ahmed round the wicket bowls to George Balderson, who stretches forward, blocks the length delivery out towards backward point where the aforementioned Van Beek fields. Ahmed, desperate to come to the bowling party, so to speak, is in. Bowls a little bit short. It does turn back in a touch, but not aggressively so, and Balderson has plenty of time to work it on the back foot into the onside. Ahmed is in. Bowls gives that some nice air, and forward goes Balderson, blocking it out to Van Beek. The somewhat tuneless symphony of tiles going up and down continues above our heads as the wind gets up momentarily before in goes Ahmed, getting through the over quickly. Back goes Balderson and plays it down into the ground. Balderson, first class century in 2023, a really good one as well.
Yeah, he got 2 that year actually.
2?
Yeah, he got one against Warwickshire, one against Northamptonshire.
Ahmed in, bowls an absolute half tracker again. His arms going over too quickly. Balderson pulls it out to deep square. Walker does well, dives in the end to stop it down a deep backward square, and 2 taken by Balderson. Ahmed maybe trying a little bit too hard in this over. And he goes to finish it, bowls to Balderson. It's a bit more flight to that one, driven back to him by Balderson, Ahmed Fields, and that is the end of his second over. Whether he'll bowl after tea, what are you laughing at? Oh, go on.
Yeah, well, not the best overs he sent down.
No, they weren't. I think one has to be honest, doesn't one? It was a bit better than the first, but that's rather damning it with faint praise, isn't it?
He's bowling really quickly.
Oh, yeah, that was ridiculous, really. Really, not just in terms of getting through the over, but everything about it was too quick, wasn't it, really?
Right, final over of the afternoon session. Jennings takes a single to square leg, moves to 107 and 205 for 5. So they've got Balderson on strike, and as a result, second slip coming into place here. Rishi Patel alongside captain Peter Hanscom. So 2 slips. Nothing much else changes. Oh, actually, they want square leg to come in by the looks of it, yeah. Is that Saul Budinger? That's deep square leg, jogging into alongside the square leg umpire. Is the only other change. Left by Balderson through to Cox. Still got the fine leg, still got the third man, still got deep point as well. 4 to go before tea. It's not at all been a bad session for Lancashire, but it's still trailing, 5 down. Runs for Balderson, it's a no ball as well. Pushed away through the offside. But they're under pressure at lunch for Lancashire, 3 down, losing Harris, and Jennings has been outstanding. And he's had support from Hurst, he's had support from Bell. Partnership's worth 70 and 58 this afternoon. Can he find another one with Balderson? At least the bulk of that will be required after the tea break. Still 4 balls left. Jennings forward, drops it into the offside. There is no run. They've blocked that position off. That's been a source of runs for Jennings. Just that little tip and go through cover. But with Rishi Patel at backward point, Riyad Ahmed now just in front of square at point, just blocked that route off, which has produced a lot of singles for Jennings in this innings. With that type of shot, that little push into the offside. Here's Van Beek to Jennings, left, taken by Ben Cox. And there's no run. So it'll be 32 overs remaining after the tea break, because you'll be hoping they're a decent chunk in front by the close of play. 5 wickets to work with. Van Beek to Jennings, worked off his hip to square leg for 1 run. 108 to Keaton Jennings, now 209 for 5. With 1 ball left of the afternoon session, Lancashire at lunch was 74 for 3, trailing by 177. The 209 for 5 with a delivery to go, trailing by 42. Van Beek to end the afternoon session around the wicket to Balderson, who's stretching for it. Push the ball away off the inner half of the bat, deflects to mid-on. That is the over, and that is tea.
Lancashire trail by just 42 runs now with those 5 second innings wickets intact. Keaton Jennings very much leading from the front, 108 not out. Balderson 6 not out. So very much Lancashire's session. They began it 74 for 3, so they have added 135 runs for the loss of just the 2 wickets. Leicestershire won't be entirely dissatisfied with their efforts. They stuck up what has worked for them this season and managed to pick up 2 wickets, those of Matty Hurst, caught by Ben Cox conventionally. A genuine edge off Tom Scriven and a reasonably straightforward catch for Ben Cox, and then Cox then had to run to the wicket to take a top-edged attempted pull by George Bell, again off the bowling of Logan van Beek, and held it, and Bell dismissed for 19. The applause for Keaton Jennings, understandably. Leicestershire can regroup a little bit now. They still have plenty of work to do if they are to finish this game tonight, if they are to win it tonight. Lancashire with Jennings at the crease and Balderson, a very, very competent first-class batsman, also at the crease, will still have ambitions of extending it deep into tomorrow, and who knows, setting Leicestershire a testing target. We'll be back with you. That is Scott Reed, Rita Green and myself, Richard Ray, in about 15 minutes' time.
Sorry, 279.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
get your own headphones if you wanted that.
Oh no.
Sorry. Oh. Gosh. Dear. Excuse me.
Well, welcome back to our coverage here on the BBC Sport website and app and via Leicestershire's live stream for day 3 evening session with Lancashire 209 for 5, trailing by 42 runs, with Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 108 and George Balderson on 6. 32 overs left in the day, and Lancashire have enjoyed a good afternoon because they resumed after lunch on 74 for 3 and got to tea at 209 for 5. So that's 135 runs for 2 wickets in the afternoon session. Scott Reed and Rita Green to start the coverage of this final part of the third day, and a much better fight back by Lancashire after lunch, Rita.
Good afternoon to all, and Scott as well. Yeah, absolutely. I think pretty good session in some regard. Of course, disappointment losing a couple of wickets, but it's about partnerships, isn't it? There's a partnership of 58 and a partnership of 70 today as well, and that's been the key. And there's another partnership brewing here with Balderson. And I know you back down the tail, don't you, Lancashire crew? But this is pretty important to keep the pressure on.
It is, yeah. There's certainly 2 guys coming in next, Hartley and Bailey, who can bat, definitely. Both can bat and back. Bailey's got, I think, 11 first-class 50s to his name. It would be Riyad Ahmed to get us underway after tea. Forward goes Jennings. So it comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects away behind square on the leg side. So yeah, there's a bit to come. Let's see what these 2 can put together. Leicestershire on the prowl for more wickets. Off the back foot this time, punched away through the offside by Jennings for the first run of the post-tea session, 209 for 5. It certainly had to be patient, Leicestershire. They took 3 wickets in the morning session, 2 falling in the afternoon, but they stuck at it, stuck to their plans. That's away by Balderson. There's no run, and thanks to Logan van Beek, managed to prize 1 more wicket out, just edging towards tea. The dismissal of George Bell. He's picked up 4 wickets, Van Beek. Here's Ahmed in balls, fullish delivery to Balderson, who's forward and defending. And there is no run. There's a slip in place for Riyad Ahmed. Had a couple of overs before tea, and he's starting up from the pavilion end after tea. Into Balderson. It's pushed away to mid-off. That's to cover, in truth. And there is no run. There's a slip in place. Backward point. Backward square leg. Short mid-wicket. Short cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid to Balderson. Plays that late and off the back foot. One that potentially didn't get up as much as he was expecting. But he keeps it out nonetheless. It's the end of the over, just the single coming off it as we get into the evening. 210 for 5. Lancashire. Balderson on 6. Jennings on 109. Trail by 41.
Well, that was a speedy over in so many ways. The pace of the ball. I mean, is Rehan become a medium pacer here? Is it me, or is he just bowling awfully fast?
Quick. He was before tea as well. Yeah, he did zip him in before tea. He did a couple of overs before the tea break, which I don't think were his best. But Interesting that they've started off with Ahmed after tea. It's going to be Scriven from the Bennett end.
Yeah, that's
back underway.
Sorry, that's a really good point. He's had very little action with the ball. With the bat, different story in this match. But Scriven from the Bennett end, and this one's defended by Jennings. And there is no run, and he immediately takes off his gloves, tries to change his padding, you know, after tea and whatnot. Well, I better not commentate on this bit, actually. He's, I'll go back to the cricket generally. He's sorting out his thigh pad and inner thigh pad and whatnot, but
It's readjusting things.
yeah, indeed. You got to feel comfortable out there. But the Centurion, 109 from 185 balls. I mean, what an innings so far to really be the mainstay of resistance against this Leicestershire side that have been so dominant this season. I know Leicestershire fans, you don't want to dream too early, but you have been rather good so far. Scriven in round the wicket. This one's driven, but not middled at all, and stopped by the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a really classy knock, really, from Keaton Jennings. I mean, there's been some lovely shots. So he's driven straight down the ground beautifully. He's hit some lovely flowing cover drives, but in the middle of all that it's an innings that just ran it, to me, just really stands out his character, really.
Jennings on strike, driven once again, but just to the left of Ben Green, who does a theatrical dive and no run.
I was watching him this morning in the warm-ups, and the players were warming up, and then he, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes before the start of play, comes back towards the pavilion, and he just seemed to have a very purposeful walk and look to him, and since he got out there and started batting, it was a real sign of determination that he was going to make an impact today.
Tom Scriven in. This one's defended by Jennings and no run. Yeah, that determined look in his eyes. He comes across as the sort of guy that is up for these type of challenges, isn't it? Got loads of experience, international as well as the county scene as well. The 32-year-old, 6'2", so got some stature out there as well. 17 tests to his name. Is he still in the England mix at all, do you think?
Probably not. No, maybe that
those days have gone on.
Ship
then,
has sailed potentially. Yeah.
So Lancashire's the focus now, and actually the good move here for Cox to come up to the stumps. The wicket keeper going to be tricky with this pace actually from Scriven, but good move if it can be done. Scriven in and driven, but there's a man in the deep. Sweeper out there, and that ball flew across the surface, but straight to the fielder, and they go through for a single. And Jennings is asking for something already. Oh, he's wanting to get rid of his
yes
pullover or get another one. I doubt it's to get another one. He's warmed up already after tea. And Balson now on strike, 6 from 15. He's going to have to play a crucial role here in this rebuild. And by the way, the Lancashire only trail by 40 runs now. Scriven in. Full delivery, tucked into mid on, there's no run. And indeed, that is the end of the over. And indeed, he's warmed up. Jennings, a Centurion. And there's going to be a moment when he can just pass on this woolly pullover to the 12th man. I love the over rate here. Actually, I should say this to Richard when he's on comms. But the over rate for Leicestershire seems to be always tremendously good. You know, no problem there about getting in trouble with the league or anything like that. +3 at the moment, so they're skittling through their overs, and Rahan Ahmed is probably going to help with that as well, with his speedy nature.
Yeah, it was the same in the first innings actually. As Ahmed's into Jennings off the back foot and played away into the offside, stopped by a Rishi Patel at cover. There's no run. It was a very no nonsense approach really. Everyone just kind of got on with it. There's no delays. There's no slowly walking back to your mark and all that, so they just cracked on with it at a good pace. There's Jennings forward to defend, and there's no run. Yeah, +3. It was +4, wasn't it, just before tea, so they just readjusted it slightly during the tea interval. 110 not out, Keaton Jennings. Here is Ahmed in and bowling. That's played away by Jennings into to the offside, and there is no run.
But getting to parity, you know, getting rid of that deficit of 40, psychologically that would be huge, won't it? After coming in today with, what, 2-5-1?
Ahmed to Jennings, and defended. Yeah, if they can. Well, I said this when Bell was batting and they were 4 down. But if they can get to parity with these two still there, two batsmen, and with Hartley and Bailey still to come. Forward again in defence, then they have a possibility, which in truth at 11 o'clock this morning didn't really look possible. Well, at least it looks so far away, you could it's hard to imagine it. But at 40 behind with 5 wickets remaining, Ahmed to Jennings. That's the end of the over. No run as he turns it to mid-wicket. Then they do still have that possibility of trying to put some pressure on Leicestershire tomorrow, but we've seen through the course of the 2 previous days so far that wickets have been flowing pretty freely across the first couple of days, and I think Leicestershire will be hopeful, prizing at least a couple more out tonight, which would make that chance of putting Leicestershire under pressure tomorrow a little less likely.
Scriven continues. He's in. This one's defended by Balson, and there's no run. I think Rahan Ahmed was pleased with that over. He did one of those sort of claps, so to speak, of onto your hands when you feel confident about an over or bit of play. It's a maiden over, so keeping the pressure on Lancashire here. 211 for 5, the scoreline. In the grand scheme of the game, Lancashire trail by 40. And I want to chat about Jimmy in a moment, Scott, if that's all right. Here comes Scriven. I'm sure you don't mind that, that's for sure. That one's defended, there's no run. But Jimmy's here, of course, and wasn't in the starting lineup, so to speak, but plays such a big part, doesn't he? I'm sure within the squad, having a legend like that around you must be great. And actually, he's been quite a thrill for the fans here as well, hasn't he? Lots of selfies and autographs being sought after. Yeah,
I'm sure it was pretty disappointing on day one for a lot of supporters who came, knowing that Jim was in the squad and expecting him to play.
Balls on strike. This one's defended, there's no run.
And obviously the news then coming through that he wasn't able to feature this week, but as you say, he's been pretty popular, hasn't he, when the autograph hunters have been waiting patiently at the foot of the pavilion to sign autographs and to take selfies. So yeah, he's been here all week, hasn't he? Even though he's not featuring. I think his role's increased a little bit actually on the back of the change of captaincy, with Marcus Harris taking the captaincy, but Anderson's name was mentioned as being one of the senior players.
Scriven in, defended and no run.
I mentioned Josh Bohannon as vice captain and assisted by James Anderson as well, so he's obviously, it would appear, taking an even bigger kind of leadership role in the team. And I was saying to Richard before, I'm not sure if Marcus Harris is going to be available for the 2 championship matches that come in the middle of the T20 blast, and if that is the case, then Anderson's role, I guess, steps up again, doesn't it, in terms of his leadership.
Balls on strike. This one's left alone, through to the keeper, no run. I mean, yeah, such a versatile character. Obviously loves the game tremendously and wants to stay around the game, even they're not playing in today's game, and just being an influence on the squad. Yeah, I didn't embarrass myself or you guys by asking for a cheesy selfie during the luncheon break. It did cross my mind, if I'm honest.
Why not?
But I've done it many a time before, quite frankly, of many a cricketer of, do you mind? But they never seem to mind. Well, I don't think so anyway. Balson in. This one's driven, full delivery there from Tom Scriven, and indeed that is yet another maiden over. And do you think that the pressure's building? I don't feel like the pressure's massively building. I think that the Lancashire batters are just taking their time here. They know that they've got plenty of time in the game, and Leicestershire are just bowling great line and length, and Lancashire still trail by 40 runs.
Yeah, they're kind of continuing really the approach that they've had so far in the match, Leicestershire, which has been really tight, disciplined bowling. They gave Lancashire little really in their first innings. In the end, that patience and that discipline was rewarded with wickets. As Ahmed's in to Jennings off the back foot in defence, and there's no run. And they have shown great patience, and Peter Hanscom's kind of chopped and changed his bowlers, and at some point, somewhere along the line, one of them's cropped up and done the job. Carved away by Jennings into the offside. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary in Sol Budinger. Just a single for Jennings. He moves to 111 not out, 212 for 5, and the deficit down to 39. Yes, I think Leicestershire's approach will just be the same. I mean, they've had third man, fine leg, deep point, deep square for most of the game, especially when the seamers are on, and restricting runs and keeping it tight. Forward goes Balderson defending, and there's no run.
So next up for Lancashire, it feels like a little while ago, the 22nd of June. Well, it is a while away, isn't it? Kent at home.
That's a Blackpool.
Oh, yes.
It's a sunny Blackpool.
Oh, lovely.
Ahmed in to Balderson. Just runs up the thigh pad, I think, and drops back down the pitch.
Any time for candy floss, fish and chips?
Oh, there's all that, yeah.
The penny slots and whatnot.
There's all the fun of Blackpool. Yeah, looking forward to that. In fact, Lancashire's next 3 games are all at outgrounds. At Blackpool, and then they play Derbyshire at Chesterfield and Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Again, it's quick from Ahmed from around the wicket to Balderson, tries to whip it away to the onside, no run.
Amazing how he can generate that much pace from about 5 steps. Incredible. He's not giving it time, the flight, to really turn. We're not right behind him in terms of, but he's turning it a huge amount.
Into Balderson, driven. And Greenfields at mid-off. And there's no run. The rapid over from Riyad Ahmed is completed. 69 of Lancashire's second innings. So they will actually have a second new ball as well tonight. Leicestershire 11 overs away from the second new ball becoming an option, so that is up their sleeve for a little later on. In saying that, it won't be that far away, 10 overs away with spin from one end, so got a new ball to use to try and wrap up the Lancashire innings if it's not been done before that.
Oh, now, Scott.
Well, yeah,
is a possibility, as you say. Right, new over, and here's Scriven again, who continues, who's in full delivery, but a slightly false shot there. Didn't quite get through that one. Jennings straight to mid-on and no run. Yeah, the game is. I mean, it's Leicestershire fans. You're probably thinking, well, normally we'll be skittling out the opposition if anything to go by this season, but. No, there's definitely some resistance here. They're trailed by 39 runs, Lancashire. Just noticed a plethora of batting gloves just sitting out sat on the boundary's edge. I assume they're Keaton Jennings just drying off. Next delivery, defended, and there's no run. I think he's getting through a few because he's been there since 11 o'clock this morning. I know we've been here since 11 o'clock this morning, but he's done a lot more physical work than us. But, I mean, even that in itself, you think about it, it's... 5:15 o'clock here, local time. Starting at 11, a massive amount of concentration required.
Yeah, it's a mammoth effort, isn't it, by Jennings? He'll be absolutely determined to try and see it through to the close of play if he can.
Yeah, just over 26 overs remaining. Scriven in. This one's driven, but straight to mid-on and no run. Yeah, so just going back to Jimmy and his role. Yeah, I think you might mention this on air, but last time we were commentating together, it was down in Kent, and he was having a little bit of a run out during the lunch and break.
Yeah.
And the crowds were incredible for a guy that wasn't actually in the game, but just rolling his arm over, and you could just see everybody around in awe of the GOAT. That is Jimmy. Next one in from Scriven. This is cut into the offside, a bit of width, but there's a man in the deep, and just go through for a single. So an easy run, if there's any width there for the batter, and Jennings Oh, do we need to start jumping around? He was on 111. Oh, it's over now. 112 rather now. Balderson on 6. I missed that, so I didn't need to jump around anyway. Anyway, Lancashire trail by 38 runs, and the partnership is 16.
What I liked about that time at Kent was how it slowly developed. There was just one or two wandered out towards, because the supporters could go out onto the outfield. One or two went there, then quickly word spread.
Balderson on strike, defended no run. Exactly. And it just took one person to say, Jimmy, do you mind, as he was walking off there, not as he was walking up to his mark, but as he was walking off, can I have a selfie, please? And then the hordes of people, and he's a top bloke, and I know he's here to do a job. He's not here to just have selfies with people like me. Didn't happen, I promise you this time. I didn't embarrass you guys this time, I promise you. But anyway, lovely to see him here, and a real inspiration for absolutely everyone, young cricketers and otherwise. Scriven in, this was tucked into the onside. There's plenty of space there, no mid-wicket, so they go through for a single. Balderson has played nicely so far, just played the ball on its merits, and on to 7. And the keeper's sort of hopping a bit. I don't know if it's a superstition thing or just a little bit of a niggle or maybe a bit of cramp. Yeah, he's just stretching.
Cramp. He wasn't he, Ben Cox? He was, as he was walking, hobbling past Keaton Jennings. Jennings was looking away to his right, as if to say, "Are you all right, mate? You're struggling a little bit there. You're kind of hopping from one side of the wicket to the other."
Maybe he's one of those sort of salty drinks or energy drinks. But it looks like Rahan Ahmed's going to continue.
Yeah, he's one of these celebrations that you brought up. You brought up 2 boxes of chocolates. It's not good. I mean, it's very kind of you, but fundamentally it's not good, because I can't stop putting my fingers in the chocolate box. Albeit the bounties are not proving very popular, and obviously not a popular choice. Plenty of bounties.
I like the Malteser ones.
Oh, lovely, yes. Very nice.
Other chocolates are available.
Rian Ahmed around the wicket to Balderson, forward and defends. And there is no run. Gathered at short leg. 214 for 5. Ahmed having a little spell here, post tee. Whipped away to the onside by Balderson towards mid-on. Ian Holland fields, and there's again no run. Short leg slip. 2 catching fielders close in. Past the umpire, fizzes another one in, turned into the onside by Balderson. The ball's lobbed back to Rian Ahmed, who polishes it on the bottom of his shirt, and arm swinging back and forth. He's in. Oh, that's gone past the edge of Balderson's bat. Has it just taken a little something off it? Went past the keeper, stopped it by Hanscom at slip.
Missed the stumps by much, didn't it?
It did, no, it didn't. Seemed to miss pretty much everything. It was, again, a really sharp delivery, darted in by Ahmed.
Oh.
Clipped away by Balderson. What have you seen on the replay?
I'm not sure that wasn't a chance, actually.
Okay.
It came off the thickish outside edge. It went
Right.
very low to Hanscom. Very hard to tell whether it carried, but I think it might have done.
214 for 5. Turned into the onside again by Balderson. End of the over. Rattling through some overs here, Leicestershire, but the new ball is on the horizon for the Foxes. 214 for 5. Deficit 37. Balderson on 7. Jennings 112. Not out.
Almost half-time, therefore almost update time, just to warn you in case it suddenly happens. Scott heads next door. So you might just hear me switch into news mode. Not that there's been much, which is good news as far as Lancashire are concerned. Just 2 wickets since lunch, and we are well now into the evening session. Scriven manfully getting through these difficult overs with the old ball is round the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who strokes the ball in defence up towards Josh Hull at mid-on, and there is no run. So I'm not quite sure whether that one to Hanscom carried on the full, but it looked like it did on first view. So that is why Rehan Ahmed sort of sank to his knees in disappointment. Scriven is in and bowls. Oh, Jennings, it takes off. There's a catch behind. Jennings has gone, caught off the glove. That is huge. Brilliant catch by Hanscom. Jennings looks very disappointed about being given out. It absolutely reared at him from Scriven, burst through Cox's gloves, who's standing up to the stumps, and was taken by Hanscom. Well, wow. Straight away, Scriven was celebrating. He was certain it had hit the glove. Keaton Jennings wasn't so certain, judging by his reaction. He walks off, but having made a magnificent 112, raises his bat to the crowd. Let you hear the applause.
What a catch from Peter Hanscom. What a catch. Diving catch as well, and that could be really a massive change now towards a result potentially today. Lancashire 12 still by 37, but the Centurion back, yeah, he looked so disappointed, didn't he, Richard? Was it disappointment of getting out or disappointment of the verdict? Well, probably a bit of both maybe. But Scriven looked absolutely delighted with that, quite rightly. Now, a couple of wickets for Scriven now, but yeah, Lancashire really up against it.
Yeah, big wickets as well. Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Absolutely took off. It took the glove. I'm certain it took the glove. And certainly Scriven was. He didn't even look behind. And it just reared up. And Jennings couldn't, understandably enough, even on 112, get anything out of the way of it, really. But Scriven has that knack of taking really important wickets. And again, proving the depth in this Leicestershire seam attack in particular. They keep coming at you, and they don't give you anything really to get away, and that is their secret at the moment. And that's in the 72nd over. He managed to get something special, and Cox, I guess, was certainly a little bit fortunate standing up to the crease that it didn't go down. In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. Hartley, who played nicely briefly in the first innings, steps forward and lets that one go through.
Yeah, what a moment in the match. And the guy that's been there since 11 o'clock this morning, I think he was probably shocked, quite frankly, that the wicket was doing that. We haven't seen many like that, have we, that really jumped up. Kept seeing a couple that kept low, but...
no, it was good stuff from Scriven. And the bowler has to take some credit. It's not just about the pitch. In he goes and bowls, and Hartley, all care and attention as he blocks that one off middle and leg out towards mid-on. A real bonus wicket that for Leicestershire. They weren't exactly bowling for the new ball, i.e. just sort of waiting for it to happen. And again, that's sort of one of the keys to success for them this season. They haven't sort of wasted overs in, well, we'll wait for the new ball and then go hard again. They've just kept going hard even with the old ball. Scriven is in and bowls. Hartley is forward, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way through gully down to third man. Ian Holland picks up and one is taken. Well, at least I'll have some good news from Leicestershire's point of view to pass on as and when the update comes. They say updates at sort of a half time, but half time is such a movable feast in football these days. You can get 10 minutes of injury time and things, can't you? So
you really can, but we'll be all ears for it for sure.
Scriven is into George Balderson, who drives pleasantly, doesn't really put his weight into the shot though, and it is stopped by Ben Green at mid-off. Well bowled Tom Scriven, who has 2 for 42 now from 16 overs, hard overs as well. He doesn't get the new ball. 2 seasons ago, Tom, towards the end of the season, was getting the new ball. You know, and they were, for me, asking him to bowl a little bit too fast. And I think this role as second change, maybe even third change seamer, really suits him. He's a very strong, fit boy. but he gets movement with the old ball and doesn't give much away.
Yeah, well done, Tom Scriven.
Shall I keep going just in case the update
good idea.
comes? Ahmed is in, bowls, and Hartley looks rather uncertain on the back foot there, sort of fiddles it down at his feet. Slip and short leg as Ahmed steps in and tosses it up very nicely. Hartley drives very nicely for 4. So he tossed it up very nicely. A nice loop to the delivery, but it was just over pitched, and Hartley's a tall man. Got to the pitch of it, and yeah, Reed's head shot out to the almost wide long off boundary for 4.
Yeah, lovely drive. Why not, if it's there to be driven? Rahan wasn't too pleased with that, so let's see what he...
And here we come. Ahmed bowls and concedes a run, played out into the cover. I have indeed. Keaton Jennings, the Centurion, the Lancashire Centurion, has just been dismissed by Tom Scriven. Got a ball to rear at him, took the glove, burst through the gloves of Ben Cox, who was standing up to Tom Scriven. But Peter Hanscom, who's been taking some really good catches in the last few games, dived away to his right and managed to cling on with 2 hands. A huge wicket for the Foxes. Jennings was looking immovable. He went for 112, made the score 214 for 6. They've moved on to 220 for 6 as Balderson plays and misses at Ahmed there. That means they trail now by 31, but now with just 4 second innings wickets in hand.
It's Ahmed who's fizzing this one in, pushed into the onside, and they go through for a single. I believe it's goalless between Bournemouth and Leicester, by the way, if you're interested.
There's a few City fans here who haven't gone down to Bournemouth in disgust, really, at the season they have endured.
Yeah, not been the season that you would have hoped for, Foxes fans out there. But in terms of the Foxes, with the cricketing side, it's been quite a season, and it's looking good here for potential victory, if maybe even today. So here comes Scriven. Why not keep him going? He's in and driven by Balderson. Bit of a check drive there, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Why not? Why, as you say, Tom Scriven, he's worked so hard, hasn't he? 2 wickets for 42 from his 16.1 overs. He's really worked very, very hard. And actually, you could see from the celebration of the first wicket and even the second wicket as well, how much his teammates think of him. The 26-year-old, born in Oxford with Berkshire roots, I might add. Anyway, Scriven in. Oh, and beats the bat. Beats Balderson. A beautiful delivery. Lovely, lovely movement, and well engineered there, the bowler. Oh, victory there from a moral perspective for Tom Scriven. So we've got 22 overs to go. 22 and a bit of change for today. And these two, well, they've got quite a job on their hands to get to parity and beyond. But they need to regroup after losing Jennings, which is a massive wicket. Scriven in, slightly short of a length, and pushed to the offside, and no run.
Be interesting to see what happens. 1 or maybe 2 more wickets, and they probably would take the extra half hour, depending on how close the scores are at that stage. But it could therefore be another 30 overs left tonight.
Oh, good point. That extension, and the light's okay.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
So no problems there. And that wind that we talked about earlier on is definitely died down. Still there, but died down. Scriven in. Oh, and driven, but certainly not out of the meat of the bat at all. And somehow it makes it down to deep mid wicket, and they go through for a single. These two are not hanging around here. There's not many forward defences really. And why not? I mean, Hartley, you got, what did he? 23, didn't he? Not out in the first innings. Batted nicely. You mentioned how tall he is, actually. I wrote down here in my little notepad, 6'4".
Tom
I didn't
Hartley.
realise he was that tall. But yeah, from my research, but I'm not sure what it says officially. Does it say?
6'4".
Oh, spot on. Here we go. Scriven in. This one's driven straight to short cover and there's no run. These two are not mucking about, and why not? Hartley, 6 from 7 deliveries. Balderson, 9 from 42.
Describes himself in 3 words as tall, lanky, which is very appropriate, and funny.
Oh, really?
So
Ooh,
he's-
funny as well. Calling yourself... Oh, God, love to hear a joke from you, Tom Hartley. But not right now, because you're definitely concentrating on the next delivery from Tom Scriven. In. Driven to point and no run. And really, really great over once again. Evolving here from Tom Scriven, who's done a brilliant job, and indeed it is the end of the over. 2-2-2 for 6 is the scoreline. Lancashire trail by 29 runs here in Leicester. You're listening to BBC Manchester, BBC Lancashire, BBC Leicester, or on the BBC Sport website and app.
A little bit of news potentially about Lewis Hill's absence. He was hit on the toe when he was batting yesterday, and it's giving him a lot of problems, and there's a suggestion he might just have to have it x-rayed, make sure it isn't broken. In goes Ahmed, tosses it up pleasantly. Balderson drives, thick inside edge out to mid-on. It's not the end of the world if it is, although it'll hurt. It'll feel like it. But Lewis wasn't going to be involved with the T20s as in goes Ahmed. Oh, bowls it to rears, really, on Balderson. He plays it out to point. Scriven doesn't actually field it cleanly at the first attempt, but he quickly recovers so that there's no chance of an overthrow. But again, a little bit of extra bounce. So fingers crossed for Hilly, but he'll get a break anyway. Well, you know what I mean. An unfortunate choice of words. He may have got one there. In goes Ahmed. Bowls again. It rises a little bit, but from short of a length on Balderson, and he can get on top of the bounce and cut it out to the point boundary where Rishi Patel. The trees have lost a few leaves on that side of the ground, courtesy of the kind of looks vaguely autumnal in a funny sort of way. Come September, that side of the ground is often covered in leaves from those trees. Not covered, but plenty of them. So they're a little premature in being blown off. In goes Ahmed Bowles, full, driven into the ground and bounces up nicely for Van Beek at extra cover to make the stop. But thank you for the info, Ray. Appreciate that, mate. The Stench and Benno stand. Ahmed is in, Hartley is forward, thick inside part of the bat, dribbles the ball out to mid-on. There's no run. Ahmed bounces in and bowls, brings Hartley the 6'4", as we now know. Hartley forward, big stride, blocks it out into the offside, and no run again. He's got sort of better the more he's bowled in this spell, Rehan Ahmed, and well, it's not rocket science, is it? That's bowlers often do. Ben Green noticeably has improved throughout his time here, simply by dint of bowling, really. Fred Truman often used to say that. Yeah, he could get annoying, Fred, with his views on sort of modern cricketers and the amount of time they spend in the gym, but he did have a point that they used to bowl an awful lot more overs in former times, and that's how they got fit and stayed fit and hit the lines and length so consistently. They grooved their actions. 2-2-3 for 6, 28 behind, 4 wickets in hand.
And a change of bowler at the Bennett end. Josh Hull comes back. The 20-year-old, 6'7", more height on display. Height I can only dream of, Richard. Anyway, I should stop. Let that one go. I should just let it go, Rita. Anyway, Josh Hull in. Oh, and a bit of a wave of the bat from Balderson. He'll probably say left that one, and I'd say I'm not so sure, but he's pleased to still be there. No nick. So far, Hull's figures, no wickets for 36 off his 7.1 overs, so he'll be looking for some overs here. He's bowled pretty well. He got his line a little bit wrong earlier on today, but in the main, he's done a decent job. But I'm sure looking to get 4 more wickets here. get them all out, Lancashire, from a Leicestershire perspective. This one's a bit short of a length and defended by Balderson and no run.
Hurried him a bit though. You can see when he comes on, sometimes he doesn't sort of look necessarily that quick, but the batsmen tend to give it away. They often look just that fraction more hurried, and Balderson played it okay, but sort of hopping around a little bit.
Yeah, it just came onto him pretty faster than he thought. We still got a slip in play. Skipper Hanscom is there. He took that marvellous catch to get rid of Keaton Jennings, the Centurion. Hull in. This one's a short ball. Ducks under it, does Balderson, and no run, and that's marked by the umpire. But what a catch that was. Real turning point potentially in the game. And yeah, Leicestershire, you used to your 3-day games, aren't you, nowadays? 4th day, you say?
Well, I kind of was beforehand, but for the wrong reasons. If that,
Yes,
a few 2-day games in my time, but no, yeah, it's nice to be on the other side for a change.
Oh, over the wicket. Oh, and this one gets a lot of height. Absolutely zipped through, and somehow George Balderson didn't get a nick, and it went through to the keeper pretty much at what, head height.
Yeah, good pace with the old ball, isn't it?
Incredible, really, with the old ball. Just amazing how getting a really big wicket just has reinvigorated the Leicestershire players. I mean, as you said, nothing to panic about really with it at that stage, but they'll be eager to get some more wickets. The partnership 9 between Hartley and Balderson. Balderson on strike. This one's cut into the offside off the back foot. There's a man in the deep though, and they go through for a single. So one more to the total and one less in the deficit. 2-2-4 for 6 the scoreline. Lancashire trail by 27. And so the blast is coming up then, Richard. And I mean, it's a change of pace, isn't it? You know, I commentated on a T20 game yesterday. Felt quite different, really.
Yes, it is. And
Obviously.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, you have to get. It's a run a minute or quite a few runs a minute. This one's driven, very full delivery, just about digs it out, does Hartley. Both these batters are really not mucking about, but not looking really solid on every single drive. But there we go, end of the over. 2-2-4 for 6. Yeah, and plenty of cricket away from the county championships to come. So the England women against West Indies women on the 4th of June.
Here.
Second ODI here, exactly. So I did hear an announcement go off earlier on. Do get your tickets and whatnot. By the way, I'm not. Sounds like I'm on commission, but you know, do support the women's game and certainly the England women as well, please.
Ahmed round the wicket, drops short and wide on the leg side, and Balderson has all the time in the world to swivel and pull that out to the wide backward square boundary for 4. Well, just occasionally we'll get it dragged down with the leg spinner, more than occasionally sometimes, but yeah, I think you or I might have fastened onto that one.
Definitely. They haven't got a man square, or very square. They've got it's more sort of cow cornery sort of position, haven't they? They've got a short sort of backward square leg.
Josh Hull and Big Roman is at mid wicket. In goes Ahmed. That's a better delivery, fullish and rather squirted out to wideish mid on. There was probably a run there, but Ian Holland scrambled across to his left to field. Lots of smiles out there. Holland is he's quite lively in the field in terms of encouraging his teammates. Forward goes Balderson to that one. Much better delivery from Rahan Ahmed. Looks at the ball. Long sleeved shirt for Rahan. He's always first out of the dressing room at the end of play, bowls, and forward goes Balderson, turning it wristily out towards Holland, but Holland had to run towards the ball, and he heard the call, yes, yes, and if they went straight away, there always going to be a run. But he's sort of accompanied by a sort of really, he uses plenty of product, shall we say, Rahan. So he always there's a very pleasant smell that comes out of the dressing room first, drops short and punched out into the offside by Hartley, but straight to Sam Wood, who's out there. So two 12th men out there at the moment. Roman Walker for Hill, as Ahmed is driven in again. He can't get it past Wood, who makes the stop at extra cover. Feel he missed out a little bit there. Hartley looks around to see who might be off. Is Van Beek off at the moment? I think he is. I think it's Logan off at the moment, because the new ball is only 3 overs away. He would take it.
Looking
So
for his
he might
fifer.
just be getting a quick rub down or something.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be looking for his 5th wicket, but Josh Hull continues from the Bennett end, and I think Rahan was not pleased with himself on that over. Did concede a boundary and a few runs as well, but here comes Hull in. Oh, beaten is Balderson. Oh, by a whisker. That was a fast delivery.
It was, and it stayed a bit low, which is a nightmare for a sort of lower order batsman. Quickest bowler in the match really is Hull, and slid through without getting too far off the ground. Yeah, and he came back a bit as well.
Yeah, the England man with his one test and probably more to come. He was England's 9th youngest test debutant. He's only 20 now. Goodness. Here he comes. In a short, very short delivery, way over the head of Balderson. Have I got Balderson's height? I haven't. I've only got a select few of heights, but it was way over the head of him.
He is 5'10".
5'10". Maybe planting the seed of thought of, yeah, go on then, have a go at trying to hook me, but Balderson had nothing of it. The 24-year-old, born in Manchester, who captained actually the England under-19, so lots of cricket in his blood from a young age. Here comes Hull once again. Full delivery, defended and no run. So next up for Leicestershire, Glamorgan at home, but that's not for another month or so, is it?
That's right.
And then
yeah.
Middlesex at home as well. 2
home games, and then we're off to Kent in July.
I've got you down as Derby before that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. You're right. You probably haven't. That's way away, Rita. Yeah, exactly. But
I'm just thinking of trips, really. So Derby players, some will stay over, some who live sort of really locally, or maybe even to the north of Leicester will probably travel. It's only a 40-minute.
Could almost be a home
drive.
game for some of them, depending on where they live around here. Josh Hull. Up to wicket and bowls. Driven really nicely through the gap. Nice looking stroke, and it's definitely going to be 4. Save your legs, chaps. That was a really good looking stroke. 4 more to the total. Balderson leaned into that one. Love a cover drive, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? 2, 3, 3, 4, 6, and Lancashire trailed by just 18 runs. So this partnership up to 19. And the new ball is on the horizon in a few overs' time, potentially. They'll probably take it, wouldn't they, immediately, Richard? I don't think they'll hang around.
I think so.
And there could even be potentially an extra half an hour of play today. But we'll come on to that if need be. Josh Hull. Ah, it's bowled! George Balderson drove him on the previous ball. And a really full delivery, lovely delivery there from Josh Hull, who gets his first wicket of the innings. And Balderson, who's played well for his 20 from 58 balls, but is back at the pavilion, and another wicket goes down for Lancashire. Yeah, really lovely
Great ball. Pace, again, well, we remarked on the fact it's been troubling the sort of lower order batsmen, although we're looking slightly less comfortable against it, and that was a super delivery, again with the old ball. Leicestershire drawing in on what would be a 5th victory in 7 championship games this season. And Hull comes to the party. once again, the wickets being shared around. Once again, you know, overs that sometimes sides kind of write off bowling sides a little bit with the old ball. Leicester should come just as hard in those overs as they do with the new ball. 1 for 41 for Hull now.
And the new batter comes out, and that's Tom Bailey. Plenty of experience. The 34-year-old's been with Lancashire since 2012. Got 17 in the first innings.
Batted very well. No mug at all with the bat, Tom Bailey.
So we're looking to get to parity. That would be psychologically a good place to go, but just taking each ball as it comes. And the Leicestershire players, you can tell that the energy's out there, and they're feeling pretty good about life right now. And why not? They've got Lancashire really on the ropes here. Bailey, the new man, and Hartley 6 from 14. He's looked pretty measured, but not completely confident. Tom Hartley, but no mug with the bat, certainly. Played a few strokes as well, but yeah, Lancashire definitely up against it right now. And now we've got a second slip in play. Quite rightly, here comes Josh Hull. So the right-handed batter, Bailey. Oh, and this one into the ribs, but tucked into the onside nicely, actually, by Tom Bailey, and through for a single. And it's the end of the over, a wicket over as well, and Hull now 1 for 42 his figures, and he's bowled really well today in the main. He's a quickie, a real quickie, and he'll be pleased with that wicket, I'm sure, Richard.
Yeah, it's sort of tribute to them that first spell was a little bit inconsistent, but he can come back. He's young and he's strong, very strong, and sort of almost gets quicker towards the sort of in his second and third spells than the first. Van Beek's a bit like that sometimes, and that is such a weapon to have, really, up your sleeve. Hanscom can go to a bit of extra pace and as well as movement. Scriven manufactured the breakthrough, but Hull has exploited it. Can Ahmed now sort of complete the wicket taking? In he goes from the pavilion end. Forward goes Bailey, poking it out into the offside. He was bowled in the first innings, leaving a delivery from Van Beek that did come back, but absolutely clattered into off stump. It wasn't a flick of the off stump. It, as leaves go, seen worse. Not many. In goes Ahmed, bowls, Bailey edges behind, he's caught behind, he has his man. You could see the deflection from here. Bailey stands, and he's got to be a little bit careful about that, but look to it to me, and he's looking as though, well, he can't believe the decision was given, but, well, looked clear enough to me. Let's have a look at the replay. Prodded forward, and again, he looks extremely disappointed at the decision, but the end may be nigh now for Lancashire. 234 for 8. They are still 17 behind now with just 2 second innings wickets in hand, and still 17.4 overs left to be bowled tonight, plus, if Leicestershire need them, the 8 of the extra half hour. So Ahmed too comes to the wicket taking party. Bailey is dragging himself off. He clearly doesn't feel he hit it.
No.
But there you go. I guess as a bowler he's probably had 1 or 2 decisions given that may or may not have been out. So if he's been unlucky on this occasion, he'll be tolerably philosophical, I'm sure. Won't feel that way for a few minutes, that is for sure. But let's have another look. Well, if it hit anything, it was the bat, and it looked to deflect a little bit. You know, the pad was nowhere near it. Bat could have gone onto the pad. It could have been a noise from that, but looked to take the outside edge. Anderson Phillip comes to the crease with Leicestershire drawing in on 24 points.
Yes, and one big step towards Division 1.
Ooh, I know. All them big boys, the bullies. Ahmed is into Anderson. Philip bowls. Philip leaves outside off stump. Good leave. It wasn't the googly. Turned away a touch. So a safe leave. Ahmed is in, bowls a little bit low, it stays, and Anderson Phillip went back. It was short, but it sort of scuttled, not scuttled, but it did stay low, and he sort of tried to prod it out into the offside and missed it. Nearly fell over. Ahmed is in, back goes Phillip, but that's well played on the back foot, playing it out to mid on. Green is the fielder. Is that everybody? Green hasn't got a wicket, has he? I don't think he has in this innings yet. As Ahmed bowls. Another half tracker that stays a bit low, and Philip goes back and somehow hits it back down the pitch towards Rehan Ahmed. Once again, it wasn't the most consistent over Rehan has bowled, but he did find one very good one to see the end of Tom Bailey.
Yes, well, a couple of things. Obviously, a couple of wickets have happened since the last time I was on air. Say that Keaton Jennings out for 112 was a really impressive innings from Jennings, especially in the build-up to what has gone on in the last couple of weeks and the circumstances of the game, and people wanting to, or being asked to step up and to perform and to do their bit. Hauls in, carved away by Hartley for 4 through extra cover. Pretty emphatic. He moves to 10.
Fetch that.
Yes. Jennings certainly has done that for himself and for the team, so he can take great credit from that. I'm sure that will feel pretty sweet, albeit I'm sure it's disappointed he to have got out, as everybody I'm sure is. But top effort from Keaton Jennings. But Leicestershire, as they have done through the course of this game and through the course of this season, keep finding a way. And they've managed to find a way through the course of the day. 8 wickets so far, 2 since tea. Lancashire 13 behind, Hull in 2 Hartley, and cracked away through the covers. Might just be a couple this time. Yep, 2 for Hartley. Moves on to 12. And it's 240 for 8. Lancashire 11 behind. Actually, it's 3 since tea, isn't it? What was the tea time score? I've lost track of the tea time score. They were 5 down.
209 for 5.
Yeah. So 3 since tea. Jennings, Balderson and Bailey. 3 wickets.
Thinking actually neither Holland nor Green have picked up a wicket in this innings, which the 2 top wicket, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, the 2 top wicket takers for Leicestershire.
There is Hull into to Hartley. Punched away, square of the wicket for
2 more, no? Yeah.
2 more. Yeah. Down into single figures now, the deficit. In a way, that actually might even please Leicestershire even more. The fact that it's been other bowlers that have got the wickets from.
Exactly that. Yeah. Again, it sort of demonstrates the depth of the attack, if you like. That it's not just 2 or 3. It's the 5 or 6.
242 for 8, Lancashire 9 behind. Hartley on 14. There's Hull left arm over in bowls. Oh goodness, that gets big on Hartley. We've seen a couple, haven't we, from both ends, but I think a little bit more perhaps from the Bennett end. Van Beek able to get a few extra out of this pitch, and that one sparked into life as well from Hull, from his rather tall height.
That's with an old ball that's got just 2 deliveries left in it, if they want.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, that extra bit of pay. He's got quicker as the day's gone on.
242 for 8. Here's Hull to Hartley. Edged away through the offside again for a single. 8 runs behind Lancashire now. He's trying to make Leicestershire bat again. Try to avoid an innings defeat. Still 8 behind. Anderson Phillips back on strike. 1 ball left to this over, and as Richard said, there is the option for the second new ball.
Well, Ian Holland is doing all sorts of warming up exercises down here,
okay.
so they may well take it.
And try and wrap it up. Still got an hour of cricket to go tonight, 16 overs. In comes Hull around the wicket. Ooh. Oh goodness, it's a short ball, and
Did he duck into it?
I thought he did, yeah. The ball's deflected down towards third man.
Or did it come off? 4 on?
He's given it as a run, hasn't he? Yeah, it's maybe come off glove perhaps, or bat. I don't know. He's given it as a run to.
It came off the bat.
Off the bat, right? Okay.
He wasn't looking. So he was sort of ducking out of the way, but he sort of left the bat there, and it hit the blade of the bat quite hard, actually. Well, we aren't going to have the new ball straight away. Holland's stretching exercises continue, but Ahmed has the ball in his hand. Hanscom says, well, he knows now, Hanscom, that leggies can get 10 and 11, you know.
Yep.
And so it's well worth, I think, another over of Ahmed at Philip, who took the one off that last ball. Ahmed steps in and bowls. Philip, oh, where's that gone? Well, he left. It was the googly. It bounced and it went back inside. It's come off, I think, the gloves, and it's gone through a route leg slip for 4. Well, Hartley and Philip touch gloves, but Anderson Philip knew very little about that.
Yes.
He tried to leave again,
Yeah.
as he did the previous. So he's got 5 runs, both from shots that he hasn't played a shot yet. So good effort. In goes Ahmed. Oh, that's surely leg before wicket. It is. It's the googly. He went back. It stayed a bit low. It turned in, and it hit him halfway up his shin, bang in front of middle stump.
Yeah, looked absolutely plumb from here, didn't it? As soon as Philip went back, everybody knew it. Probably Philip himself. What was going on, and rattling onto the stumps. No problems with that. And, well, Lancashire, no pleasant way to lose, I suppose, is there? But certainly losing by an innings must be one of the least enjoyable experiences, and that is a real possibility. There's still 3 behind, with Will Williams heading out to join Tom Hartley. But Leicestershire have found a way since tea. Lancashire were 5 down. They were talking about the possibility of even, what was the deficit? They were 42 behind at tea, 5 down. Looking at maybe even trying to get a little bit in front and put some pressure on Leicestershire tomorrow. There's a bit of rain around in the afternoon tomorrow as well, but look, Leicestershire are top, full of confidence, playing good cricket, and they're top because they're finding ways to win games, and they've done that again in the evening session.
It certainly looks that way. But Williams and certainly Hartley, who's played some nice shots in this game, both first innings and now in this second innings, will certainly be determined to wipe off the deficit at least, and make sure that Leicestershire have to come out and bat, and who knows, maybe have to work a little bit harder than they expect. But Ahmed going to try and ensure that that doesn't happen. Williams will be on strike. Will have a slip behind him and a silly mid-off, really. Sol Budinger in front of him. No short leg, which may be surprising, but we'll see. Ahmed is in, bowls to Williams, who is forward, just about getting, well, right on top of the pitch of the ball and pushing it back up the pitch to Rehan Ahmed. 2 for 22 for Rehan, who bounces in and bowls. Williams is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that turns past him, and Ahmed's confidence, which is always high, is now stratospheric, I think. Bouncing around,
Well, he's had a good game, hasn't he?
spinning it miles, and Loving his cricketing life at the moment. In he goes and bowls. Williams goes across and blocks it very solidly, actually. It comes off a thick inside edge and it's picked up by Cox at short leg, and Leicestershire's fielders retreat as they offer Williams one. They all retreat with the exception of the slip and the silly mid-off. Ahmed is in, Williams is forward, and there is one to be had there, but he will not take it. Well bowled, Rehan Ahmed. A wicket maiden for you, and Leicestershire on the brink.
Yes, they are. That, as you say, so much. I mean, he's bowling beautifully. Now it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, he's had a brilliant match. He's been part of the partnership which basically has defined the game. Riyadh and Lewis Hill, that double century yesterday, double century partnership. That's the game. Obviously, they've had to do the work today, but it's been set up by the way that they batted yesterday, and now full of confidence after a shaky couple of overs before tea. As you say, spinning the ball from one hand to the other. He's in, he's bowling quickly, he's getting his googlies in, his leg breaks in. There's all sorts going on, and it's amazing what a wicket or two can do. And it's a team obviously brimming full of confidence, that's playing good cricket, that's winning games, and you can see that in action this afternoon or this evening. They've found a way again to do it.
And the team that is full of confidence and winning games is on the brink of an innings victory, but every fielder's on the boundary at the moment as they look to give Tom Hartley one. Hull is in and bowls. Hartley swings and doesn't really connect it, runs slowly out towards long on, and nobody moves. Budinger just sort of picks it up down there and throws it in a sort of fairly desultory fashion back to Hull. Odd way to potentially win a game.
It is, isn't it?
Every fielder on the boundary, but
it does look a bit odd.
But literally every fielder, with obviously exception of Cox, is on the boundary at the moment. Hull over the wicket to Hartley, who gets a short ball, hit it up in the air. Nobody's going to get there, I don't think. Can Hull get there? Yes, he can! Yes, he can! What a caught and bowl by Josh Hull to see Leicestershire over the line. An innings victory for the Foxes against Lancashire. They have won in style here to win their 5th championship fixture out of 7 and extend their lead at the top of the 2nd division. It was a short ball. Hartley carved it up into the air. Hull had to turn and run back towards mid-off, but he did. He got there and he held it with 2 hands, and Leicestershire have won by an innings and 2 runs, or 3 runs? Innings and 2. Innings and 3.
Well, that is an outstanding effort from Leicestershire. And look, Lancashire have got their problems at the minute, and they've got serious issues because they're not playing good enough cricket and they're not anywhere near winning games. But this is not about that. This is about Leicestershire's story. This is Leicestershire's season potentially as well. This could be an absolutely historic, memorable season for the cricket club. They're playing fabulous cricket. They're full of confidence. They've got clearly a really balanced team. They've got an attack where everyone's contributing. And at the minute, in this division, no one's getting anywhere near them. And that's another win, a 5th win of the season against one of the pre-season favourites. It's a magnificent effort. It's a great victory. And Leicestershire are enjoying a fantastic and potentially kind of historic season.
Applause for the Leicestershire side, led off by Peter Hanscom. Marcus Harris claps his former teammates on the back as he leads his Lancashire side to meet them for the ritual handshakes between the sides. The end came quickly when it came. For once Keith Jennings was out, 214 for 5, 248 all out, and the youngsters that have come to the academy, really, Hull and Ahmed, nice to see them taking the wickets at the end. But again, that point we've been making, the contrast between the sort of the attack that Leicestershire can field. They had the leg spinner on at one end and the genuinely quick left arm over at the other end, and made the difference. So 24 points for Leicestershire to add to the 115 that they were on. Well, they were 40 points clear of third, and they potentially are going to be much more than that at the end of this round of games. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow, but it looks like the Derby game has draw written all over it on a flat pitch at the county ground, and it may be that they extend that lead. How's it looking, the table at the moment? Don't worry, we'll get it up at the end. But anyway, thank you for your company, folks, and your emails and your skeets have been most welcome and at times highly amusing. They've been a lot of fun and have kept us going over these 3 days. And well, Leicestershire will take a break from County Championship. All teams will take a break from County Championship action at the end of this round, and we get into T20s, but the Foxes could not do so in better shape. A great win against a great county, and no doubt at all that Lancashire will be back before long. And I say that as a Yorkshireman, knowing that they will be back and competing at the top. But a few things to sort out from their point of view, I'm sure. Yes, inevitably, because the expectations are so high, there will be criticism, but they fought hard today. And Keaton Jennings' innings was a really fine effort from a man who oozes international quality. And come the next round of games, come those 2 fixtures in the middle of next month, I suspect they'll be up and firing again. But thanks to Rita, and thanks to you, Scott.
Thanks,
always,
Richard. Thank
and
you.
look forward to, well, see you in 10 days, something like that, over to the T20, when there'll be quite sides, I suspect, on clothing and in front of an old crowd. But from yourself, Richard, from Grace over now, it's very good night. You all. Good night.